Chapter 13 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 13. Meantime, Diana, up in her own room, was engaged in what to her had, of late years, been anything but an agreeable pastime, namely, looking at herself in the mirror. She was keenly curious to find out what was the change in her appearance which had apparently surprised Madame Demetrius so much that she could hardly be restrained, even by her masterful son, from expressing open wonderment. She stood before the long cheval glass, gazing deeply into it as if it were the magic mirror of the Lady of Shalott, and as if she saw the helmet and the plume of bold Sir Lancelot. Her face was serious, calmly contemplative, but to herself she could not admit any positive change. Perhaps the slightest suggestion of more softness and roundness in the outline of the cheeks, and an added brightness in the eyes might be perceived, but this kind of improvement, as she knew, happened often as a temporary effect of something in the atmosphere, or of a happier condition of mind, and was apt to vanish as rapidly as it had occurred. Still looking at herself with critical inquisitiveness, she slipped out of her pale blue gown and stood revealed in an unbecoming gauntness of petticoat and camisole, so gaunt and crude in her own opinion that she hastened to pull the pins out of her hair, so that its waving brightness might fall over her scraggy shoulders and flat chest and hide the unfeminine hardness of these proportions. Then, with a deep sigh, she picked up her gown from the floor where she had let it fall, shook out its folds, and hung it up in the wardrobe. "It's all nonsense," she said. "I'm just the same thin old thing as ever. What difference Madame Demetrius can see in me is a mystery, and he—" Here, chancing to turn her head rather quickly from the wardrobe towards the mirror again, she saw the charming profile of a pretty woman! A woman with fair skin and a sparkling eye that smiled in opposition to the gravity of rather set lip lines, and the suddenness of this apparition gave her quite a nervous start. "Who is it?" she half whispered to the silence. Then, as she moved her head again and the reflection vanished, "Why, it's me! I do believe it's me!" Amazed, she sat down to think about it. Then, with a hand-glass, she tried to recapture the vision, but in vain. No position in which she now turned gave just the same effect. "It's enough to drive one silly," she said. "I won't bother myself any more about it. The plain truth is that I'm better in health and happier in mind than I've ever been, and of course I look as I feel. Only the dear Madame Demetrius hasn't noticed it before. And he? Well, he never notices anything about me except that I do his work well, or well enough to suit him. If his mysterious globule had killed me, I wonder whether he would have been really sorry?" She considered a moment, then shook her head in a playful negative and smiled incredulously. She finished undressing, and, throwing a warm boudoir wrap about her, a pretty garment of pale rose silk lined with white fur which had been a parting gift from her friend Sophie Lansing, and which, as she had declared, was "fit for a princess," she went into her sitting-room, where there was a cheerful wood fire burning, and sat down to read. Among the several books arranged for her entertainment on a row of shelves within reach of the hand, was one old one bearing the title "Of the Delusions whereby the wisest are deluded," and the date 1584. Taking this down, she opened it haphazard at a chapter headed "Of the Delusion of Love." It was written in an old-style English, with many quaint forms of expression, more pointed and pithy than our modern newspaper slang. How many otherwise sober and sane persons are there, soliloquized the ancient author, who nevertheless do pitifully allow themselves to be led astray by this passion, which, considered truly, is no more than the animal attraction of male for female, and female for male, no whit higher than that which prevails in the insect and brute world. For, call it love as they will, it is naught but lust, as low an instinct or habit as that of craving for strong liquor or any wherewithal to still the insatiate demands of uncontrolled appetite. Love hath naught to do with lust, for love is a principle, not a passion. For this cause it is comforting to read in Holy Scripture that in heaven there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage, for there we are as the angels. And to be as the angels implieth that we shall live in the principle and not in the passion. Could we conceive it possible on this earth for such an understanding to be arrived at between two persons of intelligence, that they should love each other in this highest sense, then there would be no satiety in their tenderness for one another, and the delicacies of the soul would not be outraged by the coarseness of the body. It is indeed a deplorable and mournful contemplation, that we should be forced to descend from the inexpressible delights of an imagined ideal to the repulsive condition of the material sty, and that the fairest virgin, bred up softly, with no rougher composition of spirit than that of a rose or a lily, should be persuaded by this delusion of love to yield her beauties to the deflowering touch which destroys all maidenly reserve, grace, and modesty. For the familiarity of married relations doth, as is well known, put an end to all illusions of romance, and doth abase the finest nature to the gross animal level. And though it is assumed to be necessary that generations should be born without stint to fill an already overfilled world, meseemeth the necessity is not so great as it appeareth. Wars, plagues, and famines are bred from the unwisdom of overpopulation, for whereas the overproduction of mites in a cheese do rot the cheese, so doth the overproduction of human units rot the world. Therefore it is apparent to the sage and profound, that while the material and animal portion of the race may very suitably propagate their kind, they having no higher conception of their bodies or their souls, the more intelligent and cleanly minority of purer and finer temperament may possibly find the way to a nobler and more lasting love than that which is wrongfully called by such a name, a love which shall satisfy without satiating, and which shall bind two spirits so harmoniously in one, that from their union shall be born an immortal offspring of such great thoughts and deeds as shall benefit generations unborn and lead the way back to the lost paradise. Here Diana let the book fall in her lap, and sat meditating, gazing into the hollows of the wood fire. Love! It was the thing she had longed for, the one joy she had missed. To be loved, to be dear to someone else, seemed to her the very acme of all desirable attainment. For with Tennyson's hero in Maud, she felt, if I be dear to someone else, I should be to myself more dear. Her thoughts went homing, like doves down the air spaces of memory to the days when she had, or was fooled into believing she had, a lover whose love would last, a bold, splendid creature with broad shoulders and comely countenance, and eyes which looked love to eyes that spake again. And when, as the betrothed bride of the splendid creature, she had thanked God night and morning for giving her so much happiness, when the light in the skies and the flowers in the fields apparently took part in the joyous gratitude of her spirit, and when the very songs of the birds had seemed for her a special wedding chorus, she went over the incidents of that far-away period of her existence, and presently she began to ask herself what, after all, did they amount to? Why, when they were all cruelly ended, had she shed such wild tears and prayed to God in such desperate agony? Was it worth while to have so shaken her physical and spiritual health for any splendid creature? For what had he done to merit such passionate regret? Such weeping and wailing? He had kissed her a great deal, when he was in the mood for kissing, and sometimes more than she quite cared for. He had embraced her in gusts of brief and eager passion, tinged with a certain sensuality which roused in her reluctant repulsion. He had called her by various terms of endearment, such as sweetest, dearest, and wood nymph, a name he had bestowed upon her on one occasion when he had met her by chance in a shady corner of Kew Gardens, and which he thought poetical, but which she privately considered silly. But what real meaning could be attached to these expressions? When, all suddenly, his regiment was ordered to India, and she had to part from him, he had sworn fidelity, and with many protestations of utmost tenderness had told her that, as soon as cash would allow, he would send for her to join him, and marry her out there, and for this happy consummation she had waited, lovingly and loyally, 7 years. Meanwhile his letters grew shorter and fewer, till at last, when his father died and he came into a large fortune, he struck the final blow on the patient life that had been sacrificed to his humour. He wrote a last letter, telling her he was married, and so everything of hope and promise fell away from her like the falling leaves of a withering flower, though her friend, Sophie Lansing, in hot indignation at the callous way in which she had been treated, advised her to "take on another man at once." But poor Diana could not do this. Hers was a loyal and tender spirit. She was unable to transfer her affections from one to another au grand galop. She thought of it all now in a half-amused way, as she sat in her easy chair by the sparkling fire, in the charming room which she could for the present call her own, surrounded by every comfort and luxury, and she looked at her ringless hand, that small, daintily shaped hand, on which for so many wasted years her lover's engagement ring had sparkled as a sign of constancy. Poor little hand! It was shown off with effect at the moment, lying with a passive prettiness on the roseate silk of her boudoir wrap, as white as the white fur which just peeped beneath the palm. Suddenly she clenched it. "I should like to punish him," she said. "It may be small, it may be spiteful, but it is human. I should like to see him suffer for his treachery. I should have no pity on him or his fat wife." Here she laughed at herself. "How absurd I am!" she went on. "Making much ado about nothing. The fat wife herself is a punishment for him, I'm sure. He's rich, and has a big house in Mayfair and 5 very ugly children. That ought to be enough for him. I saw his wife by chance at a bazaar quite lately. Like a moving jelly. Rather like poor mother in the fit of her clothes, and smiling the ghastly smile of that placid, ineffable content which marks the fool. If I could do nothing else, I'd like to disturb that smug, self-satisfied constitution of oozing oil. Yes, I would, and who knows if I mayn't do it yet." She rose, and the antique book of Delusions fell to the floor. Her slim figure, loosely draped in the folds of crimson silk and white fur, looked wonderfully graceful and well poised, and had there been a mirror in the sitting-room, as there was in the bedroom, she might possibly have seen something in her appearance worthy of even men's admiration. But her thoughts were far away from herself. She had before her eyes the picture of her old lover grown slightly broader and heavier in build, with ugly furrows of commonplace care engraven on his once smooth and handsome face, henpecked, probably, by his stout better half, and submitting to this frequently inevitable fate with a more or less ill grace. And again she laughed, a laugh of purest unforced merriment. "Here I am, like Hamlet, exceeding proud and revengeful, and after all I ought to be devoutly thankful," she said. "For if I analyse myself honestly, I do not really consider I have lost anything in losing a man who would certainly have been an unfaithful husband. What I do feel is the slight on myself, that he should have callously allowed me to wait all those years for him and then have cast me aside like an old shoe, is an injury which I think I may justly resent, and which, if I ever get the chance, I may punish." Here her brows clouded, and she sighed. "What an impossible idea! I talk as if I were young, with all the world before me, and with power to realise my dreams, when really everything of that sort is over for me, and I have only to see how I can best live out the remainder of life." Then, like a faint whisper stealing through the silence, came the words which Demetrius had spoken on the first night of her arrival, that night when the moonlight had drenched the garden in a shower of pearl and silver. "What would you give to be young?" A thrill ran through her nerves as though they had been played upon by an electric vibration. Had Demetrius any such secret as that which he hinted at? Or was he only deluding himself, and was his brain, by overmuch study, slipping off the balance? She had heard of the wisest scientists who, after astonishing the world by the brilliancy of their researches and discoveries, had suddenly sunk from their lofty pinnacles of attained knowledge to the depth of consulting mediums, who pretended to bring back the spirits of the dead that they might converse with their relatives and friends in bad grammar and worse logic. Might not Demetrius be just as unfortunate in his own special scientific line? Tired at last of thinking, she resolved to go to bed, and in her sleeping chamber she found herself facing the long mirror again. Something she saw there this time appeared really to startle her, for she turned abruptly away from it, threw off her wrap, slipped into her nightgown, and brushed her hair hastily, without looking at herself for another second. And kneeling at her bedside as she said her prayers, she included an extra petition, uttered in a strangely earnest whisper. "From all delusions of vanity, self-love, and proud thinking, good Lord, deliver me!" The next morning she awoke, filled and fired with a new resolve. She had slept well, and was strong in energy and spirit, and she determined, as she expressed it to herself, to "have it out" with Dr. Demetrius. So, after breakfast, when he was about to go to his laboratory as usual, she stopped him on the way. "I want to speak to you," she said. "Please give me a few moments of your time." "Now?" he queried, with a slight uplifting of his eyebrows. She bent her head. "Now." "In the library, then," he said, and thither they went together. On entering the room he closed the door behind them and stood looking at her somewhat quizzically. "Well?" "Well?" she echoed, slightly smiling. "Are you wondering what I want to say? You ought not to wonder at all. You ought to know." "I know nothing," he answered. "I may guess, but guessing is risky. I prefer to hear." "So you shall hear." And she drew a little closer to him. "If I express myself foolishly, you must tell me. If you think me officious or overbold, you must reprove me. There is only one thing I will not bear from you, and that is want of confidence." He looked at her in something of surprise. "Want of confidence? My dear Miss Diana, you surely cannot complain on that score. I have trusted you more than I have ever trusted any man or any woman." "Yes," she interrupted him, quickly. "I know that wherever it is absolutely necessary to trust me, you have done so, but where you think it is unnecessary, you have not. For example, why don't you tell me just straight what you mean to do with me?" His dark, lustrous eyes flashed up under their drooping lids. "What I mean to do with you?" he repeated. "Why, what do you imagine?" "I imagine nothing," she answered, quietly. "The things you teach are beyond all imagination. But see! I have signed myself and my services away to you for a certain time, and as you have yourself said, you did not engage me merely to copy old Latin script. What you really want of me is, as I begin to understand, just what the vivisector wants with the animal he experiments upon. If this is so, I offer no opposition. I am not afraid of death, for I am out of love with life. But I want to know your aims. I want to understand the actual thing you are striving for. I shall be better able to help you if I know. You put me through one test yesterday. You saw for yourself that I had no fear of the death or life properties of the thing I took from your hand, without any hesitation. I have not even spoken of the amazing and terrifying sensations it gave me. I am ready to take it again at any moment. You have a willing servant in me, but, as I say, I feel I could help you more if I knew the ultimate end for which you work, and you must trust me." He listened attentively to every word, charmed with the silvery softness of her voice, and its earnest yet delicate inflections. "I do trust you," he said, when she had ceased speaking. "If I did not, you would not be here a day. I trusted you from the moment I saw you. If I had not, I should never have engaged you. So be satisfied on that score. For the rest, well, I confess I have hesitated to tell you more than, as you put it, seemed necessary for you to know. The old fear and the narrow miscomprehension of woman is still inherent in me, as in all of my sex, though I do my best to eliminate it, and I have thought that perhaps if I told you all my intentions with regard to yourself, you might, at the crucial moment, shrink back and fail me." "When I shrink from anything you wish me to do, or fail in my undertaking to serve you loyally, I give you leave to finish me off in any way you please," she said, calmly, "and without warning." He smiled, but his eyes were sombre with thought. "Sit down," he said, and signed to her to take a chair near the window. "I will tell you as much as I can, as much as I know myself. It is briefly said." He watched her closely as, in obedience to his wish, she seated herself, and he noted the new and ardent brilliance in her eyes which gave them a look of youthful and eager vitality. Then he drew up another chair and sat opposite to her. Outside the window the garden had a wintry aspect. The flower beds were empty, the trees were leafless, and the summits of the distant Alps peered white and sharp above a thick, fleece-like fog which stretched below. "You say you are out of love with life," he began, "and this only because you have been spared the common lot of women, the so-called love which would have tied you to one man to be the drudge of his coarse passions till death. Well, I admit it is the usual sort of thing life offers to the female sex, but to be out of love with the stupendous and beautiful work of God because this commonest of commonplace destinies has been denied you is, pardon my brusquerie, mere folly and unreasoning sentiment. However, I am taking you at your word. You are out of love with life, and you are not afraid of death. Therefore, to me you are not a woman, you are a subject. You put it very clearly just now when you said that I need you as the vivisector needs the animal he experiments upon. That is perfectly correct. I repeat that for my purpose you are not a woman, you are simply an electric battery." She looked up, amazed, then laughed as gaily as a child. "An electric battery!" she echoed. "Oh dear, oh dear! I have imagined myself as many things, but never that." "And yet that is what you really are," he said, unmoved by her laughter. "It is what we all are, men and women alike. Our being is composed of millions of cells, charged with an electric current which emanates from purely material sources. We make electricity to light our houses with, and when the battery is dry we say the cells need recharging. A simple matter. Youth was the light of your house of clay, but the cells of the battery are dry. They must be recharged." She sat silent for a moment, gazing at him as though seeking to read his inmost thought. His dark, fine eyes met hers without flinching. "And you propose to recharge them?" she said, slowly and wonderingly. "I not only propose to do it, I have already begun the work," he answered. "You want me to be straightforward? Come then, give me the same confidence. Can you honestly say you see no difference, and feel no difference in yourself since yesterday?" She gave a quick sigh. "No, I cannot," she replied. "I do see and feel a change in myself. This morning I was almost terrified at the sense of happiness which possessed me. Happiness for nothing but just the joy of living. It overwhelmed me like a wave." She stretched out her arms with a gesture of indefinable yearning. "Oh, it seemed as if I had all the world in my hands. The light, the air, the mere facts of breathing and moving were sufficient to make me content, and I was overcome by the fear of my own joy. That is why I determined to ask you plainly what it means, and what I am to expect from you." "If all goes well, you may expect such gifts as only the gods of old time were able to give," he said in thrilling accents. "Those poor gods! They represented the powers that have since been put into man's hands. Their day is done. Now, listen. I have told you that I have commenced my work upon you, and you are now the centre of my supreme interest. You are precisely the subject I need, for, understand me well, if you led a rackety life such as our modern women do, if you had been obsessed by rabid passions, hysterical sentiments, greedy sensualities, or disordered health, you would have been of no use to me. Your cells, speaking of you as a battery, would, under such conditions, have been worn out, and in a worn-out state could not have been recharged. The actual renewal or perpetual germination of cells is a possibility of future science, but up to the present we have not arrived at the right solution of the problem. Now perhaps you understand why I was to some extent startled when you took that first charge from my hand yesterday. It was a strong and a dangerous test, for if one or any of your cells had been in a broken or diseased state it might have killed you instantly as by a flash of lightning." "And if it had?" interrupted Diana with a smile. "What would you have done?" "I should have disposed of your remains," he answered coolly. "And I should have arranged things so that no one would have been any the wiser, not even my mother." She laughed. "You really are a first-class scientist," she said. "No pity, no remorse, no regret." His eyes flashed up in a sort of defiance. "Who could feel pity, remorse, or regret for the fate of one miserable unit?" he exclaimed. "One atom among millions, sacrificed in the pursuit of a glorious discovery that may fill with hope and renewed power the whole of the human race. Tens of thousands of men are slain in war, and the useless holocaust is called a roll of honour, but if one superfluous woman were killed in the aid of science it would be called murder. Senseless hypocrisy! The only thing to regret would be failure. Failure to achieve a result. Horrible. But success! What matter if 100,000 women perished, so long as we possess the flaming sword?" He spoke with an almost wild excitation, and Diana began to think he must be mad. Mad with a dream of science. Mad with the overpowering force and flow of ideas too vast for the human brain. "Why?" she asked, in purposely cold and even tones. "Have you chosen a woman as your subject? Why not a man?" "A man would attempt to become my rival," he answered at once. "And he would not submit to coercion without a struggle. It is woman's nature instinctively to bend under the male influence. One cannot controvert natural law. Woman does not naturally resist, she yields. I told you I wanted obedience and loyalty from you. I knew you would give them. You have done so, and now that you partially know my aims, I know you will do so still." "I shall not fail you," said Diana, quietly. "But, if I may know as much, suppose you succeed in your idea of recharging the cells which make up me, what will be the result to myself?" "The result to yourself?" he repeated. "Little can you imagine it. Little will you believe it, even if I attempt to describe it. What will it mean to you, I wonder, to feel the warmth and vigour of early youth once more tingling in your veins, the elasticity and suppleness of youth in your limbs, to watch the delicate and heavenly magic of a perfect beauty transfiguring your face to such fairness that it shall enchant all beholders—" "Stop, stop!" cried Diana, almost angrily, springing up from her chair and putting her hands to her ears. "This is mere folly, Dr. Demetrius. You talk wildly and unreasonably. You must be mad."
"Of course I am mad," he answered, rising at the same moment and confronting her. "As mad as all original discoverers are, as mad as Galileo, Newton, George Stephenson or Madame Curie. And I am one with them in the madness that makes for a world's higher sanity. Come, look at me!" And he took both her hands firmly in his own. "Honestly, can you say I am mad?" His eyes, dark and luminous, were steadfast and frank as the eyes of a faithful animal, his expression serious, even noble. As she met his calm gaze, the colour flushed her cheeks suddenly, then as quickly faded, leaving her very pale. "No, I cannot," she said, swiftly and humbly. "Forgive me, but you deal with the impossible." He loosened her hands.
"Nothing is impossible," he said. "Whatsoever the brain of man conceives in thought can be born in deed. Otherwise there would be a flaw in the mathematics of the universe, which is a thing utterly inconceivable." He paused, then went on. "I have told you all that you wish to know. Are you satisfied?"
She looked at him, and a faint smile lifted the corners of her mouth. "If you are satisfied, I am," she replied. "What I seem to understand is this. If you succeed in your experiment, I shall feel and look younger than I do now. We will leave the 'beauty' part out of it, and if you fail, the cells you have begun to charge with your mysterious compound will disintegrate, and there'll be an end of me?"
"You have put the case with perfect accuracy," he said. "That is so."
"Very well, I am prepared." And she went to the table desk where she usually worked. "And now I'll go on deciphering Latin script." She seated herself, and, turning over the papers she had left, began to write. An odd sense of compunction came over him as he looked at her and realized her courage, patience, and entire submission to his will, and yet— his careful and vigilant eye noted the improved outlines of cheek and chin, the delicate, almost imperceptible softening of the lately thin and angular profile, and the foretaste of a coming scientific triumph was stronger in him than any other human feeling. Nevertheless, she was a woman, and— Moved by a sudden impulse, he approached and bent over her as she worked.
"Diana,"
he said, very softly and kindly.
"You will forgive me if I have seemed to you callous or cruel?"
Her heart beat quickly. She was annoyed with herself at the nervous tremor which ran through her from head to foot. "I have nothing to forgive," she answered simply. "I am your paid subject, not a woman at all in your eyes, and being so I am content to live, or die, in your service." He hesitated another moment. Then, possessing himself of the small hand that moved steadily across the paper on which she was writing, he dexterously drew the pen from it and raised it to his lips with a grave and courteous gentleness. Then, releasing it, without look or word he went from the room, treading softly, and closing the door behind him. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 14. So she knew. She knew that, as usual, she was, personally, a valueless commodity. So far as herself, her own life and feelings were concerned, her fate continued to follow her. No one was kindly or vitally interested in her. She was just a subject for experiment. She had suspected this all along, yet now that she had heard the fact stated coldly and dispassionately, she was more or less resentful. She waited a few minutes, her heart beating quickly and the vexed blood rising to her brows and making her cheeks burn, waited till she was sure Demetrius would not re-enter. Then, suddenly flinging down her pen, she rose and paced the room hurriedly, to and fro, scarce knowing what she did. Was it not hard, hard, she said to herself, with an involuntary clenching of her hands as she walked up and down, that she should never be considered more than a passive thing, to be used for other folks' advantage or convenience? How had it happened that no one in all the world had ever thought of putting himself, or herself, to use for her sake? The calm calculations of Feodor Demetrius on her possible death under his treatment had, though she would not admit it to herself, inwardly hurt her. Yet, after all, what had she any right to expect? She had answered a strange, very strange, advertisement, and through that action had come into association with the personality of a more than strange man of whose character and reputation she knew little or nothing. And, so far, she had fallen on her feet. That is to say, she had secured a comfortable home and handsome competence for the services she had pledged herself to render. Then, as she had taken the whole thing on trust, had she any cause to complain of the nature of those services? No. And in truth she did not complain. She only felt to the core of her soul the callous indifference which Demetrius had plainly expressed as to her fate in the dangerous experiment he had already commenced upon her. Hot tears sprang to her eyes. She struggled with them, ashamed and humiliated. "Children and girls cry," she said with self-contempt. "I, being a woman of mature years, ought to know better. But oh, it is hard, hard." Her thoughts flew to Madame Demetrius. Had she followed her first feminine impulse, she would have run to that kind old lady and asked for a little pity, sympathy and affection. But she knew such an act would seem weak and absurd. Still walking up and down, her steps gradually became more measured and even. With one hand against her eyes, she pressed away the teardrops that hung on her lashes. Then, pausing, looked again, as she so often looked at the never-stopping steel instrument that struck off its little fiery sparks with an almost wearisome exactitude and monotony. Stretching out her hand, she tried to catch one of the flying dots of flame as one would catch a midge or a moth. She at last succeeded, and the glowing mote shone on her open palm like a ruby for about half a minute, then vanished, leaving no trace but a slight tingling sensation on the flesh it had touched. "A mystery," she said, "as involved and difficult to understand as my master himself." She looked through the window at the grey cold winter landscape, and let her eyes travel along the distant peaks of the Alpine ranges, where just now the faintest gleam of sunshine fell. The world, the natural world, was beautiful. But how much more beautiful it would seem if one had the full heart and vigour to enjoy its beauty! If, with youth to buoy up the senses, one had the trained eye and mind to perceive and appreciate the lovely things of life. Could one ask for greater happiness? When we are quite young we hardly see nature, she mused. It is only in later years that we begin to find out how much we have missed. Now, if I, with my love of beauty, were young— Here her meditations came to an abrupt halt. Had not Demetrius promised that if he succeeded in his experiment, youth would be hers again? Youth united to experience? But would that be a desirable result? She wondered. "The old story," she sighed. "The old legend of Faust and the Devil, the thirst of mankind for a longer extension of youth and life. Only in my case I have not asked for these things, nor have I tried to summon up the devil. I am just an unwanted woman, unwanted so far as the world is concerned, but useful just now as a subject for the recharging of cells." She gave a half-weary, half-scornful gesture and resumed her work, and for an hour or more sat patiently translating and writing. But her thoughts were rebels and went breaking into all manner of unfamiliar places. Moreover, she herself felt more or less rebellious and disposed to fight against destiny. At midday the sun, which had been teasing the earth with shy glimpses of glory all the morning, shone out superbly, and set such a coronal of light on her hair as she sat at her desk, that if she could have seen herself she might have been flattered at the effect. But she was only conscious of the brightness that filled the room, a brightness that equally took possession of her mind and filled her with cheerfulness. She even allowed herself a little run into the realms of fancy. "Suppose he should succeed in his perfectly impossible task," she said. "I, his subject, shall have him in my power. I never thought of that. Yet it's worth thinking about. I shall have given him the triumph of his life. He will set some value upon me then, and he'll never be able to forget me. More than that, according to his own assertion, I shall be young. And he spoke of beauty too. All nonsense, of course, but if he makes me the crowning success of all his studies, I shall hold him in the hollow of my hand." Stimulated by this thought, she sprang up and stood proudly erect, a smile on her lips and radiance in her eyes. "With all his learning, his calculations, and his cold-blooded science, yes, I shall hold him in the hollow of my hand." Recalling herself to her duties, she put all her papers and writing materials neatly away in order for the next morning's work, and leaving the library, went out in the garden for a turn in the fresh air before luncheon. The noonday sunshine was at the full, and her whole being responded to its warmth and brightness. A new outlook had presented itself to her view, and all hesitation, vexation, fear and depression vanished like a mist blown aside by the wind. She was entirely resolved now to go through with whatsoever strange ordeals Demetrius might ordain, no matter how much physical or mental suffering she might have to endure. "The die is cast," she said, gaily, addressing herself to a group of pine trees stiff with frost. "I'm all for youth and beauty, or death! On, Diana!" That afternoon she went off for a walk by herself as it was frequently her custom to do. She was allowed perfect freedom of action after the morning working hours. She could go and come as she liked, and both Dr. Demetrius and his mother made it plainly evident that they trusted her implicitly. She avoided Geneva. She instinctively felt that it would be wiser not to be seen there, as the people of the hotel where she had stayed might recognize her. One of her favourite walks was along the Morneau road to a quaint little villa occupied by Professor Chauvet. This somewhat grim and ironical man of much learning had taken a great fancy to her, and she always made herself charming in his company, partly out of real liking for him, and partly out of compassion for his loneliness. For, apparently, he had no one in the world to care whether he lived or died, the only person to attend upon him being a wrinkled, toothless old woman from the Canton Grisons, whose cooking was execrable, while her excessive cleanliness was beyond reproach. Diana loved to hear the Professor's half-cynical, half-kindly talk. She laughingly encouraged him to lay down the law, as he delighted to do, on all things human and divine, and she was never tired of turning over his really unique and wonderful collection of unset gems, of which he had enough to excite the cupidity of any American wife of a millionaire. Enough, certainly, to make him rich, though he lived in the style of an exceedingly poor man. "You have the saddest fire I ever saw," she said, on this particular afternoon, as she entered his study without warning, as she was now quite accustomed to do, and found him sitting absorbed over a book, regardless of the smouldering wood in the grate which threatened to become altogether extinguished. "Let me make it cheerful for you." She set to work, while he pushed his spectacles up from his eyes to his forehead, and regarded her with unassisted vision. "What have you been doing to yourself?" he asked. Then, "Are you sure you are quite well?" She looked up from the logs she was piling dexterously together, surprised and smiling. "Quite well? Of course I am. Never felt better. Do I look ill?" Professor Chauvet got up and stretched his legs. "Not ill?" he replied. "No, but feverish. Singularly so. Eyes too bright, lips too red. Spiteful women would say you had put belladonna in the one and carmine on the other. Let me feel your pulse." She laughed and gave him her hand. He pressed his fingers on the cool, firm wrist. "No, nothing the matter there," he said, wrinkling his fuzzy brows in a puzzled line. "It is the pulse of youth and strong heart action. Well, what is it?" "What is what?" queried Diana, merrily, as she settled the logs to her satisfaction and kindled them into sparkling flame. "I know of nothing in myself that is, or isn't." He smiled a wry smile. "There you express the sum and substance of all philosophy," he said. "Plato himself could go no further. All the same, there's an 'is' about you that 'wasn't.' What do you make of that? And if you haven't been doing anything to yourself, what has our friend Feodor Dimitrius been doing to you?" The question, though put suddenly, did not throw her off her guard. She met it with clear, upraised eyes and a look of wonder. "Why, what on earth should he do?" she asked, lightly. "He's giving me quite a pleasant time in Switzerland. That's all." "Oh, that's all, eh?" repeated Chauvet, baffled for the moment. "Well, I'm glad you are having a pleasant time. Judging by your looks, Switzerland agrees with you. But Dimitrius is a queer fellow. It's no use falling in love with him, you know." She laughed very merrily. "My dear Professor, you talk as if I were a girl likely to moon and sentimentalize over the first man that comes in my way. I'm not young enough for that sort of thing." The Professor stuck his hands deep in his pockets and appeared to meditate. "No, perhaps not," he said. "But experience has taught me that people fall in love at the most unexpected ages. I have seen a child of 4, a girl, coquetting with a boy of 7. And I have also seen an old gentleman of 70-odd making himself exceedingly unpleasant by his too rabid admiration of a married lady of 40. These things will occur." "But that's not love," laughed Diana, seating herself in a deep easy chair opposite to him. "Come, come, Professor, you know it isn't. It's nonsense. And in the case of the old gentleman, very distressing nonsense. Now, show me that jewel you spoke of the other day. One that I've never seen. It's called the Eye of something or somebody." "The Eye of Rajuna," said Chauvet, solemnly. "A jewel with the history of a perished world behind it. Now, Miss May, you must not look at this remarkable stone in a spirit of trifling. It carries, compressed within its lustre, the soul's despair of a great queen. He paused, as if thinking, then went to an iron-bound safe which stood in one corner of the room, and unlocked it. Fumbling for a minute or two in its interior recesses, he presently produced a curious case made of rough hide and fastened with a band of gold. Opening it, a sudden flash of light sparkled from within, and Diana raised herself in her chair to look, with a little exclamation of wonderment. The extraordinary brilliancy of the jewel disclosed was like nothing she had ever seen. The stone appeared to be of a deep rose colour, but in its centre there was a moving point, as of blood-red liquid. This floating drop glittered with an unearthly lustre, and now and again seemed to emit rays as of living light. "What a marvellous gem!" Diana murmured. "And how beautiful! What do you call it? A ruby or a coloured diamond?" "Neither," answered Chauvet. "It does not belong to any class of known gems. It is the Eye of Rajuna, and in ages past it was set in the centre of the forehead of the statue of an Assyrian queen. She was a strange person in her day, of strong and imperious primitive passions, and she had rather a violent way of revenging herself for a wrong. She had a lover. All good-looking queens have lovers. It is only the ugly ones who are virtuous, and he grew tired of her in due course, as lovers generally tire." "Do they?" put in Diana. "Of course they do. That's why the bond of marriage was invented, to tie a man fast up to family duties so that he should not wander where he listeth, though he wanders just as much. But marriage is the only safeguard for his children. Rajuna, the queen, however, did not approve of her lover's wandering, and being, in her day, a great ruler, she could of course do as she liked with him. So she had him brought before her in chains, and slowly hacked to pieces in her presence, a little bit here and a little bit there, keeping him alive as long as possible so that he might see himself cut up. And finally, when the psychological moment came, she had herself robed and crowned in full imperial style, and, taking a sharp knife in her own fair hands, cut out his heart herself and threw it to her dogs in the palace courtyard below. This was one of the many jewels she wore on that historic occasion, and it was afterwards placed in the forehead of the statue which her people erected to the memory of their good and great Queen Rajuna." Diana listened with fascinated interest. Her eyes fastened on the weird jewel, and her whole expression one of complete absorption in the horror of the story she had heard. She was silent so long that Chauvet grew impatient. "Well, what do you think of it all?" he demanded. "I think that Assyrian queen, was quite right," she answered slowly. "She gave her false lover, physically, what he had given her morally. He had hacked her to pieces, bit by bit. He had taken her ideals, her hopes and confidences, and cut them all to shreds. And he had torn her heart out from its place. Yes, she was quite right. A traitor deserves a traitor's death. I would have done the same myself." He stared and glowered frowningly. "You? You? A gentle Englishwoman? You would have done the same?" She took the jewel from its case and held it up to the light, its red brilliance making her slender fingers rosy-tipped. "Yes, I would." And she smiled strangely. "I think women are all made in much the same mould, whether English or Assyrian. There is nothing they resent so deeply as treachery in love." "Yet they are treacherous themselves pretty often," said the Professor. "When they are not real women," declared Diana. "They are pussy-cats, toys. A true woman loves once and loves always." He looked at her askance. "I think you have been bitten, my dear lady," he said. "Your eloquence is the result of sad experience." "You are right," she answered, quietly, still holding the Eye of Rajuna and dangling it against the light. perfectly so. I have been bitten, as you put it, but it is long ago."
"Yet you cherish the idea of vengeance?" She laughed a little.
"I don't know, I cannot say. But when one has had life spoilt for one all undeservedly, one may wish to see the spoiler morally hung, drawn and quartered, in a sort of good old Tudor way. Yet my story is quite a common one. I was engaged to a man who threw me over after I had waited for him 7 years. Lots of women could tell the same tale, I dare say. He's married, and has a very fat wife and 5 hideous children."
"And are you not sufficiently avenged?" exclaimed Chauvet, melodramatically, with uplifted hands. "A fat wife and 5 hideous children! Surely far worse than the Eye of Rajuna." Her face was clear and radiant now as she put the jewel back in its case.
"Yes, possibly. But I sometimes fancy I should like to make sure that it is worse. I'm wickedly human enough to wish to see him suffer."
"And yet he's not worth such an expenditure of nerve force," said Chauvet, smiling kindly.
"Why not spare yourself for somebody else?"
She looked at him with something of pathos in her eyes.
"Somebody else? My dear Professor, there's not a soul in all the world that cares for me."
"You are wrong. I care," he replied with an emphasis that startled her. "I care so much that I'll marry you tomorrow if you'll have me." She was so amazed that for the moment she could not speak. He, perfectly calm and collected, continued with a kind of oratorical fervour. "I will marry you, I say. I find you charming and intelligent. Charm in woman is common. Intelligence is rare. You are a happy combination of the two. You are not a girl, neither am I a boy. But if you take me, you will not take a poor man. I am rich, much richer than anybody knows. I have become interested in you. More than this, I have grown fond of you. I would try my best, for the rest of my life, which cannot be very long, to make you happy. I would give you a pretty house in Paris, and all the luxuries which dainty women appreciate. And I promise I would not bore you, and at my death I would leave you all I possess, even the Eye of Rajuna. Stop now, before you speak. Think it over. I wish to give you plenty of time." Here his voice trembled a little. "For it will be a great blow, yes, a very great blow to me if you refuse." Taken by surprise as she was, Diana could not but appreciate the quiet and chivalrous manner of the Professor, as after having made his declaration and proposal he stood at attention, as it were, waiting for her first word. She rose from her chair and laid one hand on his arm. "Dear Professor," she began, hesitatingly. "Yes, that's good," he said. "Dear Professor is very good. And after that, what next?" "After that, just this," said Diana. "That I thank you for your kind and generous offer with all my heart. Still more do I thank you for saying you have grown fond of me. Nobody has said that for years. But I will not do you such wrong as to take advantage of your goodness to a woman you know nothing of. Not, at any rate, till you know something more. And, to be quite honest with you, I don't think I have it in my heart to love any man now." The Professor took the hand that rested on his arm and patted it encouragingly. "My dear lady, I am not asking for love," he said. "I would not do such an absurd thing for the world. Love is the great delusion of the ages, one of the 'springes to catch woodcocks,' as your Shakespeare says. I don't want it. I never had it, and don't expect it. I merely ask for permission to take care of you and make you as happy as I can for the rest of my life. I should like to do that. I should indeed. The stupid and conventional world will not allow me to do it without scandal unless I marry you. Therefore I ask you to go through this form with me. I would not be selfish. I would respect you in every way." He broke off, and, to close an embarrassing sentence, gently kissed the hand he held. Tears stood in Diana's eyes. "Oh, you are good, she murmured.
And I feel so ungrateful because I cannot please you by at once saying yes, but I should feel worse than ungrateful if I did, because it would be unfair to you, it would really, and yet—
"Don't say an absolute no, my dear," interrupted the Professor hastily. "Take time, I'll give you as long as you like, and live in hope." She smiled, though her eyes were wet. Her thoughts were all in a whirl. How had it chanced that she, so long content to be considered an old maid, should now receive an offer of marriage? Had she a right to refuse it? Professor Chauvet was a distinguished man of science, well known in Paris. His wife would occupy a position of dignity and distinction. Her salon would be filled with men of mark and women of high social standing. And he had grown fond of her, he said. That was the best and most wonderful thing of all. That anyone should be "fond" of her seemed to poor, lonely Diana the opening of the gates of paradise. May I," she faltered, presently. "You may do anything," replied Chauvet soothingly. "You may even box my ears if it will relieve your feelings." She laughed and looked up at him. It was a kind, rugged, clever face she saw, plain but shrewd, and though marked like a map with lines of thought and care, not without character and impressiveness. "I was rude to you the first night we met," she said irrelevantly. "So was I to you," he responded. "And you got the better of me. That's probably why I like you." She hesitated again. Then, "May I wait?" "Of course," he said. "Any time. Not too long. I want to settle it before I die." "Will it do when I have finished my visit to Madame Demetrius?" she asked. "She wishes me to stay with her for some months. She likes my company." "I should think she does," interposed Chauvet. "So should I." She laughed again. "You really are very nice," she said. "You ought to have married long ago." "That's neither here nor there," he answered. "I'm glad I didn't. I might have had a fat wife and 5 hideous children, like your old lover, and my life wouldn't have been worth a sou. Wouldn't it?" She was quite playful by this time, and taking a knot of violets from her own dress, pinned them in his buttonhole, much to his delight. "Of course not. With a fat wife and 5 children, what would have become of my work? I should never have done anything. As it is, the world may have to thank me for a few useful discoveries, though I dare say it will have to thank Feodor Dimitrius more." Her heart gave a quick throb. "Do you think him very clever?" she asked. "Clever? Clever as the devil! There never was such a man for bold experiment. I wonder he hasn't killed himself before now with his exploits in chemistry. However, let us keep to the point. As I understand it, you give me a little hope. You will not say yes or no till your time with Madame Demetrius is expired, till your visit to the Chateau Fragonard is ended. Is that so?" She bent her head. "And may I walk on air, buoyed up by hope, till then?" She looked a little troubled. "Dear Professor, I cannot promise anything," she said. "You see I am taken altogether by surprise, and gratitude. Give me time to think." "I will," he said, kindly. "And meanwhile we will keep our own confidence, and the subject shall be closed till you yourself reopen it. There! You can rely upon me. But think it all over well, reasonably and clearly. A husband who would care much for you, 10,000 a year, a house in Paris, and every comfort and luxury you could wish for, is not an absolutely melancholy prospect. Bless you, my dear. And now I'll lock up the Eye of Rajuna. It has looked upon us and has seen nothing of falsehood or treachery to warrant the shedding of blood." He moved away from her to place the jewel in his safe, and as he did so, said, "I have an aquamarine here which is the colour of a Sicilian sea in full summer, and I should like to give it to you now. I intend it for you. But the hawk eye of Demetrius would notice it, if you wore it, and you would suffer the cross-examination of a Torquemada.
However, you shall have it very soon as I can invent a little fable to give cover to its presentation. And, let me see." Here he turned round, smiling. "Well, upon my word, you have made up the fire capitally. Quite bright and cheery, and full of hope." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 15. That evening, Diana for the first time saw Demetrius in a somewhat irritable mood. He was sharp and peremptory of speech and impatient in manner.
"Where have you been all afternoon?"
he demanded, at dinner, fixing his eyes upon her with a piercing intensity. "With Professor Chauvet," she answered. "I wanted to see a famous Assyrian jewel he has. It is called the Eye of Rajuna." Demetrius shrugged his shoulders.
"Are you interested in that kind of thing?"
he queried, with a touch of disdain.
"A stolen gem, and therefore an unlucky one. Looted by a French officer from the forehead of a mutilated statue somewhere in the East. It's not a thing I should care to have."
"Nor I," agreed Diana, amicably. "But it's worth seeing." "The Professor is a great authority on precious stones," said Madame Demetrius. "You know, Feodor, you have always credited him with very exceptional knowledge on the subject."
"Of course," he replied. "But I was not aware that Miss May had any hankerings after jewels."
Diana laughed. She was amused to see him more or less in a kind of suppressed temper. "I haven't," she declared, gaily. "It would be no use if I had. Jewels are, and always have been, beyond my reach. But I like to know positively from the Professor that they are living things, feeling heat and cold just as we do, and that some of them shrink from diseased persons and lose their lustre, and are brilliant and happy with healthy ones. It is very fascinating."
"The Professor is not,"
remarked Demetrius, ironically. She raised her eyes, smilingly. "No?" "He's a very worthy man," put in Madame Demetrius, gently, "and very distinguished in his way. He's certainly not handsome."
"No men are, nowadays," said Demetrius. "The greed of money has written itself all over human physiognomy. Beauty is at a discount. There were never so many downright ugly human beings as there are today. The mark of the beast is on every forehead."
"I don't see it anywhere on yours," said Diana, sweetly. A reluctant half smile brightened his features for a moment. Then he gave a disdainful gesture.
"I dare say it's there all the same," he replied, shortly. "Or it may be branded too deeply for you to see."
He paused, and with an abrupt change of tone said,
"Mother, can you be ready to go to Davos this week?"
She looked up, placidly smiling. "Certainly. I shall be very glad to go. Diana will like it too, I'm sure."
"Good. Then we'll start the day after tomorrow. I have engaged rooms. There are one or two things I must settle before leaving, not very important."
Here he rose from the table, dinner being concluded, and addressed Diana.
"I want you for a few moments," he said, rather peremptorily. "Join me, please, in the laboratory."
He left the room. His mother and Diana looked at one another in smiling perplexity. Diana laughed. "He's cross," she declared. "Chère madame, he's cross. It's a positive miracle. The cool scientist and calm philosopher is in a bit of a temper." Madame Demetrius gave a rather regretful and unwilling assent. Truth to tell, the gentle old lady was more bewildered than satisfied with certain things that were happening, and which perplexed and puzzled her. As, for example, when Diana took her arm and affectionately escorted her from the dining room to the drawing room, she could not refrain from wondering at the singular grace and elegance of the once plain and angular woman. She might almost be another person, so different was she to the one who had arrived at the Chateau Fragonard in answer to her son's advertisement. But she had promised to say nothing, and she kept her word, though she thought none the less of the flaming sword and the terrific problem her son had apparently determined to solve. Meanwhile, Diana, having settled her cosily by the fire with her knitting, ran quickly off to obey the command of Demetrius. She had never been asked to go near the laboratory since her first visit there, and she hardly knew how to find the corridor leading to it. She looked for the negro, Vasho, but, though he had waited upon them at dinner, he was now nowhere to be seen. So, trusting to memory and chance, she groped her way down a long passage so dark that she had to feel the walls on both sides to steady her steps as she went, and she was beginning to think she had taken an entirely wrong direction, when a dull, coppery glitter struck a shaft of light through the gloom, and she knew she was near her goal. A few more cautious steps, and she stood opposite the great door, which glowed mysteriously red and golden, as though secret fire were mixing living flame with its metal. It was shut. How could she open it, or make her presence outside it known? Recollecting that Vasho had merely laid his hand upon it, she presently ventured to do the same, and soon had the rather terrifying satisfaction of seeing the huge portal swing upwards yawningly, disclosing the interior of the vast dome and the monstrous wheel. But what a different scene was now presented to her eyes! When first she had entered this mysterious laboratory, it had been in broad daylight, and the sun had poured its full glory through the overarching roof of crystal. But now it was night, and instead of sunshine there was a cloud of fire. Or, rather, it might be described as a luminous mist of the deep, rich hue of a damask rose. Through this vaporous veil could be seen the revolving wheel, which now had the appearance of a rainbow circle. Every inch of space was full of the radiant rose haze, and it was so dazzling and confusing to the sight that, for a moment, Diana could not move. With a vague sense of terror, she dimly felt that the door had closed behind her. But, studying her nerves, she waited, confident that Demetrius would soon appear. And she was right. He stepped suddenly out of the rosy mist, with a casual air, as if there were nothing unusual in the surroundings. "Well," he said, "courageous as ever." "Is there anything to be afraid of?" she asked. "To me it looks wonderful, beautiful."
"Yes, it is the essence of all wonder and all beauty," he answered. "It is a form of condensed light, the condensation which, when imprisoned by natural forces within a mine under certain conditions, gives you rubies, diamonds, and other precious stones. And in the water beneath, which you cannot see just now, owing to the vapour, there is sufficient radium to make me 10 times a millionaire."
"And you will not part with any of it?"
"I do part with some of it when I find it useful to do so," he said, "but very seldom. I am gradually testing its real properties. The scientists will perhaps be 500 years at work discussing and questioning what I may prove in a single day. But I do not wish to enter upon these matters with you. You are my subject, as you know, and I want to prepare you. The time has come when you must be ready for anything."
"I am,"
she interrupted, quickly. "You respond eagerly." And he fixed his eyes upon her with a strange, piercing look. "But that is because you are strong and defiant of fate. You are beginning to experience that saving vanity which deems itself indestructible."
She made no answer. She lifted her eyes to the highest point of the slowly turning wheel, and its opaline flare, falling through the rose mist, gave her face an unearthly lustre.
"We are going to Davos Platz," he continued, "because it will not do to remain here through the winter. I want the finest, cleanest air, rarefied and purified by the constant presence of ice and snow, to aid me in my experiment. Moreover, certain changes in you will soon become too apparent to escape notice, and people will talk. Already Baroness Roussillon is beginning to ask questions.
"About me?"
asked Diana, amused. "About you. Tell me, have you looked in your mirror lately?"
"Only just to do my hair," she answered. "I avoid looking at my own face as much as possible."
"Why?"
She hesitated. "Well, I don't want to be deluded into imagining myself good-looking when I'm not."
He smiled. "Resolute woman. Now listen. From this day forward I shall give you one measure of what you call my 'golden fire' every fortnight. You have experienced its first effect. What future effects it may have I cannot tell you, but as a subject of my experiment you must submit to the test. If you suffer bodily pain or mental confusion from its action, tell me at once, and I will do my best to spare you unnecessary suffering. You understand?"
She had grown very pale, even to the lips, but she answered, quietly, "I understand. You have never asked me exactly what I did feel the first time I took it. I may as well confess now that I thought I was dying."
"You will think so again, and yet again," he said, coolly. "And you may die. That's all I have to say about it."
She stood immovable, bathed, as it were, in the rosy radiance exhaled by the slow and now almost solemn movement of the great wheel. She thought of the kindliness of Professor Chauvet, his plain and unadorned proposal of marriage, his simple admission that he had "grown fond" of her, his offer of his name and position united to a house in Paris and 10,000 a year, and contrasted all this with the deliberate, calculating callousness of the man beside her, lost to every consideration but the success or failure of his experiment, and a passionate resentment began to burn in her soul. But she said nothing. She had rushed upon her own fate. There was no way out of it now. He moved away from her to unlock the tiny fairy-like shrine which concealed the slow dropping of the precious liquid mysteriously distilled by the unknown process which apparently involved so much vast mechanism, and, placing a small phial under the delicate tube from which the drops fell at long, slow intervals, waited till one, glittering like a rare jewel, was imprisoned within it. She watched him, with more disdain than fear, and her eyes were brilliant and almost scornful as he raised himself from his stooping position and faced her. The pale blue dress she wore was transformed by the rosy light around her into a rich purple, and as she stood fixedly regarding him, there was something so proud and regal in her aspect that he paused, vaguely astonished. "What is the matter with you?" he asked. "Are you angry?" "Who am I that I should be angry?" she retorted. "I am only a slave." He frowned. "Are you going to play the capricious woman at this late hour and show temper?" he said impatiently. "I am in no humour for reproaches. You promised loyalty—" "Have I broken my promise?" she demanded. "No, not yet. But you look as if you might break it." She gave a slight, yet expressive gesture of contempt. "What a poor thing you are as a man, after all!" she exclaimed. "Here, in the presence of the vast forces you have bent to your use, here, with your 'subject,' a mere woman, entirely at your disposal, you doubt! You disbelieve in my sworn word, which is as strong as all your science, perhaps stronger! Come, you look like a conspirator who has extracted poison from some mysterious substance, and who is longing to try it on a victim. Do you want me to take it now?" He gazed at her with a sudden sense of fear. Almost her courage overmastered his will. There was something austere and angelic in that slight figure with the rosy waves of vapour playing about it and turning its azure draperies to royal purple, and for the first time he wondered whether there was not something deliberately brutal in his treatment of her. Rallying his self-possession, he answered, "When we are outside this place you can take it, if you will." "Why not inside?" she asked. "Here, where the vapours of your witch's cauldron simmer and steam, where I can feel your melting fires pricking every vein and nerve." And she stretched out her arms towards the wheel of strange opalescent light which now revolved almost at a snail's pace. "Make short work of me, Dr. Demetrius! This is the place for it!" On a sudden impulse he sprang to her side and seized her hand.
"Diana, you think me a pitiless murderer!"
She looked straight into his eyes. "No, I don't. I think you simply a man without any feeling except for yourself and your own aims. There are thousands, aye, millions of your sex like you. You are not extraordinary."
"If I succeed you will have cause to thank me."
"Possibly," she answered with a slight smile. "But you know gratitude sometimes takes curious and unexpected forms. One of the commonest is hatred of the person who has done you a kindness. Come, give me that fire drop. It is restless in its prison. We are fighting a strange duel, you and I. You are all for self, and your own ultimate triumph. I am selfless, having nothing to lose or to win."
"Nothing?"
he repeated.
"Foolish woman, you cannot foresee, you cannot project yourself into the future. Suppose I gave you youth? Suppose, with youth, I gave you beauty? Would you then call me selfish?"
"Why, yes, of course," she answered, composedly. "You would not give such gifts to me because you had any desire to make me happy. Nor would you give them if you could secure them for yourself without endangering your life. If you succeed in your attempts, they would fall to my lot naturally as part of your experiment, and would prove your triumph. But as far as my personality is concerned, you would not care what became of me, though with youth and beauty I might turn the tables on you." She laughed, then said again, "Give me my dose."
"I told you before that it would be better to take it when we go outside the laboratory," he answered. "Suppose you became insensible, I could not leave you here."
"Why not?" she demanded, recklessly. "It would not matter to you. Please give it to me. Whether I live or die, I like doing things quickly." With a certain sense of mingled compassion, admiration and reluctance, he handed her the phial. She looked with intent interest at the shining drop pent within, which glowed like a fine topaz, now fiery orange, now red, now pale amber, and moved up and down as rapidly and restlessly as quicksilver. "How pretty it is!" she said. "If it would only condense and harden into a gem, one would like to wear it in a ring. It would outshine all Professor Chauvet's jewels. Well, Dr. Demetrius, good night. If I fall into your dark pool, don't trouble to fish me out. But if not, don't leave me here till morning." And, smiling, she put the phial to her lips and swallowed its contents. Demetrius stood silently watching. Would she swoon as she almost did the last time? Or would she be convulsed? No. She remained erect, unswerving. But, as if by some automatic movement, she lifted her arms slowly and clasped her hands above her head in an attitude of prayer. Her eyes closed, her breathing was scarcely perceptible, and so she remained as though frozen into stone. Moved beyond his usual calm by wonderment at this unexpected transformation of a living woman into a statue, he called her. But she gave no answer, and then another remarkable thing happened. An aureole of white light began to form round her figure, beginning from the head and falling in brilliant rays to the feet. Her dress seemed a woven tissue of marvellous colours such as one finds painted for the robes of saints in antique missals, and her features, outlined against the roseate mist that filled the laboratory, were pure and almost transparent as alabaster. Thrilled with excitement, he could not speak, he dared not move. He could only look, as though all his forces were concentrated in his eyes. How many minutes passed he could not determine, but he presently saw the light begin to pale. One ray after another disappeared, quite slowly, and as though each one were absorbed, by some mysterious means, into the motionless figure which had seemingly projected them. Then, with equal slowness, Diana's upraised hands relaxed, and her arms dropped to her sides. Her eyes opened, brilliant and inquiring. He went to her side. "Diana," he said, in carefully hushed tones. "Diana." "Why did you wake me?" she asked plaintively, in a voice of melting sweetness. "Why take me away from the garden I had found? It was all mine, and there were many friends. They said they had not seen me for centuries. I should have liked to stay with them a little longer."
He listened, in something of alarm. Had she lost her senses? He knew it was possible that the potent force of his mysterious distillation might so attack the centres of the brain as to reverse their normal condition. He touched her hand. It was warm and soft as velvet. "Still dreaming, Diana?" he said, as gently as he could. "Will you not come with me now?" She turned her eyes upon him. There was no sign of brain trouble in those clear orbs of vision. They were calm mirrors of sweet expression.
"Oh, it is you," she said in more natural tones. "I really thought I had gone away from you altogether. It was a delightful experience." He was a trifle vexed. He hardly cared to hear that going away from him altogether was a delightful experience. She was rapidly recovering from her trance-like condition, and swept back her hair from her brows with a relieved, yet puzzled gesture. "So it's all over," she said. "I'm here just the same as ever. I was sure I had gone away."
"Where?"
he asked. "Oh, ever so far," she answered. "I was carried off by people I couldn't see, but they were kind and careful, and it was quite easy going. And then I came to a garden. Oh, such an exquisite place, full of the loveliest flowers. Somebody said it was mine. I wish it were."
"You were dreaming," he said impatiently. "There's nothing in dreams. The chief point to me is that you have not suffered any pain. You have nothing to complain of?" She thought a minute, trying to recall her sensations.
"No," she answered, truthfully. "Nothing."
"Good. Then I can proceed without fear," he said. "Enough for tonight. We will go." Her eyes were fixed on the revolving wheel.
"It goes slowly because the sunshine has gone, I suppose?" she asked. "And all the light it produces now is from the interior stores it has gathered up in the day?" He was surprised at the quickness of her perception.
"Yes, that is so," he said.
"Then it never stops absolutely dead?"
"Never."
She smiled. "Wonderful, Dimitrius! You have built up a little mechanical universe of your own, and you are the god of it! You must be very pleased with yourself."
"I am equally pleased with you," he said. "You surpass all my expectations."
"Thanks so much!" And she curtsied to him playfully. "May I say good night? Will not your mother wonder where we are?"
"My mother is too sensible a woman to question my movements," he replied. "Come, you are sure you feel quite strong and well?"
"Quite sure," she said, then paused, surprised at the intense way he looked at her.
"Have you ever heard these lines?"
he asked, suddenly.
"Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. Her beauty hangs upon the cheek of night, like a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Beauty too rich for youth, for earth too dear."
Diana smiled happily. "Of course! Shakespeare's utterance! Who else has ever written or could write such lines?"
"I'm glad you know them," he said, musingly. "They occurred to me just now, when—" He broke off abruptly. "Come," he repeated. "We shall not see this place again for a couple of months, perhaps longer. And the sooner we get away, the better."
"Why?" asked Diana, surprised.
"Why?"
And a curious, half-frowning expression darkened his brows.
"You must wait to know why. You will not have to wait long."
He signed to her to keep close behind him, and together they moved like phantom figures through the rosy mist that enveloped them, till, at the touch of his wizard hand, the door swung upwards to give them egress, and descended again noiselessly as they passed out. The corridor, previously dark, was now dimly lit, but it was more a matter of groping than seeing,
and Diana was glad when they reached the pleasantly warm and well-illumined hall of the house. There he turned and faced her. "Now, not a word!" he said, with imperative sharpness. "Not a word of what you have seen, or dreamed, to my mother. Say good night to her, and go." She lifted her eyes to his in something of wonder and protest, but obeyed his gesture and went straight into the drawing room, where Madame Dimitrius sat as usual, quietly knitting. "I am to bid you good night," she said, smiling, as she knelt down for a moment by the old lady's chair. "Dear, your son is very cross, and I'm going to bed." Madame Dimitrius gazed upon her in utter amazement and something of fear. The face uplifted to hers was so radiant and fair that for a moment she was speechless, and the old hands that held the knitting trembled. Remembering her son's command in good time, she made a strong effort to control herself and forced a smile. "That's right, my dear," she said. "Bed is the best place when you're tired. I don't think Feodor means to be cross." "Oh no," agreed Diana, springing up from her kneeling attitude and kissing Madame's pale cheek. "He doesn't mean to be anything, but he is. Good night, dearest lady. You are always kind and sweet to me, and I'm grateful." With those words and an affectionate wave of her hand, she went, and the moment she had left the room Dimitrius entered it. His mother rose from her chair and made a gesture with her hands as though she were afraid and sought to repel him. He took those nervous, wavering hands and held them tenderly in his own. "What's the matter, mother mine?" he asked, playfully. "You have seen her?" "Feodor, Feodor, you are dealing with strange powers, perhaps powers of evil. Oh, my son, be careful what you do," she implored, almost tearfully. "You may not go too far." "Too far, too far," he echoed, lightly. "There is no too far or farthest where nature and science lead. The flaming sword, it turns every way to keep the tree of life, but I see the blossom under the blade." She looked up at his dark, strong face in mingled fondness and terror. "You cannot recreate life, Feodor," she said. "Why not?" he demanded. "Today our surgeons graft new flesh on old and succeed in their design. Why should not fresh cells of life be formed through nature's own germinating processes to take the place of those that perish? It is not an impossible theory. I do not waste my time on problems that can never be solved. Come, come, mother! Put your superstitious terrors aside, and if you have the faith in God that I have, you will realize that there are no powers of evil save man's own uncontrolled passions, which he inherits from the brute creation, and which it is his business to master. No mere brute beast foraging the world for prey can be an astronomer, a scientist, a thinker, or a ruler of the powers of life, but a man with self-control, reason, and devout faith, with humility, can. For is not the evolvement of his being only a little lower than the angels?" She sighed, half incredulous. "But beauty," she said. "Actual beauty." "Beauty is a thing of health, form, and atmosphere," he answered. "Easy enough to attain with these forces suitably combined, and no malign environment. Now, dearest mother, puzzle yourself no more over my mysteries. You have seen Diana, and you can guess my reason for wishing to get away to Davosplatz as soon as possible. People here will talk and wonder. At Davos no one has seen her. Not as she was when she first arrived here, and no questions are likely to be asked. Besides, the experiment is not half completed, it has only just begun." "When will it be finished?" his mother asked. He smiled, and stooping, kissed her forehead. "Not till the summer solstice," he said, "when light and heat are at their best and strongest. Then I may reach my goal and win my victory." "And then?" "And then?" he echoed, smiling. "Ah, who knows what then? Possibly a happier world. And yet, did not the angel Uriel say to the prophet Esdras, The Most High hath made this world for the many, but the world to come for the few. My secret is a part of the world to come."
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 16. 2 or 3 days later, the Chateau Fragonard was closed. Its windows were shuttered and its gates locked. The servants were dismissed, all save Vachot, who, with his black face, white teeth, rolling eyes and dumb lips, remained as sole custodian. The usual callers called in vain, and even the Baroness Roussillon, a notable and persistent inquirer into all matters of small social interest, could learn nothing beyond the fact, written neatly on a card which Vachot handed to all visitors, that Dr. and Madame Demetrius had left home for several weeks. Of Diana May no information was given. Among those who were the most surprised and deeply chagrined at this turn of events was the Marchese Farnese, who had himself been compelled to be away for some time on business in Paris, but who had returned as soon as he could to Geneva, in the hope of improving his acquaintance with Diana sufficiently to procure some sort of reliable information as to the problems and projects of Demetrius. His disappointment was keen and bitter, for not only did he find her gone, but he could obtain no clue as to her whereabouts, and even Professor Chauvet had been left very much in the dark, for Diana had only written to him the briefest note, running thus: "Dear kind friend, I am going away for a little while with Madame Demetrius, who needs change of air and scene. But I will let you know directly I come back. I shall think of you very often while absent. Affectionately yours, Diana." Chauvet put by these brief lines very preciously in the safe where he kept his jewels. Affectionately yours was a great consolation, he thought. They almost touched the verge of tenderness. There was surely hope for him. And he amused himself in his solitary hours with the drawing of an exquisite design for a small coronal to be worn in Diana's hair, wherein he purposed having some of his rarest jewels set in a fashion of his own. Meanwhile, the frozen stillness of an exceptionally dreary and bitter winter enveloped the Chateau Fragonard and its beautiful gardens, and no one was ever seen to go to it or come from it, though there were certain residents on the opposite side of the lake who could perceive its roof and chimneys through the leafless trees, and who declared that its great glass dome was always more or less illumined, as though a light were constantly kept burning within. Rumour was busy at first with all sorts of suggestions and contradictions, but as there appeared to be no foundation for any one of them, the talk gradually wore itself out, most people being always too much interested in themselves to keep up any interest in others for long. But had rumour a million eyes, as it is said to have a million tongues, it might well have had occasion to use them all during the full swing of that particular season at Davos Platz, where, in the winter sports and gaieties of the time, Diana was an admired belle and universal favourite. She, who only 3 or 4 months previously had been distinctly on the shelf, or in the way, was now flattered and sought after by a whole train of male admirers, who apparently could never have enough of her society. She conversed brilliantly, danced exquisitely, and skated perfectly, so perfectly indeed that one fatuous elderly gentleman nicknamed her the Ice Queen, and another, younger but not less enterprising, addressed her as Boule de Neige, conceiving the title prettier in French than in rough English as Snowball. She accepted the attentions lavished upon her with amused indifference, which made her still more attractive to men whose "sporting" tendencies are invariably sharpened by obstacles in the way of securing their game, and, much to her own interest, found herself the centre of all sorts of rivalries and jealousies. "If they only knew my age!" she thought one day. "If they only knew!" But they did not know, and it would have been quite impossible for them to guess. Thus much Diana herself was now forced to concede. Every day her mirror showed her a fair, unworn face, with the softly rounded outline of youth and the clear eyes which betoken the unconscious joy of perfect health and vitality, and the change in her was so marked and manifest that she no longer hesitated to speak to Madame Demetrius about it when they were alone together. At first the old lady was very nervous of the subject, and fearful lest she should in some way displease her masterful son, but Diana reassured her, promising that he should never know the nature or extent of their confidences. It was a great relief to them both when they entered into closer mutual relations, and decided to talk to each other freely, especially to Madame Demetrius, who was anxious to be made certain that Diana was not in any physical suffering or mental distress through the exercise of Feodor's extraordinary and, as she imagined, almost supernatural powers. She was soon satisfied on that score, for Diana could assure her, with truth, that she had never felt better or brighter. "It's like a new life," she said one day as she sat at the window of their private sitting-room in the hotel, which commanded a fine view of the snowy mountain summits. "I feel as if I had somehow been born again. All my past years seem rolled away like so much rubbish. I've often thought of those words, 'Except ye be born again, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of God.' They used to be a mystery to me, but they're not so mysterious now, and it is just like entering the kingdom of God, to look out on this glorious beauty of the mountains, the snow and the pine trees, and to feel alive to it all, grateful for it all, loving it all, as I do." Madame Demetrius regarded her earnestly. "You do not think, then," she suggested, "that my son is guilty of any offence against the Almighty by his dealings with these strange, unknown forces?" "Dear madam," interrupted Diana, quickly, "do not for a moment entertain such an idea. It belongs to those foolish times when the Church was afraid to know the truth, and tortured people for telling it. What offence can there be in exerting to the utmost the intelligent faculties God has given us, and in studying to find out the wonderful advantages and benefits which may be possessed by those who cultivate reason and knowledge? I think it is a far greater offence against God to wilfully remain in ignorance of His goodness to us all." "Perhaps," and the old lady sighed, then smiled, "I'm afraid I am one of those who darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge. But, after all, the great thing for me is that I see you well and happy, and, greatest marvel of all, growing younger every day. You see that for yourself, don't you? And you feel it?" "Yes." And as she spoke, a strange, far-away look came into Diana's eyes. "But there is one thing I wish I could explain, even to myself. I feel well, happy, keenly alive to all I see and hear, and yet there is an odd sensation back of it all, a feeling that I have no feeling." "My dear Diana!" And Madame Demetrius's pale blue eyes opened a little wider. "What a strange thing to say! You are full of feeling." Diana shook her head decisively. "No, I'm not. It's all put on. It is, really. That is, so far as human beings and human events are concerned, I feel nothing whatever about them. The only feeling I have is a sort of suppressed ecstasy of delight in beauty. The beauty of the skies, the effects of sunlight on the hills and plains, the loveliness of a flower, or a bit of exquisite natural scenery. But I have somehow lost the sense of all association with humanity." "But, my dear girl," began Madame in perplexity.
Diana laughed.
"Now you call me a girl too!" she exclaimed merrily. "Just as they all do here in this hotel. I'm not a girl at all. I'm a woman of mature years, but nobody would believe it. Even Dr. Feodor himself is getting puzzled, for he addressed me as 'dear child' this very morning." She laughed again, her pretty laugh, which was like a musical cadence. "Yes, dear madam, it's a fact. With my renewal of youth I'm developing youth's happy-go-lucky indifference to emotions. People, the creatures that walk about on two legs and eat and talk, have absolutely no interest for me. Unless they do something absurd which they imagine to be clever, and that makes me laugh sometimes. Not always. Even your wonderful son, with his amazing powers, and his magnetic eyes, which used to send a thrill right down my spine, fails to move me now to any concern as to my ultimate fate in his hands. I know that he is, so far, succeeding in his experiment, but what the final result may be I don't know. And I don't care." "You don't care?" echoed Madame, in bewilderment. "Really and truly? You don't care?" "No, not a bit. That's just the worst of it. See here, you dear kind woman. Here I am, a bought subject for Dr. Feodor to try his skill upon. He told me plainly enough on one occasion that it wouldn't matter and couldn't be helped if I died under his treatment, and I quite agreed with him. Up to the present I'm not dead, and don't feel like dying, but I'm hardening. Yes, that's it, steadily, slowly hardening. Not in my muscles, not in my arteries, no, but in my sentiments and emotions which are becoming positively nil."
Her merry laugh rang out again, and her eyes sparkled with amusement. But what a good thing it is, after all! Men are so fond of telling one that they hate emotions, so it's just as well to be without them. Now, for instance, I'm having a splendid time here. I love all the exercise in the open air, the skating, tobogganing, and dancing in the evening. It's all great fun, but I don't feel that it is as splendid as it seems. Men flatter me every day. They say, 'How well you skate,' or 'How well you dance,' 'How well you play,' or even 'How charming you look.' And if such things had been said to me in England 6 months ago, I should have been so happy and at ease that I should never have been afraid and awkward, as I generally was in society. But now, why now I simply don't care. I only think what fools men are." "But you must remember," said Madame Demetrius gently, "you were very different in appearance 6 months ago to what you are now." "Exactly, that's just it." And Diana gave an expressive gesture of utter disdain. "That's what I hate and despise. One is judged by looks only. I'm just the same woman as ever. 6 months ago I danced as well, skated as well, and played the piano as well as I do now. But no one ever gave me the smallest encouragement. Now everything I do is made the subject of exaggerated compliment, by the men, of course. Not by the women. They always hate a successful rival of their own sex. Ah, how petty and contemptible it all is! You see, I'm growing young looks with old experience. Rather a dangerous combination of forces, I think. However, if our souls become angels when we die, they will have a vast experience to look back upon, dating from the beginning of creation. And looking back so far, they will understand all," said Madame Demetrius. "As one of our great writers has said, to know all is to pardon all." Diana shrugged her shoulders. "Perhaps," she carelessly conceded. "But that's just where I should fail as an angel. I cannot pardon all. I hold a standing grudge against injustice, callousness, cruelty, and cowardice. I forgive none of these things. I loathe a hypocrite, especially a pious one. I should take pleasure in revenge of some sort on any such loathsome creature. I would rather save a fly from drowning in the milk jug than a treacherous human being from the gallows." "Dear me," and Madame smiled. "You speak very strongly, Diana, especially when you assure me that you cannot feel." "Oh, I can feel hatred," said Diana. "That sort of feeling seems to have a good grip of me. But love, interest, sympathy for other folks? No, 10,000 times no. One might love a man with all the ardour and passion of a lifetime, and yet he may be capable of boasting of your interest in him at his club, and damaging your reputation. You know some clubs are like old washerwomen's corners where they meet to talk scandal. And you may waste half your time in interest and sympathy for other folks, and they'll only ask dubiously, 'What is it all for?' and round on you at the first opportunity, never crediting you with either honesty or unselfishness in your words or actions. No, it's best to play the world's puppets, never to become one of them." "You are bitter, my dear," commented Madame. "I think it is because you have missed a man's true love." Diana laughed and sprang up from her chair. "Maybe," she replied, "but a man's true love, as I see it, seems hardly worth the missing. You are a dear sentimental darling. You have lived in the early Victorian manner, finding an agreeable lover who gave you his heart, after the fashion of an antique valentine, and whom you married in the proper and conventional style, and in due course gave him a baby. That's it. And oh, such a baby! Feodor Demetrius, Doctor of Sciences and Master of innumerable secrets of nature, yet, after all, only your baby. It is a miracle. But I wonder if it was worth while. Don't mind my nonsense, dearest lady. Just think of me as hardening and shining, like bits of the glacier we saw the other day, which only move about an inch in 1,000 years. There's a sports ball on the ice tonight. A full moon, too, and your wonderful son has agreed to skate with me. I wish you would come and look at us." "I'm too old," said Madame Demetrius, with a slight sigh. "I wish Feodor would make me young as he is making you." "He's afraid!" And Diana stood looking at her for a moment. "He's afraid of killing you, but he's not afraid of killing me." With that she went, and Madame, laying down her work, folded her hands and prayed silently that no evil might come to her beloved son through the strange mysteries which he was seeking to solve, and which to her simple and uninstructed mind appeared connected with the powers of darkness rather than the powers of light. That evening Diana scored a triumph as belle of the "sports" ball, attired in a becoming skating costume of black velvet trimmed with white fur, with a charming little toque hat to match, set jauntily on her bright hair, and a bunch of edelweiss at her throat. She figured as an extremely pretty girl, and her admirers were many. When Demetrius came to claim his promised glissade by her side, she welcomed him smilingly, yet with an indifference which piqued him. "Are you tired?" he asked. "Would you rather not skate any more just now?" She gave him an amused look. "I am never tired," she said. "I could skate forever if it were not, like all things, certain to become monotonous. And I'm sure it's very good of you to skate with a woman of mature years, when there are so many nice girls about." "You are the prettiest girl here," he answered with a smile. "Everyone says so." "And what do you say to everyone?" she demanded. "I agree, naturally." He took her hand, and together they started skimming easily over the ice,
now shining like polished crystal in the radiance of the moon and the light thrown from the torches set round the expanse of the skating ground by the hotel purveyors of pleasure for their visitors. Diana's lightness and grace of movement had from the first been the subject of admiring comment in the little world of humanity gathered for the season on those Swiss mountain heights, but this evening she seemed to surpass herself, and, with Demetrius, executed wonderful steps and figures at flying speed with the ease of a bird on the wing. Men looked on in glum annoyance that Demetrius should have so much of her company, and women eyed her with scarcely concealed jealousy. But at the end of an hour she said she had enough of it, and pulling off her skates, she walked with a kind of sedate submissiveness beside Demetrius, away from the gay scene on the ice, back to the hotel. Their way led through an avenue of pine trees, which, stiffly uplifting their spear-like points to the frosty skies and bright moon, looked like fantastic giant sentinels on guard for the night. Stopping abruptly in the midst of the eerie winter stillness, she said suddenly, "Dr. Feodor, do you know I've had 3 proposals of marriage since I've been here?" He smiled indulgently. "Aye, indeed. I'm not surprised. And you have refused them all?" "Of course. What's the good of them?" His dark eyes glittered questioningly upon her through their veiling, sleepy lids. "The good of them? Well, really, that is for you to decide, if you want a husband." "I don't!" she said emphatically, with a decisive little stamp of her foot on the frozen ground. "I should hate him." "Unhappy wretch! Why?" "Oh, because—" She hesitated, then laughed. "Because he would be always about. He'd have the right to go with me everywhere. Such a bore!" "Love," began Demetrius sententiously. "Love." She flashed a look of utter scorn upon him. "You don't believe in it, neither do I. What have we to do with love?" "Nothing," he agreed quietly. "But you are really rewarding my studies, Diana. You are growing very pretty." She turned from him with a gesture of offended impatience and walked on. He caught up to her. "You don't like my telling you that?" he said. "No, because the prettiness is your forced product. It's not my natural output." He seized her hand somewhat roughly and held it as in a vice. "You talk foolishly," he said in a low, stern voice. "My forced product, as you call it, is not mine, except in so far that I have found and made use of the forces of regenerative life which are in God's life and air, and which enter into the work of all creation. Your prettiness is God's work. Lift up your eyes to the almighty power which maketh all things new." Awed and startled by the impassioned tone of his voice and his impressive manner, she stood inert, her hand remaining passively in his firm grasp. "Men propose to you," he went on, "because they find you attractive and because your face and figure excite their passions. There is no real love in the case, any more than there is in most proposals. The magnetism of sex is the thing that pulls. But you, my subject, have no sex. That's what nobody outside ourselves is likely to understand. The love which is purely physical, the mating which has for its object the breeding of children, is not for you any more than it would be for an angel. You are removed from its material and sensual contact. But the love which should touch your soul to immortal issues, by which its very character is expressed through youth and beauty, that may come to you. That may be yours in due time. Meanwhile, beware how you talk of my forced product, for behind all the powers I am permitted to use is the greatest power of all, to whom I am but the poorest of servants." A deep sigh broke from him, and he released her hand as suddenly as he had grasped it. "You have felt no ill effects from the treatment?" he then asked, in a matter-of-fact tone. "No," she answered. "None at all, except—" "Except what?" "Oh well, no very great matter. only that I seem to have lost something out of myself. I have no interest in persons or events, no sympathy with humankind. It's curious, isn't it? I feel that I belong more to the atmosphere than to the earth, and that I love trees, grass, flowers, birds, and what is called the world of nature more than the world of men. Of course I always loved nature, but what was once a preference has now become a passion, and perhaps, when you've done with me, if I live, I shall go and be a sort of hermit in the woods, away altogether from people. I don't like flesh and blood, there's a kind of coarseness in it," she concluded carelessly as she resumed her walk towards the hotel. He was puzzled and perplexed. He watched her as she moved, and noted, as he had done several times that evening, the exquisite lightness of her step. "Well, at any rate, you are not, physically speaking, any the worse for receiving my treatment once a fortnight?" he asked. "Oh no, I am very well indeed," she replied at once. "I can truthfully assure you I never felt better. Your strange fire drop never gives me any uncanny sensations now. I don't mind it at all. It seems to fill me with a sort of brightness and buoyancy, but I have no actual feeling about it, neither pleasure nor pain. That's rather odd, isn't it?" They were at the entrance door of the hotel and stood on the steps before going in. The moonlight fell slantwise on Diana's face, and showed it wonderfully fair and calm, like that of a sculptured angel in some niche of a cathedral. "Yes, perhaps it is odd," he answered. "As I have already told you, I am not cognizant of the possible action of the commingled elements I have distilled. I can only test them and watch their effect upon you, in order to gain the necessary knowledge. But that you have no feeling seems to me an exaggerated statement. For instance, you must have felt a good deal of pleasure in your skating tonight?" "Not the least in the world." And the smile she gave him was as chill as a moonbeam on snow. "I skated on the ice with the same volition as a bubble floats along the air. As unconscious as the bubble, and as indifferent. The bubble does not care when it breaks. Nor do I. Good night." She pushed open the swing door of the hotel, and passed in. He remained outside in the moonlight, vexed with himself and her, though he could not have told why. He lit a cigar and strolled slowly backwards and forwards in the front of the hotel, trying to soothe his inward irritation by smoking. But the effect was rather futile. "She is wonderfully pretty and attractive now," he mused. "If all succeeds, she will be beautiful. And what then? I wonder!" With every process of age stopped and reversed, and with all the stimulating forces of creative regeneration working in every cell of her body, it is impossible to tell how she may develop. And yet, her mentality may remain the same. This is easily accounted for, because all one's experiences of life, from childhood, make permanent impressions on the brain and stay there. Like the negatives stored in a photographer's darkroom, one cannot alter them. And the puzzle to me is, how will her mentality carry with her new personality? Will she know how to hold the balance between them? I can see already that men are quite likely to lose their heads about her. But what does that matter? It is not the first time they have maddened themselves for women who are set beyond the pale of mere sex. He looked up at the still sky, the frostily sparkling stars, the snowy peaks of the mountains and the bright moon. "Thank God I have never loved any woman save my mother," he said. "For so I have been spared both idleness and worry. To lose one's time and peace because a woman smiles or frowns is to prove oneself a fool or a madman." And going into the hotel, he finished his cigar in the lounge where other men were smoking, all unaware that several of them detested the sight of his handsome face and figure for no other reason than that he seemed, ostensibly, to be the guardian, as his mother was the chaperone, of the prettiest girl of that season at Davos, Diana May, and therefore nothing was more likely than that she should fall in love with him and he with her. It is always in this sort of fashion that the goose-gabble of "society" arranges persons and events to its own satisfaction, never realizing that, being only geese, they cannot see beyond the circle of their own restricted farmyard. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 17. It was quite the end of the season at Davos before Demetrius quitted it and took his mother and Diana on to the Riviera. Here, in the warm sunshine of the early southern spring, he began to study with keener and closer interest the progress of his subject, whose manner towards him and general bearing became more and more perplexing as time went on. She was perfectly docile and amiable, cheerful, and full of thoughtful care and attention for Madame Demetrius, and every fortnight took his mysterious potion in his presence, without hesitation or question, so that he had nothing to complain of. But there was a new individuality about her which held her aloof in a way that he was at a loss to account for. Wherever she went she was admired. Men stared, talked, and sought introductions, and she received all the social attention of an acknowledged belle, without seeking or desiring it. One evening at a hotel in Cannes, she was somewhat perturbed by seeing a portly elderly man whom she recognized as a club friend of her father's, and one who had been a frequent week-end visitor at Rose Lea. She hoped he would not hear her name, but she was too much the observed of all observers to escape notice, and it was with some trepidation that she saw him coming towards her with the rolling gait suggestive of lifelong whisky sodas, a man-about-town manner she knew and detested. "Pardon me," he said, with an openly admiring glance, "but I have just been wondering whether you are any relation of some friends of mine in England named May. Curiously enough, they had a daughter called Diana." "Really?" And Diana smiled, a little cold, haughty smile which was becoming habitual with her. "I'm afraid I cannot claim the honour of their acquaintance." She spoke in a purposely repellent manner, whereat the bold intruder was rendered awkward and abashed. "I know I should not address you without an introduction," he said stammeringly. "I hope you will excuse me, but my old friend, Polly—" "Your old friend what?" drawled Diana carelessly, unfurling a fan and waving it idly to and fro. "Polly, we call him Polly for fun," he explained. "His full name is James Polydore May, and his daughter, Diana, was drowned last summer. Drowned while bathing." "Dear me, how very sad!" And Diana concealed a slight yawn behind her fan. "Poor girl!" "Oh, she wasn't a girl," sniggered her informant. "She was quite an old maid. Over 40 by a good way, but it was rather an unfortunate affair." "Why?" asked Diana. "I don't see it at all. Women over 40 who have failed to get married shouldn't live. Don't you agree?" He sniggered again.
"Well, perhaps I do. Perhaps I do. But we mustn't be severe. We mustn't be severe. We shall get old ourselves some day."
"We shall indeed," Diana responded ironically. "Even you must have passed your 20th birthday." He got up a spasmodic laugh at this, but looked very foolish all the same. "Did you, in these psychic days, think I might be the drowned old maid reincarnated?" she continued, lazily, still playing with her fan. This time his laugh was unforced and genuine. "You, my dear young lady, the Miss May I knew might be your mother. No, it was only the curious coincidence of names that made me wonder if you were any relative." "There are many people in the world of the same name," remarked Diana.
"Quite so. You will excuse me, I'm sure, and accept my apologies."
She bent her head carelessly, and he moved away. A few minutes later Dimitrius approached her.
"Come out on the terrace," he said. "It's quite warm and there's a fine moon. Come and tell me all about it."
She looked at him in surprise. "All about it? What do you mean?"
"All about the little podgy man who was talking to you. You've met him before, haven't you? Yes? Come along, let's hear the little tale of woe."
His manner was so gentle and playful that she hardly understood it. It was something quite new. She obeyed his smiling gesture, and, throwing a light scarf about her shoulders, went out with him on the terrace which dominated the smooth, sloping lawn in front of the hotel, where palms lifted their fringed heads to the almost violet sky, and the scent of mimosa filled every channel of the moonlit air.
"I heard all he said to you," went on Dimitrius. "I was sitting behind you, hidden by a big orange tree in a tub, not purposely hidden, I assure you. And so you were drowned!"
He laughed. Then, as he saw she was about to speak, held up his hand.
"Hush! I can guess it all. Not wanted at home, except as a household drudge, unloved, and alone in the world. You made an exit, not a real exit, just a stage one, and came to me. Excellently managed. For now, being drowned and dead as the old Diana, you can live in your own way as the young one. And you are quite safe. Your own father wouldn't know you."
She was silent, looking gravely out to sea and the scarcely visible line of the Esterel mountains.
"You mustn't resent my quickness in guessing," he continued. "I can always put 2 and 2 together and make 4. Our podgy friend has been unconsciously a very good test of the change in you."
She turned her head and looked fixedly at him. "Yes, of the outward change, but of the inward even you know nothing."
"Do I not? And will you not tell me?"
She smiled strangely. "It will be difficult, but as your subject I suppose I am bound to tell." He made a slight, deprecatory gesture.
"Not unless you wish."
"I have no wishes," she replied. "The matter is, like everything else, quite indifferent to me. You have guessed rightly as to the causes of my coming to you. My father and mother were much disappointed at my losing all my 'chances,' as the world puts it, and failing to establish myself in a respectable married position. I was a drag on their wheel, though they are both quite old people. So I relieved them of my presence in the only way I could think of to make them sure they were rid of me forever. Then, on the faith of your advertisement, I came to you. You know all the rest, and you also know that the experiment for which you wanted a woman of mature years is, so far, successful. But—"
"There are no buts," interrupted Dimitrius. It is more than fulfilling my hopes and dreams, and I foresee an ultimate triumph, a discovery which shall revivify and regenerate the human race. You too, surely you must enjoy the sense of youth, the delight of seeing your own face in the mirror."
Diana shrugged her shoulders. "It leaves me cold," she said. "It's a pretty face, quite charming in fact, but it seems to me to be the face of somebody else. I don't feel in myself that I possess it. And the sense of youth you speak of has the same impression. It is somebody else's sense of youth." Her eyes glittered in the moonlight, and her voice, low and intensely musical, had a curious appealing note in it. "Fyodor Dmitrius, it is not human!" He was vaguely startled by her look and manner.
"Not human?"
he repeated, wonderingly. "No, not human. This beauty, this youth which you have recreated in me are not human. They are a portion of the air and the sunlight, of the natural elements. They make my body buoyant, my spirit restless. I long for some means to lift myself altogether from the gross earth, away from heavy and cloddish humanity, for which I have not a remnant of sympathy. I am not of it. I am changed, and it is you that have changed me. Understand me well, if you can. You have filled me with a strange force which in its process of action is beyond your knowledge, and by its means I have risen so far above you that I hardly know you." She uttered these strange words calmly and deliberately in an even tone of perfect sweetness. A sudden and uncontrollable impulse of anger seized him.
"That is not true," he said, almost fiercely. "You know me for your master."
She bent her head, showing no offence. "Possibly. For the present." And again she looked lingeringly, gravely out towards the sea. "Shall we go in now?"
"One moment," he said, his voice vibrating with suppressed passion. "What you feel, or imagine you feel, is no actual business of mine. I have set myself to force a secret of nature from the darkness in which it has been concealed for ages, a secret only dimly guessed at by the sect of the Rosicrucians, and I know myself to be on the brink of a vast scientific discovery. If you fail me now, all is lost."
"I shall not fail you," she interposed quietly.
"You may, you may!" And he gave a gesture half of wrath, half of appeal. "Who knows what you will do when the final ordeal comes? With these strange ideas of yours, born of feminine hysteria, I suppose, who can foretell the folly of your actions, or the obedience? And yet you promised!
She turned to him with a smile. "I promised, and I shall fulfill," she said. "What a shaken spirit is yours! You cannot trust, you cannot believe. I have told you, and I repeat it, that I place my life in your hands to do what you will with it. To end it even, if so you decide. But if it continues to be a life that lives on its present line of change, it will be a life above you and beyond you. That is what I wish you to understand." She drew her scarf about her and moved along the terrace to re-enter the lounge of the hotel. The outline of her figure was the embodiment of grace, and the ease of her step suggested an assured dignity. He followed her, perplexed, and in a manner ashamed at having shown anger. Gently she bade him "Good night," and went at once to her room. Madame Dimitrius had retired quite an hour previously. Once alone, she sat down to consider herself and the position in which she was placed. Before her was her mirror, and she saw reflected therein a young face, and the lustre of young eyes darkly blue and brilliant, which gave light to the features as the sun gives light to the petals of a flower. She saw a dazzlingly clear skin as fair as the cup of a lily, and she studied each point of perfection with the critical care of an analyst or dissector. Every line of age or worry had vanished, and the bright hair of which she had always been pardonably proud had gained a deeper sheen, a richer hue, while it had grown much more luxuriant and beautiful. "And now," she mused, "now, how is it that when I can attract love, I no longer want it? That I do not care if I never saw a human being again? That human beings bore and disgust me? That something else fills me, desires to which I can give no name?" She rose from her chair and went to the window. It opened out to a small private balcony facing the Mediterranean, and she stood there as in a dream, looking at the deep splendour of the southern sky. One great star, bright as the moon itself, shone just opposite to her, like a splendid jewel set on dark velvet. She drew a deep breath. "To this I belong," she said softly. "To this, and only this." She made an exquisite picture, had she known it, and had any one of her numerous admirers been there to see her, he might have become as ecstatic as Shakespeare's Romeo. But for herself she had no thought, so far as her appearance was concerned. Something weird and mystical had entered into her being, and it was this new self of hers that occupied all her thoughts and swayed all her emotions. Just before they left Cannes to return to Geneva, Dimitrius asked her to an interview with himself and his mother alone. They had serious matters to discuss, he said, and important details to decide upon. She found Madame Dimitrius pale and nervous, with trembling hands and tearful eyes, while Dimitrius himself had a hard, inflexible bearing as of one who had a disagreeable duty to perform, but who, nevertheless, was determined to see it through. "Now, Miss May," he said, "we have come to a point of action in which it is necessary to explain a few things to you, so that there shall be no misunderstanding or confusion. My mother is now, to a very great extent, in my confidence, as her assistance and cooperation will be necessary. It is nearing the end of April, and we propose to return to the Chateau Fragonard immediately. We shall open the house and admit our neighbours and acquaintances to visit us, as usual, but, for reasons which must be quite apparent to you, you are not to be seen. It is to be supposed that you have returned to England. You follow me?" He spoke with a businesslike formality, and Diana, smiling, nodded a cheerful acquiescence. Then, seeing that Madame Dimitrius looked troubled, went and sat down by her, taking her hand and holding it affectionately in her own. "You will keep to your suite of apartments," Dimitrius continued, "and Vasho will be your sole attendant, with the exception of my mother and myself." Here a sudden smile lightened his rather stern expression. "I shall give myself the pleasure of taking you out every day in the fresh air. Fortunately, from our gardens one can see without being seen." Diana, still caressing Madame Dimitrius's fragile old hand, sat placidly silent. "You are quite agreeable to this arrangement?" went on Dimitrius. "You have nothing to suggest on your own behalf?" "Nothing whatever," she answered. "Only, how long is it to last?" He raised his eyes and fixed them upon her with a strange expression. "On the 21st of June," he said, "I make my final test upon you, the conclusion of my experiment. After the 24th you will be free to go where you please, to do as you like. Like Shakespeare's Prospero, I will give my fine sprite her liberty." "Thank you!" And she laughed a little, bending her head towards Madame Dimitrius. "Do you hear that, dear lady? Think of it! What good times there are in store for me! If I can only feel that they are good, or even bad, it would be quite a sensation." And she flashed a bright look at Dimitrius as he stood watching her almost morosely. "Well," she said, addressing him, "after the 24th of June, if I live, and if you permit it, I want to go back to England. Can that be arranged?" "Assuredly. I will find you a chaperone." "A chaperone?" Her eyes opened widely in surprise and amusement. "Oh no, I'm quite old enough to travel alone." "That will not be apparent to the world," and he smiled again in his dark, reluctant way. "But we shall see. In any case, if you wish to go to England, you shall be properly escorted." "And if you go, will you not come back to us?" asked Madame Dimitrius, rather wistfully. "I do not want to part with you altogether." "You shall not, dear madam. I will come back." and she gently kissed the hand she held. "Even Professor Chauvet may want to see me again." Demetrius gave her a sharp glance. "That old man is fond of you?" he said tentatively. "Of course he is." And she laughed again. "Who would not be fond of me? Excellent Dr. Demetrius! Few men are so impervious to woman as yourself." "You think me impervious?" "I think a rock by the sea or block of stone more impressionable," she replied merrily. "But that is as it should be. Men of science must be men without feeling. They could not do their work if they felt things."
"I disagree," said Demetrius quickly. "It is just because men of science feel the brevity and misery of human life so keenly that they study to alleviate some of its pangs and spare some of its waste. They seek to prove the why and the wherefore of the apparent uselessness of existence."
"Nothing is useless, surely," put in Diana. "Not even a grain of dust."
"Where is the dust of Carthage?" he retorted. "Of Babylon? Of Nineveh? With what elements has it commingled to make more men as wise, as foolish, as sane, or as mad as the generations passed away? The splendour, the riches, the conquests, the glories of these cities were as great or greater than any that modern civilization can boast of, and yet, what remains? Dust? And is the dust necessary and valuable? Who can tell? Who knows?"
"And with all the mystery and uncertainty, is it not better to trust in God?" said Madame Demetrius gently. "Perhaps the little child who says 'Our Father' is nearer to divine truth than all the science of the world."
"Sweetly thought and sweetly said, my mother," answered Demetrius. "But believe me, I can say 'Our Father' with a more perfect and exalted faith now than I did when I was a child at your knee. And why? Because I know surely that there is our Father which is in heaven, and because He permits us to use reason, judgment, and a sane comprehension of nature. Even so I seek to learn what I am confident He wishes us to know."
"At all risks?" his mother hinted in a low tone.
"At all risks," he answered. "A political government risks millions of human lives to settle a temporary national dispute. I risk one life to make millions happier, and—" here he looked steadily at Diana with a certain grave kindness in his eyes. "She is brave enough to take the risk."
Diana met his look with equal steadiness. "I do not even think about it," she said. "It does not seem worthwhile." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 18. The strange spirit of complete indifference, and the attitude of finding nothing, apparently, worth the trouble of thinking about, stood Diana in such good stead that she found no unpleasantness or restriction in being more or less a prisoner in her own rooms on her return to the Chateau Fragonard. The lovely house was thrown open to the usual callers and neighbours. People came and went. The gardens, glorious now with a wealth of blossom, were the favourite resort of many visitors to Madame Demetrius and her son. And Diana, looking from her pretty salon through one of the windows which had so deep an embrasure that she could see everything without any fear of herself being discovered, often watched groups of men and smartly attired women strolling over the velvety lawns or down the carefully kept paths among the flowers, though always with a curious lack of interest. They seemed to have no connection with her own existence. True to his promise, Dr. Demetrius came every day to take her out when no other persons were in the house or grounds, and these walks were a vague source of pleasure to her, though she felt she would have been happier and more at ease had she been allowed to take them quite alone. Madame Demetrius was unwearying in her affectionate regard and attention, and always spent the greater part of each day with her, displaying a tenderness and consideration for her which, 6 months previously, would have moved her to passionate gratitude, but which now only stirred in her mind a faint sense of surprise. All her sensations were as of one who, by some mysterious means, had been removed from the comprehension of human contact, though her intimacy with what the world is pleased to consider the non-reasoning things of creation had become keenly intensified and more closely sympathetic. There was unconcealed disappointment among the few who, during the past autumn, had met her at the chateau, when they were told she had gone back to England. Baroness Roussillon was, in particular, much annoyed, for she had made a compact with the Marchese Farnese to enter into close and friendly relations with Diana, and to find out from her, if at all possible, the sort of work which went on in the huge domed laboratory wherein Demetrius appeared to pass so much of his time. Farnese himself said little of his vexation, but he left Geneva almost immediately on hearing the news, and without informing Demetrius of his intention, went straight to London, resolved to probe what he considered a mystery to its centre. As for Professor Chauvet, no words could describe his surprise and deep chagrin at Diana's departure. He could not bring himself to believe that she had left Geneva without saying good-bye to him. So troubled and perplexed was he, that, with his usual bluntness, he made a clean confession to Demetrius of his proposal of marriage. Demetrius heard him with grave patience and a slight, supercilious uplifting of his dark eyebrows. "I imagined as much," he said, coldly, when he had heard all. "But Miss May is not young, and I should have thought she would have been glad of the chance of marriage you offered her. Did she give you any hope?" Chauvet looked doubtfully reflective. "She did and she didn't," he at last answered, rather ruefully. "And yet, she's not capricious, and I trust her. As you say, she's not young. Good heavens, what a heap of nonsense is talked about young women! Frequently the most useless and stupid creatures. Only thinking of themselves from morning till night. Miss May is a fine, intelligent creature. I should like to pass the few remaining years of my life in her company." Demetrius glanced him over with an air of disdainful compassion. "I dare say she'll write to you," he said. "She's the kind of woman who might prefer to settle that sort of thing by letter." "Can you give me her address?" at once asked the Professor, eagerly. "Not at the moment," replied Demetrius, composedly. "She has no fixed abode at present. She's travelling with friends. As soon as I hear from her, I will let you know." Chauvet, though always a trifle suspicious of other men's meanings, was disarmed by the open frankness with which this promise was given, and though more or less uneasy in his own mind, allowed the matter to drop. Demetrius was unkindly amused at his discomfiture. "Imagine it," he thought. "That exquisite creation of mine wedded to so unsatisfactory a product of ill-assorted elements." Meanwhile, Diana, imprisoned in her luxurious suite of rooms, had nothing to complain of. She read many books, practised her music, worked at her tapestry, and last, not least, studied herself. She had begun to be worth studying. Looking in her mirror, she saw a loveliness delicate and well-nigh unearthly, bathing her in its growing lustre as in a mysteriously brilliant atmosphere. Her eyes shone with a melting lustre, like the eyes of a child appealing to be told some strange, sweet fairy legend. Her complexion was so fair as to be almost dazzling, the pure ivory white of her skin showing soft flushes of pale rose with the healthful pulsing of her blood. Her lips were of a dewy crimson tint, such as one might see on a red flower bud newly opened. And as she gazed at herself and reluctantly smiled at her own reflection, she had the curious impression that she was seeing the picture of somebody else in the glass, somebody else who was young and enchantingly pretty, while she herself remained plain and elderly. And yet this was not the right view to take of her own personality, for apart altogether from her outward appearance, she was conscious of a new vitality, an abounding ecstasy of life, a joy and strength which were well nigh incomprehensible, for though these sensations dominated every fibre of her being, they were not, as formerly, connected with any positive human interest. For one thing, she scarcely thought of Demetrius at all, except that she had come to regard him as a sort of extraneous being, an upper servant told off to wait upon her after the fashion of Vasho. And when she went out with him, she went merely because she needed the fresh air and loved the open skies, not because she cared for his company, for she hardly spoke to him. Her strange behaviour completely puzzled him, but his deepening anxiety for the ultimate success of his experiment deterred him from pressing her too far with questions. One evening during the first week in June, when the moon was showing a half crescent in the sky, a light wind ruffled the hundreds of roses on bush and stem that made the gardens fragrant. He went to her rooms to propose a sail on the lake. He heard her playing the piano. The music she drew from the keys was wild and beautiful and new. But as he entered, she stopped abruptly and rose at once, her eyes glancing him over carelessly as though he were more of an insect than a man. He paused, hesitating. "You want me?" she asked. "For your own pleasure. At least, I hope so," he replied, almost humbly. "It's such a beautiful evening. Would you come for a sail on the lake? The wind is just right for it, and the boat is ready." She made no reply, but at once threw a white serge cloak across her shoulders, pulling its silk-lined hood over her head, and accompanied him along a private passage which led from the upper floor of the house to the garden. "You like the idea?" he said, looking at her somewhat appealingly. She lifted her eyes, bright and cold as stars on a frosty night. "What idea?" "This little trip on the lake?" "Certainly," she answered. "It has been very warm all day. It will be cool on the water." Demetrius bethought himself of one of the teachings of the Rosicrucians. Whoso is indifferent obtains all good. The more indifferent you are, the purer you are, for to the indifferent all things are one. Some unusual influence there was radiating from her presence like a fine air filled with suggestions of snow. It was cold, yet bracing, and he drew a long breath as of a man who had scaled some perilous mountain height, and now found himself in a new atmosphere. She walked beside him with a light swiftness that was almost aerial. His own movements seemed to him, by comparison, abnormally heavy and clumsy. Seeking about in his mind for some ordinary subject on which to hang a conversation, he could find nothing. His wits had become as clumsy as his feet. Pushing her hood a little aside, she looked at him. "You had a garden party today?" she queried. "Yes, if a few people to tea in the gardens is a garden party," he answered. "That's what it is usually called," said Diana, carelessly. "They are generally very dull affairs. I thought so when I watched your guests from my window. They did not seem amused." "You cannot amuse people if they have no sense of amusement," he rejoined. "Nor can you interest them if they have no brains. They walked among miracles of beauty, I mean the roses and other flowers, without looking at them. The sunset over the Alpine range was gorgeous, but they never saw it. Their objective was food, that is to say, tea, coffee, cakes, and ices. Anything to put down the ever-open maw of appetite. What would you? They are as they are made." She offered no comment. "And you," he continued in a voice that grew suddenly eager and impassioned, "you are as you are made, as I have made you!" She let her hood fall back and turned her face fully upon him. Its fairness, with the moonlight illumining it, was of spiritual delicacy, and yet there was something austere in it, as in the face of a sculptured angel. "As I have made you!" he repeated with triumphant emphasis. "The majority of men and women are governed chiefly by two passions, appetite and sex. You have neither appetite nor sex, therefore you are on a higher plane." "Than yours?" she asked. The question stung him a little, but he answered at once. "Possibly." She smiled. A little cold smile like the flicker of a sunray on ice. They had arrived at the border of the lake, and a boat with the picturesque lateen sail of Geneva awaited them, with Vasho in charge. Diana stepped in and seated herself among a pile of cushions arranged for her comfort. Demetrius took the helm, and Vasho settled himself down to the management of the ropes. The graceful craft was soon skimming easily along the water with a fair light wind, and Diana in a half-reclining attitude, looking up at the sky, found herself wishing that she could sail on thus, away from all things present to all things future. All things past seemed so long past. She scarcely thought of them, and all things future? What would they be? Demetrius, seated close beside her at the stern, suddenly addressed her in a low, cautious tone. "You know that this is the first week in June?" "Yes." "Your time is drawing very near," he went on. "On the evening of the 20th you will come to me in the laboratory, and you will be ready for anything." She heard him, apparently uninterested, her face still upturned to the stars. "For anything," she repeated dreamily. "For an end? Or a new beginning?" "Yes, I quite understand. I shall be ready." "Without hesitation or fear?" "Have I shown either?" He ventured to touch the small hand that lay passively outside the folds of her cloak. "No, you have been brave, docile, patient, obedient," he answered. "All four things rare qualities in a woman, or so men say. You would have made a good wife, only your husband would have crushed you." She smiled. "I quite agree. But what crowds of women have been so crushed since the world began?" "They have been useful as the mothers of the race," said Demetrius. "The mothers of what race?" she asked. "The human race, of course." "Yes, but which section of it?" She persisted with a cold little laugh. "For instance, the mothers of the Assyrian race seem to have rather wasted their energies. What has become of that race which they bore, bred and fostered? Where is the glory of those past peoples? What was the use of them? They have left nothing but burnt bricks and doubtful records." "True, but destiny has strange methods, and their existence may have been necessary." She shrugged her shoulders. "I fail to see it," she said. "To me it all seems waste. Wanton, wicked waste. Man lives in some wrong, mistaken way. The real joy of life must be to dwell on earth like a ray of light, warming and fructifying all things unconsciously, coming from the sun and returning again to the sun, never losing a moment of perfect splendour." "But to have no consciousness is death," said Demetrius. "A ray of light is indifferent to joy. Consciousness with intelligence makes happiness." She was silent. "You are well?" he asked, gently. "Perfectly." "And happy?" "I suppose so." "You cannot do more than suppose? People will hardly understand you if you can only suppose you are happy." She flashed a look upon him of disdain which he felt rather than saw. "Do I expect people to understand me?" she demanded. "Do I wish them to do so? I am as indifferent to 'people' and their opinions as you are." "That is saying a great deal," he rejoined. "But I am a man. You are a woman. Women must study conventions." "I need not," she interrupted him. "Nor should you speak of my sex, since you yourself say I am sexless." He was silent. She had given him a straight answer. Some words of a great scientist from whom he had gained much of his knowledge came back to his memory. To attain true and lasting life, all passions must be subjugated, all animosities of nature destroyed. Attraction draws not only its own to itself, but the aura or spirit of other things which it appropriates, so far as it is able, and this appropriation or fusion of elements is either life-giving or destructive.
He repeated the words, "This appropriation or fusion of elements is either life-giving or destructive," to himself, finding a new force in their meaning and application. "Diana," he said presently, "I am beginning to find you rather a difficult puzzle."
"I have found myself so for some time," she answered. "But it does not matter. Nothing really matters."
"Nothing?" he queried. "Not even love? That used to be a great matter with you."
She laughed, coldly. "Love is a delusion," she said, "and no doubt I used to think the delusion a reality. I know better now."
He turned the helm about, and their boat began to run homeward, its lateen sail glistening like the uplifted wing of a seagull. Above them, the snowy alpine range showed white as the tips of frozen waves. Beneath, the water rippled blue-black, breaking now and again into streaks of silver. "I'm afraid you have imbibed some of my cynicism," he said, slowly. "It is, perhaps, a pity. For now, when you have come to think love a delusion, you will be greatly loved. It is always the way. If you have nothing to give to men, it is then they clamour for everything." He looked at her as he spoke and saw her smile. A cruel little smile. "You are lovely now," he went on, "and you will be lovelier. For all I can tell, you may attain an almost maddening beauty, and a sexless beauty is like that of a goddess, slaying its votaries as with lightning. Supposing this to be so with you, you should learn to love, if only out of pity for those whom your indifference might destroy." She raised herself on her elbow and looked at him curiously. The moonlight showed his dark, inscrutable face, and the glitter of the steely eyes under the black lashes, and there was a shadow of melancholy upon his features. "You forget," she said. "You forget that I am old. I am not really young in the sense you expect me to be. I know myself. Deep in my brain the marks of lonely years and griefs are imprinted. Of disappointed hopes, and cruelties inflicted on me for no other cause than too much love and constancy. Those marks are ineffaceable. So it happens that beneath the covering of youth which your science gives me, and under the mark of this outward loveliness, I, the same Diana, live with a world's experience, as one in prison, knowing that whatever admiration or liking I may awaken, it is for my outward seeming, not for my real self. And you can talk of love. Love is a divinity of the soul, not of the body." "And how many human beings have soul, do you think?" he queried ironically. "Not 1 in 10 million!" The boat ran in to shore and they landed. Diana looked back wistfully at the rippling light on the water. "It was a beautiful sail," she said, more naturally than she had expressed herself for many days. "Thank you for taking me." She smiled frankly up into his eyes as she spoke, and her spiritualized loveliness thrilled him with sudden surprise. "It is I who must thank you for coming," he answered, very gently. "I know how keenly you are now attuned to nature. You have the light of the sun in your blood, and force of the air in your veins, and whether you admit it or not, you enjoy your life without consciousness of joy. Strange, but true. Yet, Diana, believe me, I want you to be happy, not only to suppose yourself happy. Your whole being must radiate like the sunlight, of which it is now in part composed." She made no reply but walked in her floating, graceful way beside him to the house, where he took her to the door of her own apartments, and there left her with a kindly "Good night. I shall not see very much of you now till the evening of the 20th, he said, "and then I hope you will not only pray for yourself, but for me." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 19. The fated eve, the eve of the longest day in the year,
came in a soft splendour of misty violet skies and dimly glittering stars, after lovely hours of light and warmth which had bathed all nature in radiant summer glory from earliest dawn till sunset. Diana had risen with the sun itself in the brightest of humours without any forebodings of evil or danger resulting from the trial to which she was ready to be subjected, and when Madame Demetrius came up to spend the afternoon with her as usual, she was gayer and more conversational than she had been for many a day. It was Madame who seemed depressed and anxious, and Diana, looking quite charming in her simple gown of white batiste, with a bunch of heliotrope at her bosom, rather rallied her on her low spirits. "Ah, my dear," sighed the old lady, "if I could only understand Feodor! But I cannot. He does not seem to be my son. He grows harsh and impatient. This wicked science of his has robbed him of nature. He is altogether unlike what he used to be when he first began these studies, and today the reason I am sad is that he tells me I am not to come to you any more till the afternoon of the 25th. 5 days! It seems so strange. It frightens me." "Dear, why be frightened?" And Diana smiled encouragingly. "You know now what he is trying to do, and you can see for yourself that he has partially succeeded. I'm quite pleased to hear that you are coming to see me again in 5 days. That shows he thinks I shall be alive to receive you." Madame Demetrius looked at her in a scared way. "Alive? But of course, surely, oh, surely, you have never thought it possible that science may kill me?" Diana finished carelessly. "Very naturally I have thought it possible. Science sometimes kills more than it saves, owing to our fumbling ignorance. And I wonder, supposing Dr. Feodor makes sure of his discovery, supposing he can give youth and beauty to those who are willing to go through his experiment, I wonder whether it is worth while to possess these attractions without any emotional satisfaction." "Then you are not satisfied?" asked Madame a little sorrowfully. "You are not happy?" Diana moved to the open window, and with an expressive gesture pointed to the fair landscape of lake and mountain. "With this I am happy," she answered. "With this I am satisfied. I feel that all this is a part of me. It is one with me, and I with it. My own blood cannot be closer to me than this air and light. But the pleasure a woman is supposed to take in her looks if she is beautiful, the delight in pretty things for one's self, this does not touch me. I have lost all such sensations. When I was a girl I rather liked to look at myself in the glass, to try contrasts of colour or wear a dainty jewelled trinket. But now when I see in the mirror a lovely face that does not belong to me, I am not even interested." "But my dear Diana, the lovely face does belong to you," exclaimed Madame Demetrius. "You are yourself and no other." Diana looked at her rather wistfully. "I am not so sure of that," she said. "Now please don't think I am losing my senses, for I'm not. I'm perfectly sane and my thoughts are particularly clear. But science is a terrible thing. It is a realization more or less of the Egyptian Sphinx, a sort of monster with the face of a spirit and the body of an animal. Science, dear madam, please don't look so frightened, has lately taught men more about killing each other than curing. It also tells us that nothing is or can be lost. All sights and sounds are garnered up in the treasure houses of air and space. The forms and faces of human creatures long dead are about us. The aura of their personalities remains, though their bodies have perished. Now I feel just as if I had unconsciously absorbed somebody else's outward personality, and here I am, making use of it as a sort of cover to my own. My own interior self admires my outward appearance without any closer connection than that felt by anyone looking at a picture. I live within the picture, and no one seeing the picture could think it was I."
Poor Madame Demetrius listened to Diana's strange analysis of herself, with feelings of mingled bewilderment and terror. In her own mind, she began to be convinced that her son's experiment would destroy his subject's mentality.
"It all seems very dreadful," she murmured tremblingly. "And I think, dear Diana, you should say something of this to Feodor, for I am afraid he is making you suffer, and that you are unhappy."
"No, that is not so," and Diana smiled reassuringly.
"I do not suffer. I have forgotten what suffering is like. And I am not unhappy because what is called happiness has no special meaning for me. I exist, that is all. I am conscious of the principal things of existence — air, light, movement. These keep me living, without any real effort or desire on my own part to live." She spoke in a dreamy way, with a far-off look in her eyes. Then, perceiving that Madame Demetrius looked nervously distressed, she brought herself back from her dreamland, as it were with an effort, and went on: "You must not worry about me in the least, dear madam. After all, it may be an excellent thing for me that I appear to have done with emotions. One has only to think how people constantly distress themselves for nothing. People who imagine themselves in love, for instance. How they torment themselves, night and day, if they fail to get letters from each other. If they quarrel, if they think themselves neglected. Why, it is a perpetual turbulence. Then the parents who spend all their time looking after their children, and the children grow up and go their own way. They grow from pretty little angels into great awkward men and women, and it is as if one had played with charming dolls, and then saw them suddenly changed into clothes props. Well, I am free from all these tiresome trivialities. I have what I think the gods must have — indifference."
Madame Demetrius sighed.
"Ah, Diana, it is a pity you were never made a happy wife and mother," she said softly. "I thought so too. Once."
And Diana laughed carelessly. "But I'm sure I'm much better off as I am. Now, dear, we'll part for the present. I want to rest a little, and to say my prayers before Dr. Feodor sends for me." Madame at once rose to leave the room, but before doing so, she took Diana in her arms and kissed her tenderly.
"God bless and guard thee, dear child," she murmured. "Thou art brave and loyal, and I have grown to love thee. If Feodor should bring thee to harm, he is no son of mine." For a moment the solitary-hearted, unloved woman felt a thrill of pleasure in this simple expression of affection. The real sensation of youth filled her veins as if she were a confiding girl with her mother's arms about her, and something like tears sprang to her eyes. But she suppressed the emotion quickly. Smiling and apparently unmoved, she let the gentle old lady go from her, and watched her to the last as she moved with the careful step of age along the entresol and out through the entrance to the head of the staircase, where she disappeared. Once alone, Diana stood for a few moments lost in thought. She knew instinctively that her life was at stake. Demetrius had reached the final test of his mysterious dealings with the innermost secrets of nature, and he had passed the problem of the fourth, sixth, and seventh, which, according to his theories, meant certain refractions and comminglings of light. Now he had arrived at the ultimate culmination of the eighth, or, as he described it, the close or the rebound of the octave, and in this rebound, or culmination, his subject, Diana, was to take part as a mote within a sun-ray. She did not disguise from herself the danger in which she stood, but she had thought out every argument for and against the ordeal which she had voluntarily accepted. She measured the value of her life from each standpoint and found it nil, except in so far as her love for natural beauty was concerned. She would be sorry, she said inwardly, to leave the trees, the flowers, the birds, the beautiful things of sky and sea, but she would not be sorry at all to see the last of human beings. With all her indifference, which even to her own consciousness enshrined her as within barriers of ice, her memory was keen. She looked back to the few months of distance and time which separated her from the old life of the dutiful daughter to inconsiderate and selfish parents, and beyond that, she went still further and saw herself as a young girl full of hope and joy, given up heart and soul to the illusion of love, from which she was torn by the rough hand of the very man to whom she had consecrated her every thought. In all this there was nothing enviable or regrettable that she should now be sorry or afraid to die, and in her life to come, if she lived, what would there be? Her eyes turned almost without her own consent towards the mirror, and there she read the answer. She would possess the power to rule and sway the hearts of all men, if she cared, but now it had so happened that she did not care. Smouldering in her soul like the last spent ashes of a once fierce fire, there was just one passion left, the strong desire of vengeance on all the forces that had spoilt and embittered her natural woman's life. She was no longer capable of loving, but she knew she could hate. A woman seldom loves deeply and truly more than once in her life. She stakes her all on the one chance and hope of happiness, and the man who takes advantage of that love and ruthlessly betrays it may well beware. His every moment of existence is fraught with danger, for there is no destructive power more active and intense than love transformed to hate through falsehood and injustice. And Diana admitted to herself, albeit reluctantly, that she could hate deeply and purposefully. She hated herself for the fact that it was so, but she was too honest not to acknowledge it. Her spirit had been wounded and maltreated by all on whom she had set her affections, and as her way of life had been innocent and harmless, she resented the unfairness of her fate. Wrong or right, she longed to retaliate in some way on the petty slights, the meannesses, the hypocrisies and neglect of those who had assisted in spoiling her youth and misjudging her character, and though she was willing to love her enemies in a broad and general sense, she was not ready to condone the easy callousness and cruelty of the persons and circumstances which had robbed her of the natural satisfaction and peace of happy womanhood. For a long time she sat at the open window, lost in a reverie, till she saw the sun beginning to sink in a splendid panoply of crimson and gold, with streaming clouds of fleecy white and pale amber spreading from east to west, from north to south, like the unfurling flags of some great fairy's victorious army, and then a sudden thrill ran through her blood, which made her heart beat and her face grow pale. It was close upon the destined hour when, she would not stop to think of the when or the where. Instinctively she knelt down and with folded hands said her prayers simply as a child, though with more than a child's fervour. She had scarcely breathed the last Amen when a light tap came on her door, and on her calling, "Come in," Vasho entered, carrying a small parcel with a note from Demetrius. Handing it to her, he signified by his usual expressive signs that he would wait outside for the answer. As soon as he had retired, she opened the note and read as follows: "You will please disrobe yourself completely, and wear only this garment which I send. No other material must touch any part of your body. Let your hair be undone and quite free. No hairpins must remain in it, and no metal of any sort must be upon your person. No ring bracelet or anything whatsoever. When you are ready, Vasho will bring you to me in the laboratory." Having mastered these instructions, she undid the packet which accompanied them, and unfolded a plain, long, white robe of the most exquisitely beautiful texture, woven, apparently, of many double strands of silk. It was perfectly opaque. Not the slightest glimmer of the light itself could be seen through it, yet it shone with a curious luminance, as though it had been dipped in frosted silver. For a moment she hesitated, a tremor of natural dread shook her nerves. Then, with a determined effort, mastering herself, she hurried into her bedroom, and there undressing, laid all her clothes neatly folded up on the bed. The action reminded her of the way she had folded up her clothes with similar neatness and left them on the rocks above the sea on the morning she had decided to effect a lasting disappearance by drowning. "And now," she thought, "now comes a far greater plunge into the unknown than ever I could have imagined possible." In a few minutes she was "attired for the sacrifice," as she said, addressing these words to herself in the mirror, and a very fair victim she looked. The strange, white, sheeny garment in which she was clothed from neck to feet gave her the appearance of an angel in a picture, and the youthful outline of her face, the delicacy of her skin, the deep brilliancy of her eyes, all set off against a background of glorious amber-brown hair, which rippled in plentiful waves over her shoulders and far below her waist, made her look more of a vision than a reality. "Goodbye, you poor, lonely Diana," she said, softly. "If you never come back, I am glad I saw you just like this, for once." She kissed her hand to her own reflection, then turned and went swiftly through the rooms, not looking back. Vasho, waiting for her in the outer hall, could not altogether disguise his wonderment at sight of her, but he saluted in his usual passively humble Eastern manner, and led the way, signing to her to follow. The house was very quiet. They met no one, and very soon arrived at the ponderous door of the laboratory, which swung noiselessly upwards to give them entrance. Within there seemed to be a glowing furnace of fire. The great wheel emitted such ceaseless and brilliant showers of flame in its rotations that the whole place was filled with light that almost blinded the eyes, and Diana could scarcely see Dimitrius, when, like a black speck detaching itself from the surrounding sea of crimson vapour, he advanced to meet her. He was exceedingly pale, and his eyes were feverishly brilliant. "So you have come," he said. "I am such a skeptic that at this last moment I doubted whether you would." She looked at him steadfastly, but answered nothing. "You are brave, you are magnificent," he went on, his voice sinking to a lower tone. "But, Diana, I want you to say one thing before I enter on this final task, and that is, I forgive you." "I will say it if you like," she answered. "But why should I? I have nothing to forgive."
"Ah, you will not see, you cannot understand."
"I see and understand perfectly," she said quickly. "But if I live, my life remains my own. If I die, it will be your affair. But there can be no cause for grudge either way."
"Diana," he repeated, earnestly, "say just this, Feodor, I forgive you."
She smiled, a strange little smile of pity and pride commingled, and stretched out both hands to him. To her surprise he knelt before her and kissed them. "Feodor, I forgive you," she said, very sweetly, in the penetrating accents which were so exclusively her own. "Now, magician, get to your work quickly. Apollonius of Tyana and Paracelsus were only children playing on the shores of science compared to you. When you are ready, I am." He sprang up from his kneeling attitude, and for a moment looked about him as one half afraid and uncertain. His amazing piece of mechanism, the great wheel, was revolving slowly and ever more slowly, for outside in the heavens the sun had sunk, and the massed light within the laboratory's crystal dome was becoming less and less dazzling. Astonishing reflections of prismatic colour were gathered in the dark water below the wheel, as though millions of broken rainbows had been mixed with its mysterious blackness. Quietly Diana waited, her white-robed figure contrasting singularly with all the fire glow which enveloped her in its burning lustre. and her heart beat scarcely one pulse the quicker when Demetrius approached her, holding with extreme care a small but massive crystal cup. It was he who trembled, not she, as she looked at him inquiringly. He spoke, striving to steady his voice to its usual even tone of composure.
"This cup," he said, "if it contains anything, contains the true elixir for which all scientists have searched through countless ages. They failed, because they never prepared the cells of the human body to receive it. I have done all this preparatory work with you, and I have done it more successfully than I ever hoped. Even the tiniest cell or group of cells that goes to form your composition as a human entity is now ready to absorb this distillation of the particles which generate and shape existence. This is the sacramental cup of life. It is what early mystics dreamed of as the Holy Grail. Do not think that I blaspheme, no. I seek to show the world what science can give it of true and positive communion with the mind of God. The elements that commingle to make this universe, and all that is therein, are the real bread and wine of God's love, and whoever can and will absorb such food may well preserve body and soul unto everlasting life. Such is the great union of spirit with matter. Such is the truth, after which churches have been blindly groping in their symbolic Holy Communion, feebly materialized in bread and wine as God's body and blood. But the actual body and blood of the divine are the ever-changing, but never destructible elements of all positive life and consciousness, and you are prepared to receive them." A thrill of strange awe ran through Diana as she heard. His reasoning was profound, yet lucid. It was true enough, she thought, that God, that is to say, the everlasting spirit of creative power, is everywhere and in everything. Yet to the average mind it never occurs to inquire deeply as to the subtle elements wherewith divine intelligence causes this everywhere and everything to be made. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on the crystal cup, knowing that for her it held destiny. "You are prepared," resumed Demetrius. "I have left nothing undone, and yet you are but woman."
"Not weaker than man," she interrupted him, quickly, "though men have sought to make her so in order to crush her more easily. Give me the cup."
He looked at her in undisguised admiration. "Wait," he said. "You shall not lose yourself in the infinite profound without knowing something of the means whereby you are moved. This cup, as you see, is of purest crystal, hewn rough from rocks that may have been fused in the fires of the world's foundation. Within it are all the known discoverable particles of life's essence, and when I say discoverable, I wish you to understand that many of these particles were not discovered or discoverable at all till I set my soul to the work of a spy on the secrets of nature. I have already told you that this test may be life or death to you. If it should be death, then I have failed utterly, for by all the closest and most minute mathematical measurements it should be life."
Smiling, she stretched out her hand. "Give me the cup," she repeated.
"If it should be death," he went on, speaking more to himself than to her, "I think it will be more your fault than mine. Not voluntarily your fault, except that perhaps you may have concealed from me details of your personality and experience which I ought to have known. And yet I believe you to be entirely honest. Success, as I have told you, depends on the perfect health and purity of the cells, so that if you were an unprincipled woman, or if you had led a tainted life, if you were a glutton, or one who drank and took drugs for imaginary ailments, the contents of this cup would kill you instantly, because the cells, having been weakened and lacerated, could not stand the inrush of new force. But had you been thus self-injured, you would have shown signs of it during these months of preparation, and so far I have seen nothing that should hinder complete victory."
"Then why delay any longer?" and Diana gave a gesture of visible impatience. "It is more trying to me to wait here in suspense on your words than to die outright." He looked at her half pleadingly, then turned his eyes towards the great wheel, which was now, after sunset, going round with an almost sleepy slowness. One moment more of hesitation, and then with a firm hand he held out the cup. "Take it," he said, "and may God be with you." With a smile she accepted it, and, putting her lips to the crystal rim, drained its contents to the last drop. For half or quarter of a second she stood upright. Then, as though struck by a flash of lightning, she fell senseless. Quickly Demetrius sprang to her side, picked up the empty cup as it rolled from her hand, and called, "Vasho!" Instantly the tall Ethiopian appeared, and obeying his master's instructions, assisted him to lift the prone figure and lay it on a bench near at hand. Then they both set to work to move a number of ropes and pulleys which, noiselessly manipulated, proved to be an ingenious device for lowering a sort of stretcher or couch, canopied in tent-like fashion and made entirely of the same sort of double-stranded silk material in which Diana had clothed herself for her "sacrifice." This stretcher was lowered from the very centre of the dome of the laboratory, and upon it the two men, Demetrius and his servant, carefully and almost religiously placed the passive form, which now had an appearance of extreme rigidity, like that of a corpse. Demetrius looked anxiously at the closed eyes, the waxen pallor of the features, and the evident tension of the muscles of the neck and throat. Then, with a kind of reckless swiftness and determination, he began to bind the apparently lifeless body round and round with broad strips of the same luminous, sheeny stuff which composed the seeming funeral couch of his "subject" in the fashion of an Egyptian mummy. Vasho, acting under orders, assisted him as before, and very soon Diana's form was closely swathed from head to foot, only the eyes, mouth, and ears being left uncovered. The laboratory was now illumined only by its own mysterious fires. Outside was a dark summer sky, powdered with faint stars, and every lingering reflex of the sunset had completely vanished. With the utmost care and minutest attention, Demetrius now looked to every detail of the strange canopied bier on which the insensible subject of his experiment was laid. Then, giving a sign to Vasho, the ropes and pulleys by which it was suspended were once more set in motion, and slowly, aerially, and without a sound, it swung away and across the dark pool of water to a position just under the great wheel. The wheel, revolving slowly and casting out lambent rays of fire, illumined it as a white tent might be illumined on the night blackness of a bare field. It rested just about 4 feet above the level of the water and 4 feet below the turning rim of the wheel. When safely and accurately lodged in this position, Demetrius and his servant fastened the ropes and pulleys to a projection in the wall, attaching them to a padlock of which Demetrius himself took the key. Then, pausing, they looked at each other. Vasho's glittering eyes, rolling like dark moonstones under his jetty brows, asked mutely 1,000 questions. He was stricken with awe and terror and gazed at his master as beseechingly as one might fancy an erring mortal might look at an incarnate devil sent to punish him. But in the set white face of Demetrius there was no sign of response or reassurance. 2 or 3 minutes passed, and, going to the edge of the pool, Demetrius looked steadily across it at the white pavilion with its hidden burden swung between fire and water. Then slowly, but resolutely, turned away. As he did so, Vasho suddenly fell on his knees and, catching at his master's hand, implored him by eloquent signs of fear, pity, and distress not to abandon the hapless woman, thus bound and senseless, to a fate more strange and perhaps more terrible than any human being had yet devised to torture his fellow human being. Demetrius shook off his touch impatiently, and bade him rise from his knees.
"Do not pray to me," he said harshly. "Pray to your God, if you have one. I have a God whose intelligence is so measureless and so true that I know he will not punish me for spending the brain with which he has endowed me in an effort to find out one of his myriad secrets. There was a time in this world when men knew nothing of the solar system. Now God has permitted them to know it. In the same way we know nothing of the secret of life, but shall we dare to say that God will never permit us to know? That would be blasphemy indeed. We suffer fools gladly. We allow tricksters such as mediums, fortune-tellers and the like, to flourish on their frauds. But we give little help to the man of spiritual or psychological science, whose learning might help us to conquer disease and death. No, Vasho, your fears have no persuasion for me. I am thankful you are dumb. There is no more to do. We may go."
Vasho's moonstone eyes still turned lingeringly and compassionately on the white pavilion under the wheel of fire. He made expressive signs with his fingers, to which his master answered, almost kindly,
"She will die, you think? If so, my toil is wasted. My supreme experiment is a failure. She must live. And I have sufficient faith in the accuracies of God and nature as to be almost sure she will. Come."
He took the reluctant Vasho by the arm and led him to the mysterious door, which swung up in its usual mysterious way at his touch. They passed out, and as the portal swung down again behind them, Demetrius released a heavy copper bar from one side and clamped it across the whole door, fastening it with lock and key.
"I do this in case you should be tempted to look in," he said with a stern smile to his astonished attendant. "You have been faithful and obedient so far. But you know the secret of opening this door when no bar is placed across it. But with it, my Vasho, the devil himself may fumble in vain."
Vasho essayed a feeble grin, but his black skin looked a shade less black, as he heard his master's words and saw his resolute action. Gone was the faint hope the poor blackamoor had entertained of being of some use or rescue to the victim prisoned in the laboratory. She was evidently doomed to abide her fate, and Demetrius walked with an unfaltering step through the long corridor, from the laboratory, into the hall of his house, and then sent Vasho about his usual household business, while he himself went into the garden and looked at the still beauty of the evening. Everywhere there was fragrance and peace. Innumerable stars clustered in the sky, and the faint outline of the snowy Alps was dimly perceptible. From the lawn he could see the subdued glitter of the glass dome of the laboratory. At that moment it had the effect of a crystal sphere with the palest of radiance filtering through.
"And tomorrow is the longest day,"
he said with a kind of rapt exultation. "Pray heaven the sun may shine with all its strongest force and utmost splendor from its rising to its setting. So shall we imprison the eternal fire." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 20. The next morning dawned cloudlessly, and a burning sun blazed intense summer heat through all the hours of the longest and loveliest day. Such persistent warmth brought its own languor and oppression, and though all the doors and windows of the Chateau Fragonard were left open, Madame Demetrius found herself quite overwhelmed by the almost airless stillness, notwithstanding a certain under-wave of freshness which always flowed from the mountains like a breathing of the snow. "How is Diana?" she asked of her son, as, clad in a suit of cool white linen, he sauntered in from the garden to luncheon.
"I believe she is very well," he answered composedly. "She has not complained."
"I hope she has nothing to complain of," said the old lady nervously. "You promised me, Feodor, that you would not let her suffer."
"I promised you that if she was unhappy or in pain, I would do my best to spare her as much as possible," he replied. "But up to the present she is neither unhappy nor in pain."
"You are sure?"
"Sure." Vasho, who was in attendance, stared at him in something of questioning terror, and his mother watched him with a mute fondness of appeal in her eyes which, however, he did not or would not see. She could not but feel a certain pride in him as she looked at his fine, intellectual face, rendered just now finer and more attractive by the tension of his inward thought. Presently he met her searching, loving gaze with a smile. "Do you not think, mother mine," he said, "that I merit some of the compassion you extend so lavishly to Miss May, who is, after all, a stranger in our house? Can you not imagine it possible that I, too, may suffer? Permit yourself to remember that it is now 25 years since I started on this quest, and that during that time I have not rested day or night without having my brain at work, puzzling out my problem. Now that I have done all which seems to me humanly possible, have you no thought of me in my utter despair if I fail?"
"But you will not fail."
"In every science for one success there are a million failures," he replied. "And dare I complain if I am one of the million? I have been fortunate in finding a subject who is obedient, tractable, and eminently courageous. Sometimes, indeed, I have wondered whether her courage will not prove too much for me. She is a woman of character, of strong yet firmly suppressed emotions, and she has entered a characterless household."
"Characterless?"
repeated Madame Demetrius in surprised tones.
"Can you say that?"
"Of course! What play of character can be expected from people who are as self-centered as you and I? You have no thought in life beyond me, your erratic and unworthy son. I have no thought beyond my scientific work and its results. Neither you nor I take interest in human affairs or human beings generally. Any writer of books venturing to describe us would find nothing to relate, because we form no associations. We let people come and go, but we do not really care for them, and if they stayed away altogether we should not mind."
"Well, as far as that goes, Diana tells me she is equally indifferent," said Madame.
"Yes, but her indifference is hardly of her own making," he replied. "She is not aware of its source or meaning. Her actual character and temperament are deep as a deep lake over which a sudden and unusual frost has spread a temporary coating of ice. She has emotions and passions, rigidly and closely controlled. She cares for things without knowing she cares, and at any moment she may learn her own power."
"A power which you have given her," interposed his mother.
"True, and it may be a case of putting a sword into the hand that is eager to kill," he answered. "However, her strength will be of the psychological type, which gross material men laugh at. I do not laugh, knowing the terrific force hidden within each one of us behind the veil of flesh and blood. Heavens, what a world it would be if we all lived according to the spirit rather than the body! If we all ceased to be coarse feeders and animal sensualists, and chose only the purest necessaries for existence in health and sanity, it would be paradise regained."
"If your experiment succeeds as you hope," said Madame Demetrius, "what will happen then? You will let Diana go?"
"She will go whether I 'let' her or not," he replied. "She will have done all I require of her."
His mother was silent, and he, as though weary of the conversation, presently rose and left the room. Stepping out on the lawn in the full blaze of noonday, he looked towards the dome of the laboratory, but could scarcely fix his eyes upon its extreme brilliancy, which was blinding at every point. He felt very keenly that it was indeed the longest day of the year. Never had hours moved so slowly, and, despite the summer glory of the day, so drearily. His thoughts dwelt persistently on the bound and imprisoned forms swung in solitude under the great wheel, which he knew must now be revolving at almost lightning speed, churning the water beneath it into prismatic spray, and every now and then a strong temptation beset him to go and unlock the door of the prison house and see whether his victim had wakened to the consciousness of her condition. But he restrained this impulse. With evening the slender curve of the new moon glided into the sky, looking like the pale vision of a silver sickle, and a delicious calm pervaded the air. His thoughts gradually took on a more human tendency. He allowed himself to pity his subject. After all, what an arid sort of fate had been hers! The only child of one of those painfully respectable British couples who never move out of the conventional rut, and for whom the smallest expression of honest opinion is bad form, and herself endowed, by some freak of nature, with exceptional qualities of brain. What a neutral and sad-coloured existence hers had been, when love and the hope of marriage had deserted her! No wonder she had resolved to break away and seek some outlet for her cramped and imprisoned mentality. "Though marriage is drab-coloured enough," he mused, "unless husband and wife are prudent and agree to live apart from each other for so many months in the year. And now, if my experiment succeeds, she will make a fool or a lunatic of every man her eyes rest upon, except myself." The days wore away slowly. As each one passed, Madame Demetrius grew more and more uneasy, and more her eyes questioned the unresponsive face of her son. Vasho, too, could not forbear gazing with a kind of appealing terror at his master's composed features and easy demeanour. It was more than devilish, he thought, that a man could comport himself thus indifferently when he had a poor human victim shut up within a laboratory where the two devouring elements of fire and water held the chief sway. However, there was nothing to be done. A figure of stone or iron was not more immovable than Demetrius when once bent to the resolved execution of a task, no matter how difficult such task might be. Looking at the cold, indomitable expression of the man, one felt that he would care nothing for the loss of 1,000 lives, if by such sacrifice he could attain the end in view. But though his outward equanimity remained undisturbed, he was inwardly disquieted and restless. He saw two alternatives to his possible success. His victim might die, in which case her body would crumble to ashes in the process to which it was being subjected, or she might lose her senses. Death would be kinder than the latter fate, but he was powerless to determine either. And even at the back of his mind there lurked a dim suggestion of some other result which he could not formulate or reckon with. The longest waiting must have an end, but never to his thought did a longer period of time stretch itself out between the evening of the 20th of June and that of the 24th, Midsummer Day. The weather remained perfect, intensely warm, bright, and still. Not a cloud crossed the burning blue of the daylight, and at evening, the young moon, slightly broadening from a slender sickle to the curve of a coracle boat floating whitely in the deep ether, shed fairy silver over the lake and the alpine snows above it. During these days, many people of note and scientific distinction called at the Chateau Fragonard. Feodor Demetrius was a personage to be reckoned with in many departments of knowledge, and his exquisite gardens afforded coolness and shade to those wanderers from various lands who were touring Switzerland in search of health and change of scene. Near neighbours and acquaintances also came and went, but such is the generally vague attitude of mind assumed by ordinary folk to other than themselves, that scarcely any among the few who had met Diana and accepted her as a chance visitor to Madame Demetrius now remembered her, except the Baron and Baroness Roussillon, who still kept up a slight show of interest as to her whereabouts, though their questions were lightly evaded and never fully answered. Professor Chauvet, irritated and unhappy at receiving no news whatever, of the woman for whom he had conceived a singular but sincere affection, had taken it into his head to go suddenly to Paris, to see after his house and garden there, which had long been unoccupied. A fancy possessed him that if, or when, Diana did write to him, he would answer her from Paris, so that they might meet there, or in London, without the surveillance or comment of Demetrius. Meanwhile, Demetrius himself, a figure of impenetrable reserve and cold courtesy, let his visitors come and go as they listed, apparently living the life of a scientist absorbed in studies too profound to allow himself to be troubled or distracted by the opinions of the outer world. Midsummer Day, the feast of St. John, and a day of poetic and superstitious observance, came at last and drifted along in a stream of gold and azure radiance, the sun sinking round as a rose in a sky without a cloud. To the last moment of its setting Demetrius waited, watch in hand. All day long he had wandered aimlessly in the garden among his flowers, talking now and then to his gardeners, and stopping at every point where he could see the crystal dome of his laboratory shine clear like the uplifted minaret of some palace of the East, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he compelled himself to walk with a slow and indifferent mien when the moment arrived for him to return to the chateau. His heart galloped like a runaway racehorse, while he forced his feet into a sauntering and languid pace, as though he were more than oppressed by the heat of the day. And he stopped for a moment to speak to his mother, whose reclining chair was in the loggia where she could enjoy the view of the gardens and the fountains in full play. "I am," he said, and paused, then went on. "I am going to the laboratory for an hour or two. If I am late for dinner, do not wait for me." Madame Demetrius, busy with some delicate lacework, looked up at him inquiringly. "Are you seeing Diana this evening?" she asked. He nodded assent. "Give her my love, and tell her how glad I am that her days of solitude are over, and that I shall come to her tomorrow as soon as you will allow me." He nodded again, and with a tender hand stroked the silver bandeau of the old lady's pretty hair. "After all, old age is quite a beautiful thing," he said, and stooping, he kissed her on the brow. "It is perhaps wrong that we should wish to be always young?" He passed on then, and, entering his library, rang a bell. Vasho appeared. "Vasho, the hour has come!" he said, whereat Vasho, the dumb, uttered an inarticulate animal sound of terror. "Either I have succeeded or I have failed. Let us go and see." He paused for a moment, his eyes resting on the mysterious steel instrument which, always working in its accustomed place on its block of crystal, struck off its tiny sparks of fire with unceasing regularity. "You gave me the first clue," he said, addressing it. "You were a fluke, a chance, a stray hint from the unseen. And you will go on forever if nothing disturbs your balance, if nothing shakes your exact mathematical poise. So will the universe similarly go on forever if similarly undisturbed. All a matter of calculation, equality of distribution, and exact poise, designed by a faultless intelligence, an intelligence which we are prone to deny, a divinity we dare to doubt. Man perplexes himself with a million forms of dogma which he calls religions, when there is truly only one religion possible for all the world, and that is the intelligent, reasoning, devout worship of the true God as made manifest in his works. These works none but the few will study, preferring to delude themselves with the fantastic spectres of their own imaginations. Yet when we have learned what in time we must know, the words of the evangelist may be fulfilled. I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first earth and the first heaven were passed away. And there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain. So we may have a joyous world where youth and life are eternal, and where never a heart-throb of passion or grief breaks the halcyon calm. Shall we care for it, I wonder? Will it not prove monotonous? And when all is smooth sailing, shall we not long for a storm? A quick sigh escaped him. Then, remembering Vasho's presence, he shook off his temporary abstraction.
"Come, Vasho," he said. "I must go and find this marvel of my science, living or dead. And don't look so terrified. One would think you were the victim. Whatever happens, you are safe."
Vasho made expressive signs of apologetic humility and appeal, to which Demetrius gave no response save an indulgent smile.
"Come,"
he repeated. They left the library, Demetrius leading the way, and walked through the long corridor to the door of the laboratory. Gleams of gold and silver shone from the mysterious substance of which it was composed, and curious iridescent rays flashed suddenly across their eyes, as if part of it had become transparent.
"The sun's flames have had power here," remarked Demetrius. "Almost they have pierced the metal."
Answering to pressure in the usual manner, the portal opened and closed behind them as they entered. For a moment it was impossible to see anything, owing to the overwhelming brilliancy of the light which filled every part of the domed space, a light streaked here and there with gold and deep rose colour. The enormous wheel was revolving slowly, and beneath its rim the canopied white stretcher was suspended over the dark water below, as it had been left 4 days previously. The prisoned victim had not stirred. For 2 or 3 minutes Demetrius stood looking eagerly, his eyes peering through the waves of light that played upon his sense of vision almost as drowningly as the waves of the sea might have played upon his power of breathing. Vasho, shaken to pieces by his uncontrollable inward terrors, had fallen on his knees and hidden his face in his hands. Demetrius roused him from this abject attitude.
"Get up, Vasho, don't play the fool," he said, sternly. "What ails you? Are you afraid? Look before you, man. There is no change in the outline of that figure. It is merely in a condition of suspended animation. If she were dead, understand me, she would not be there at all. The stretcher would be empty. Come, I want your help with these pulleys."
Vasho, striving to steady his trembling limbs, went to his imperious master's assistance as the pulleys were unlocked and released.
"Now, gently," said Demetrius. "Let the ropes go easy, and pull evenly."
They worked together, and gradually, with a smooth, swaying, noiseless movement, the canopied couch with its motionless occupant was swung away from the wheel across the water and laid at their feet. The canopy itself sparkled all over as with millions of small diamonds, and as they raised and turned it back, curled in their hands and twisted like a live thing. A still brighter luminance shone from end to end of the closely bound and swathed figure beneath it, a figure rigid as stone, yet, though so rigid, uncannily expressive of hidden life. Demetrius knelt down beside it and began to unfasten the close wrappings in which it was so fast imprisoned, from the feet upwards, signing to Vasho to assist him. Each one of the glistening white silken bands was hot to the touch, and as it was unwound, cast out little sparks and pellets of fire. The widest of these was folded over and over across the breast, binding in the arms and hands, and as this was undone, the faintest stir of the body was perceptible. At last Demetrius uncovered the face and head, and then both he and Vasho sprang up and started back, amazed and awestruck. Never a lovelier thing could be found on earth than the creature which lay so passively before them, a young girl of beauty so exquisite that it hardly seemed human. The goddess of a poet's dream might be so imagined, but never a mere thing of flesh and blood. And as they stood, staring at the marvel, the alabaster whiteness of the flesh began to soften and flush with roseate hues. A faint sigh parted the reddening lips. The small, childlike hands, hitherto lying limp on either side, were raised as though searching for something in the air, and then, slowly, easefully, and with no start of surprise or fear, Diana awoke from her long trance and stretched herself lazily, smiled, sat up for a moment, her hair falling about her in an amber shower, and finally stepped from her couch and stood erect, a vision of such ethereal fairness and youthful queenliness that all unconscious of his own action, Demetrius sank on his knees in a transport of admiration, whispering, "My triumph! My work! My wonder of the world!" She, meanwhile, with the questioning air of one whose surroundings are utterly unfamiliar, surveyed him in his kneeling attitude as though he were a stranger. Drawing herself up and pushing back the wealth of hair that fell about her, she spoke in the exquisitely musical voice that was all her own, though it seemed to have gained a richer sweetness. "Why do you kneel?" she asked. "Are you my servant?" For one flashing second he was tempted to answer, "Your master!" But there was something in the stateliness of her attitude and the dignity of her bearing that checked this bold utterance on his lips, and he replied, "Your slave, if so you will it!" A smile of vague surprise crossed her features. "Remind me how I came here," she said. "There is something I cannot recall. I have been so much in the light, and this place is very dark. You are a friend, I suppose, are you not?" A chilly touch of dread overcame him. His experiment had failed, if, despite its perfection of physical result, the brain organization was injured or destroyed. She talked at random, and with a lost air as if she had no recollection of any previous happenings. "Surely I am your friend," he said, rising from his knees and approaching her more nearly. "You remember me? Feodor Dimitrius?" She passed one hand across her brow. "Dimitrius? Feodor Dimitrius?" she repeated, then suddenly she laughed, a clear, bright laugh like that of a happy child. "Of course! I know you now, and I know myself. I am Diana May who was the poor unloved old spinster with wrinkles round her eyes and feelings in her stupidly warm heart. But she is dead. I live." She lifted her arms, the silver sheen of her mysterious gleaming garment falling back like unfurled wings. "I live," she repeated. "I am the young Diana. The old Diana is dead." Her arms dropped to her sides again, and she turned to Dimitrius with a bewitching smile. "And you love me," she said. "You love me as all men must love me. Even he loves me." And she pointed playfully to Vasho, cowering in fear as far back in a shadowy corner as he could, out of the arrowy glances of her lovely eyes. Then, laughing softly again, she gathered her robe about her with a queenly air. "Come, Dr. Feodor Dimitrius, let us go. I see by the way you look at me that you think your experiment has been too much for my brain, but you are mistaken. I am quite clear in memory and consciousness. You are the scientist who advertised for a woman of mature years. I am Diana May who was mature enough to answer you, and came from London to Geneva on the chance of suiting you. I have submitted to all your commands, and here I am. A success for you, I suppose, but a still greater success for myself. I do not know what has happened since I came into this laboratory a while ago, nor am I at all curious. That was my coffin." She indicated the stretcher with its white canopy from which she had arisen. He was about to answer her when she stopped him. "No, tell me nothing. Say it is my chrysalis from which I have broken out. A butterfly," she smiled. "Look at poor Vasho. How frightened he seems. Let us leave this place. Surely we have had enough of it? Come, Dr. Dimitrius, it's all over. You have done with me, and I with you. Take me to my rooms." Her air and tone of command were not to be gainsaid. Amazed and angry at his own sudden sense of inferiority and inefficiency, Dimitrius signed to the trembling Vasho to open the door of the laboratory, and held out his hand to Diana to guide her. She looked at him questioningly. "Must I?" she asked. "You are quite enough in love with me already. But if you take my hand—" Her eyes, brilliant and provocative, flashed disdainfully into his. He strove to sustain his composure. "You are talking very foolishly," he said with studied harshness. "If you wish to convince me that you are the same Diana May who has shown such resolute courage and modesty and such obedience to my will, you must express yourself more reasonably." Her light laugh rippled out again. "Oh, but I am not the same Diana May," she answered. "You have altered all that. I was old and a woman. Now I am young and a goddess." He started back, amazed at her voice and attitude. "A goddess, she repeated triumphantly. "Young with a youth that shall not change, alive with a life that shall not die. Out of the fire and the air I have absorbed the essence of all beauty and power. What shall trouble me? Not the little things of this querulous world, not its peevish men and women. I am above them all. Feodor Dimitrius, your science has gathered strange fruit from the tree of life, but remember, the flaming sword turns every way." He gazed at her in speechless wonderment. She had spoken with extraordinary force and passion, and now stood confronting him as an angel might have stood in the garden of paradise. Her beauty was overwhelming, almost maddening in its irresistible attraction, and his brain whirled like a mote in a ring of fire. He stretched out his hands appealingly. "Diana," he half whispered. "Diana, you are mine. My sole creation." "Not so," she replied. "You blaspheme. Nothing is yours. You have used the forces of nature to make me what I am, but I am nature's product, and nature is not always kind. Let us go." She moved towards the door. Vasho stood ready to open it, his eyes cast down, and his limbs trembling. As she approached, she smiled kindly at him, but the poor negro was too scared to look at her. He swung the portal upward, and she passed through the opening. Dimitrius followed, not venturing to offer his hand a second time. He merely gave instructions to Vasho to set the laboratory in order and remove every trace of his "experiment," then kept close beside the erect, slight, graceful figure in the shining garment that glided along with unerring steps through the corridor into the familiar hall, where, for a moment, Diana paused. "Is your mother well?" she asked. "Quite well." "I am glad. You will prepare her to see me tomorrow?"
"I will."
She passed on, up the staircase and went straight to her own rooms. It was plain she had forgotten nothing, and that she had all her senses about her. As Dimitrius threw open the door of her little salon, she turned on the threshold and fully confronted him. "Thank you," she said. "I hope you are satisfied that your experiment has succeeded?" He was pale to the lips, and his eyes glowed with suppressed fire, but he answered calmly, "I am more than satisfied if you are well." "I am very well," she replied, smiling. "I shall never be ill. You ought to know that, if you believe in your own discovery. You ought to know that I am no longer made of mortal clay, subject to all the ills that flesh is heir to. Your science has filled me with another and more lasting form of life." He was silent, standing before her with head bent like some disgraced schoolboy. "Good night," she said, then, in a gentler tone, "I do not know how long I have been the companion of your ordeal by fire. I suppose I ought to be hungry and thirsty, but I am not. To breathe has been to me sufficient nourishment. Yet, for the sake of appearances, you had better let Vasho, poor frightened Vasho, bring me food as usual. I shall be ready for him in an hour." She motioned him away and closed the door. As she disappeared, a light seemed to vanish with her, and the dark entresol grew even darker. He went downstairs in a maze of bewilderment, dazzled by her beauty and conscious of her utter indifference, and stood for a moment at the open door of the loggia, looking out at the still, dark loveliness of the summer evening.
"And so it is finished," he said to himself. "All over. A completed triumph and a marvel of science. But what have I made of her? She is not a woman. Then what is she?"
End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 21. While Demetrius thus perplexed himself with a psychological question for which he could find no satisfactory answer, Diana was happily free from doubts and fears of any kind whatsoever. When she found herself alone in her rooms, she was conscious of a strange sense of sovereignty and supremacy, which, though it was in a manner new to her, yet did not seem unnatural. She was not in the least conscious of having passed 4 days, practically, in a state of suspended animation, no more, perhaps, than is the Indian fakir who suffers himself to be buried in the earth for a sufficient time to allow the corn to grow over him. She looked about her, recognizing certain familiar objects which were her own, and others which belonged to the Demetrius household. She touched the piano lightly as she passed it, glanced through the open window at the dusky, starlit skies, and then went into her bedroom, where, turning on the electric burner, she confronted herself in the mirror with a smile. Beauty smiled back at her in every line and curve, in every movement, and she criticized her own appearance as she might have criticized a picture, admiring the sheeny softness and sparkle of the mysterious garment in which she was arrayed. But after a few moments of this quiet self-contemplation, she recollected more mundane things, and, going to the wardrobe, took out the rose-pink wrap Sophie Lansing had given her. "I wonder," she said, half laughing, "what Sophie would say to me now. But after all, what a faraway person Sophie seems." Standing before the mirror, she deliberately let the shining robe of ordeal slip from her body to the floor. Nude as a pearl, she remained for a moment, gazing, as she knew, at the loveliest model of feminine perfection ever seen since the sculptor of the Venus de Medici wrought his marble divinity. Yet she was not surprised or elated, no touch of vanity or self-complacency moved her. The astonishing part of the whole matter was that it seemed quite natural to her to be thus beautiful. Beauty had become part of her existence, like the simple act of breathing, and called for no special personal notice. She slipped on a few garments, covering all with her rose silk wrapper, and twisted up her hair. And so she was clothed again as Diana May. But what a different Diana May! She heard Vasho moving in the sitting-room, and looking, saw that he was setting out a dainty little table with game and fruit and wine. He caught sight of her fair face watching him from the half-open door which divided bedroom from sitting-room, and paused, abashed, then made a sort of Eastern salutation, full of the most abject humility. "Poor Vasho!" she said, advancing. "How strange that you should be so afraid of me! What do you take me for? You must not be afraid!" No goddess, suddenly descending from the skies to earth, could have looked more royally beneficent than she, and Vasho made rapid signs of entire devotion to her service. "No," she said, "you are your master's man. He will need your help when I am gone." The negro's countenance expressed a sudden dismay, and she laughed. "Yes, when I am gone," she repeated, "and that will be very soon. I am made for all the world now."
His eyes rolled despairingly, he made eloquent and beseeching signs of appeal. "You will be sorry?" she said. "Yes, I dare say you will. Now go along. They want you downstairs. It is foolish to be sorry for anything." She smiled at him as he backed from her presence, looking utterly miserable, and disappeared. Left alone, she touched a glass of wine with her lips, but quickly set it down. "What a curious taste!" she said. "I used to like it. I don't like it at all now. I'm not thirsty, and I'm not hungry. I want nothing. It's enough for me to breathe." She moved slowly up and down with an exquisite floating grace, a perfect vision of imperial beauty, her rose-red rest gown, with its white fur lining trailing about her, and presently, sitting down by the open window, she inhaled the warm summer air, and after a while watched the moon rise through a foam of white cloud which seemed to have sprayed itself sheer down from the alpine snows. Her thoughts were clear, her consciousness particularly active, and, with a kind of new self-possession and intellectuality, she took herself, as it were, mentally to pieces, and examined each section of herself as under a psychological microscope. "Let me be quite sure of my own identity," she said, half aloud. "I am Diana May, and yet I am not Diana May. I have lost the worn old shell of my former personality, and I have found another personality which is not my own, and yet, somehow, is the real me. The me for whom I have been searching and crying, ever since I could search and cry. The me I have dreamed of as rising in the shape of a soul from my dead body. I am clothed with a life vesture made of strange and imperishable stuff. I cannot begin to describe or understand it, except as an organization free from all pain and grossness, and, what is more positive still, free from all feeling." She paused here, interested in the puzzle of her thoughts. Raising her eyes, she looked out at the divine beauty of the night. "Yes," she went on, musing, "that is the strangest part of it. I have no feeling. This is the work of science, therefore my condition will be within reach of all who care to accept it. I look out at the garden, the moonlight, but not as I used to look. They have no feeling and seem just a natural part of myself. They do not move me to any more sensation than the recognition that they live, as I do, with me and for me. If I can get hold of myself at all surely, I think my chief consciousness is that of power. Power, with no regard for its exercise or result." She waited again, disentangling her mind from all clinging or vague recollections. "This man, Feodor Dimitrius, interested me at one time," she said. "His utter selfishness and callous absorption in his own studies moved me almost to pain. Now he does not interest me at all. His mother is kind, very simple, very stupid and well-meaning, but I could not stay with her for long. Who else must I remember?" Suddenly she laughed. "Pa and Ma!" she exclaimed. "I must not forget them! Those dear, respectable parents of mine who only cared for me as long as I was an interesting object to themselves, and found me in the way when their interest ceased. Flighty Pa! Wouldn't he just love to be rejuvenated and turned out as a sort of new Faustus, amorous and reckless of everybody's feelings but his own? Oh yes, I mustn't forget Pa. I'm young enough to wear white now. I'll go and see him as soon as I get back to England, before Ma's best morning gown grows rusty." She laughed again, the most enchanting dimples lightening her face as mirth radiated from her lips and eyes. Then all at once she became serious, almost stern, and stood up as though lifted erect by some thought which impelled action. One hand clenched involuntarily. "Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve," she said, in slow tones of emphatic scorn. "Especially the Honourable. I must not forget him, or his fat wife.
or his appallingly hideous and stupid children. I must look at them all, and not only must I look at them, they must look at me." Her hand relaxed, her eyes, limpid and lustrous, turned again towards the open window in moonlit summer night. "Yet, is vengeance worth while?" she mused. "Vengeance on a mote, a worm, a low soul such as that of the man I once almost worshipped? Yes, the gods know it is worth while to punish a liar and traitor. When the world becomes unclean and full of falsehood, a great war is sent to purge its foulness. When a man destroys a life's happiness, it is just that his own happiness should also be destroyed." She had come to the conclusion of her meditations, and seeing the hour was 10 o'clock, she opened her door and put the untouched little supper table, with all its delicacies, outside in the entresol to be cleared away. Then, locking herself in for the night, prepared to go to bed. It was now that a sudden thrill of doubt quivered through her beautiful new organization. The nervous idea that perhaps she would not be able to pray. She took herself severely to task for this thought. "All things are of God," she said aloud. "Whatever science has made of me, I can be nothing without His will. To Him belong the sun and air, the light and fire. To Him also I belong, and to Him I may render thanks without fear." She knelt down and uttered the familiar "Our Father" in slow, soft tones of humility and devotion. To anyone who could have watched her praying thus, she would have seemed a splendid angel newly dressed, save wings, for heaven. And when she laid her head on her pillow she fell asleep as sweetly as a young child, her breathing as light, her dreamless unconsciousness as perfect. The morning found her refreshed by her slumber, stronger and more self-possessed than before, and when clad in her ordinary little white batiste gown she looked, as indeed she was bodily, if not mentally, a mere slip of a girl, a lovely girl, slender as a rod and fair as a lily, radiating in every expression and movement with an altogether extraordinary beauty. After the breakfast hour came Madame Demetrius, eager, curious, affectionate, but at first sight of her stood as though rooted to the floor, and began to tremble so violently that Diana put an arm about her to save her from falling. But, with a white, scared face and repelling hand, the old woman pushed her aside. "Do not touch me, please," she said in feeble, quavering tones. I did not expect this. I was prepared for much, but not this. This is devil's work. Oh, my son, he is possessed by the powers of evil. May God deliver him. No." This, as Diana, with her beautiful smile of uplifted sweetness and tolerance, strove to speak. "Nothing you can say will alter it. It is impossible that such a thing could be done without rebellion against the laws of God. You are not Diana May. You are some other creature not made of flesh and blood." Diana heard her with a gentle patience. "Very possibly you are right," she said, quietly. "But whatever I am made of must be some of God's own material, since there is nothing existent without Him. Why, even if there is a devil, the devil himself cannot exist apart from God." Madame Demetrius uttered a pained cry, and then began to sob hysterically. "Oh, do not speak to me, she wailed. My son, my Feodor, his soul is the prey of some evil spirit, and it seems to me as if you are that spirit's form and voice. You are beautiful, but not with merely a woman's beauty. His science has called some strange power to him. You are that power. You will be his doom." She wrung her hands nervously, and moaning, let me go, turned to leave the room. Diana stood apart, making no effort to detain her. A look of wondering compassion filled her lovely eyes. "Poor woman," she breathed softly. "Poor weak, worn soul." Then suddenly she spoke aloud in clear, sweet, decisive tones. "Dear madam," she said, "you distress yourself without cause. You need not be afraid of me. I will do you no harm. As for your son, his fate is in his own hands. He assumes to be master of it. I shall not interfere with him or with you, for now I shall leave you both forever. I have submitted myself to his orders. I have been his paid subject, and he cannot complain of any want of obedience on my part. His experiment has succeeded. Nothing therefore now remains for me to do here, and he has no further need of me. I promise you I will go as quickly as I can, and if, as you say, I am not human, why, so much the worse for humanity." She smiled, and her attitude and expression were royally triumphant. Madame Demetrius had reached the door of the apartment, and with her hand leaning against it, turned back to look at her in evident terror. Then she essayed to speak again. "I am sorry," she faltered, "if I seem strange and harsh, but you are not Diana May, not the woman I knew. She had grown younger and prettier under my son's treatment, but you are a mere girl, and I know you cannot be human." A light of something like scorn flashed from Diana's eyes. "Is humanity so valuable?" she asked. But this question was more than enough for Madame Demetrius. With a shuddering exclamation of something like utter despair, she hurriedly opened the door, and stumbled blindly out into the corridor, there to be caught in the arms of her son, who was coming to Diana's rooms. "Why, mother!" he ejaculated. "What is this?" Diana stood at her half-open door, looking at them both like a young angel at the gate of paradise. "Your mother is frightened of me," she explained gently. "She says I am not human. I dare say that's very likely. But do try and comfort her, and tell her that I have no evil intentions towards her or you, and that I am going away as soon as you will allow me to do so." His brows contracted. "Mother," he said reproachfully, "is this how you keep your promise to me? I gave you my confidence. You see the full success of my great experiment, and yet you reward me thus?" She clung to him desperately. "Feodor, she cried. "My son, my only child, you shall not blame me, your mother. I love you, Feodor, and love teaches many things. Oh, my son! You have drawn from your science something that is not of this world, something that has no feeling, no emotion. This creature of your making is not Diana." As she spoke, her face grew livid. She beat the air with her feeble old hands as though she fought some invisible foe, and fell in a dead faint. Quickly Demetrius lifted her in his arms and laid her on the sofa in Diana's sitting room. Diana came to his aid, and deftly and tenderly bathed her forehead and hands with cool water. When she showed signs of returning consciousness, Diana said whisperingly, "I will go now. She must not be frightened again. She must not see me when she wakes. You understand? Poor dear old lady! She imagines I am not human, and she has told me I shall be your doom." She smiled. "Do you think I shall?" Her loveliness shone upon him like a light too brilliant to endure. His heart beat furiously, but he would not look at her. He bent his head over his mother's passive figure, busying himself with restoratives, and answered nothing. She waited a minute, then added, "You will arrange for my leaving here as soon as possible? After what she has said, it will be best for your mother that I should go at once." Then, and then only, he lifted his dark eyes. They were sad and strained. "I will arrange everything," he said. "No doubt the sooner we part, the better." She smiled again, then moved swiftly away into her bedroom and locked the door. Slowly Madame Demetrius recovered and looked around her with an alarmed expression. "Has she gone?" "Yes," her son replied with a bitterness he could not restrain. "She has gone, and she will go. You have driven away the loveliest thing ever seen on earth, my creation. Through you she will leave me altogether, and yet you say you love me." I do love you," cried his mother, weeping. Feodor, I love You as no other can or will. I love you, and by my love I claim your soul. I claim it from the powers of evil. I claim it for God. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 22. The swiftness and silence of Diana's departure from the Chateau Fragonard was of an almost uncanny nature. There were no affectionate leave-takings, and she made no attempt to see Madame Demetrius, who, thoroughly unnerved and ill, remained in her bedroom. Nor would she permit of any escort to the station or seeing off by way of farewell. She simply left the house, having packed and labelled her own luggage to be sent after her, and walked quietly with Dr. Demetrius, through the lovely gardens all in their summer beauty, to the private gate opening out to the high road, from whence it was an easy 10 minutes to the station. He was very silent, and his usual composure had entirely deserted him. "I cannot part with you like this," he said in low, nervous tones, as she gave him her hand in "good-bye. "As soon as my mother recovers from this strange breakdown of hers, I shall follow you. I must see you again," she smiled. "Must you?" "Of course I must. I am deeply grateful to you. Do not think I can forget your patience, your courage." He paused, deeply moved. "I hate the idea of your travelling all alone to London." "Why?" she asked, in an amused tone. "I came all alone." "Yes, but it was different." "You mean I looked mature, then?" She laughed. "Oh, well, nobody will interfere with a girl returning home from school in Geneva." A pained smile crossed his face. "Yes, you can play that part very well," he admitted, "but you cannot live alone without someone to look after you." She gave a light gesture of indifference. "No? Well, I will get some dear old lady in reduced circumstances to do that. There are so many of them, all with excellent references. Someone about my own age would do, for, after all, I'm over 40. He uttered an exclamation of impatience. "Why will you say that?" "Because it's true," she replied, "according to this planet's time. But—" Here her eyes flashed with a strange and almost unearthly lustre. "There are other planets, other countings, and by these I am, well, what I am." He looked at her in mingled doubt and wonder. "Diana," he said entreatingly, "will you not trust me?" "In what way?" she asked with sudden coldness. "What trust do you seek?" "Listen," he went on eagerly. "My science has worked its will upon you with the most amazing success, but there is something beyond my science, something which baffles me, which I cannot fathom. It is in you, yourself. You have learned what I have failed to learn, you know what I do not know." A smile suddenly irradiated her lovely face. So might an angel smile in giving a benediction. "I am glad you realize that," she said quietly, "for it is true. But what I have learned, what I know, I cannot explain to myself or impart to others." He stood amazed, not so much at her words as at her manner of uttering them. It was the unapproachable, ethereal dignity of her attitude and expression that awed and held him in check. "You would not understand or believe it possible," she went on, "even if I tried to put into words what is truly a wordless existence, apart from you altogether, apart not only from you, but from all merely human things." "Ah!" he interrupted quickly. "That is just the point. You say merely human as if you had passed beyond humanity." She looked at him steadily. "Humanity thinks too much of itself," she said slowly. "Its petty ambitions, its miserable wars, its greed of gain and love of cruelty. What is it worth without the higher soul? In this universe, even in this planet, Humanity is not all. There are other forces, other forms. But, as I have said, I cannot explain myself, and it is time to say goodbye. I am glad I have been of use in helping you to succeed in what you sought to do, and now I suppose you will make millions of money by your ability to re-establish life and youth. And will that make you happy, I wonder?" His face grew stern and impassive. "I do not seek happiness," he said. "Not for myself. I hope to make happiness for others. Yet truly I doubt whether happiness is possible in this world, except for children and fools." "And sorrow?" she queried.
"Sorrow waits on us hand and foot," he replied. "There is no condition exempt from it."
"Except mine," she said, smiling. "I am relieved of both sorrow and joy. I never seem to have known either. I am as indifferent to both as a sunbeam. Goodbye." He held her hand, and his dark eyes searched her lovely face, as though looking for a gleam of sympathy.
"Goodbye," he rejoined. "But not for long, remember that. Those whom you knew in England will not recognize you now. You will have many difficulties, and you may need a friend's counsel. I shall follow you very soon."
"Why should you?"
she asked lightly. His grasp on her hand tightened unconsciously. "Because I must," he answered passionately. "Don't you see? You draw me like a magnet. And I cannot resist following my own exquisite creation." She released her hand with a decided movement.
"You mistake," she said. "I am not your creation. You, of yourself, can create nothing. I am only a result of your science which you never dreamed of, which you could not foresee, and which you will never master. Goodbye." She left him at once with this word, despite his last entreating call, "Diana!" and passing through the private gate to the high road, so disappeared. Like a man in a trance, he stood watching till the last glimpse of her dress had vanished. Then, with a mist of something like tears in his eyes, he realized that a sudden blank loneliness had fallen upon him like a cloud. "Something I shall never master," he repeated, as he went slowly homeward. "If woman I shall. But if not—" And here he checked his thoughts, not daring to pursue them further. So they parted, he more bewildered and troubled by the success of his experiment than satisfied, while she, quite unconscious of any particular regret or emotion, started on her journey to England. Never had she received so much attention, and the eagerness displayed by every man she met to wait upon her and assist her in some way or other, amused her, while it aroused a certain scorn. "It is only looks that move them," she said to herself. "The same old tale, youth and beauty, and never a care whether I am a good or an evil thing. And yet one is asked to respect men." She went on her way without trouble. The chef de gare at Geneva was full of gentle commiseration at the idea of so young and lovely a creature travelling alone, and placed her tenderly, as though she were a hothouse lily to be carried "with care," in a first-class compartment of dames seules, where a couple of elderly ladies received her graciously, with motherly smiles, and remarked that she was "very young to travel alone." She deprecated their attention with becoming grace, but said very little. She looked at their wrinkles and baggy throats, and wondered whether, if they knew of Dr. Demetrius and went to him, he could ever make them young and beautiful again. It seemed impossible. They were too far gone. They were travelling to London, however, and she cheerfully accepted their kindly proposal that she should make the journey in their company. On the way through Paris, she wrote a brief letter to Sophie Lansing, saying that she would call and see her as soon after arrival in London as possible, and adding as a postscript, "I have changed very much in my appearance, but I hope you will still know me as your friend, Diana." The two ladies with whom chance or fate had thrown her in company turned out to be of the old English aristocracy, and were very simple, gently mannered women who had for many years been intimate friends. They were both widows, their children were grown up and married, and many reverses of fortune, with loss of kindred, had but drawn them more closely together. Every year they took little inexpensive holidays abroad, and they were returning home now after one of these spent at Aix-les-Bains. They were fascinated by the extraordinary beauty of the girl they had volunteered to chaperone, and, privately to one another, thought and said she ought to wear a veil. For no man saw her without seeming suddenly smitten all of a heap, as the saying is, and after one or two embarrassing situations at various stations en route, where certain of these smitten had not scrupled to walk up and down the platform outside their compartment just to look at the fair creature within, one of the worthy dames suggested, albeit timidly, that perhaps, only perhaps, a veil might be advisable, as they were soon going across the sea, and the rough salt wind and spray were so bad for the complexion. Diana smiled. She understood. And for the rest of the journey she tied up her beautiful head and face in American fashion with an uncompromising dark blue motor veil, through which hardly the tip of her nose could be seen. They crossed the Channel at night, and breakfasted together at Dover. Once in the train bound for London, Diana's companions sought tactfully to find out who she was. Something quite indefinable and unusual about her gave them both a touch of nerves. She seemed removed and aloof from life's ordinary things, though her manner was perfectly simple and natural. She gave her name quite frankly, and added that she was quite alone in the world. "I have one friend, Miss Sophie Lansing," she said. "You may have heard of her. She is a leading suffragette and a very clever writer. I am going to her now." The ladies glanced at each other and smiled. "Yes, we have heard of her," said one, "but I hope she will not make you a suffragette. Life has much better fortune in store for you than that." "You think so?" And Diana shrugged her graceful shoulders indifferently. "Anyway, I am not interested in political matters at all. They are always small and quarrelsome, like the buzzing of midges on a warm day." One of her companions now took out her card case. "Do come and see me in town," she said kindly. "I should be very glad if you would. I live a very quiet, humdrum life and seldom see any young people." Diana smiled as she accepted the card. "Thank you so much," she murmured, seeing at a glance the name and address, Lady Elswood, Chester Square, and thinking how easy it was for youth and beauty to find friends. "I will certainly come. And don't forget me," said the other lady. "I live just round the corner, only a few steps from Lady Elswood's house, so you can come and see me also." Diana expressed her acknowledgment by a look, reading on the second card now proffered, Mrs. Gervase, and the address indicated. "I will," she said, and yet in her own mind she felt that these two good-natured women were the merest shadows to her consciousness, and that she had not the remotest idea of going to visit them at any time. London reached, they parted, and Diana, taking a taxicab and claiming her modest luggage from the custom-house officials, was driven straight to Sophie Lansing's flat in Mayfair, which she had left under such different circumstances, close on a year ago. Miss Lansing was in, said the servant who opened the door, and Diana had hardly waited in the drawing-room 5 minutes, when there was a rush of garments and quick feet, and Sophie herself appeared. But at the door she stopped, transfixed. "There's some mistake," she said at once. "You must have come to the wrong flat. I expected a friend, Miss May. You are not Miss May." Diana held out both hands. "Sophie, don't you know me?" she said, smiling. "Won't you know me? Surely you recognize my voice? I told you in my letter from Paris that I was changed. I thought you would understand." But Sophie stood mute and bewildered, her back against the door by which she had just entered. For half a minute she felt she knew the sweet thrill of the voice that was Diana's special gift, but when she looked at the exquisite girlish beauty of the person who had intruded upon her, as she thought, on false pretenses, she was unreasonably annoyed, her annoyance arising, though she would never have admitted it, from a helpless consciousness of her own inferiority in attractiveness. "Nonsense!" she said, sharply. "Whoever you are, you can't take me in. My friend is a middle-aged woman, older than I am. You are a mere girl. Do you think I don't know the difference? Please leave my house." At these words, a delightful peal of lilting laughter broke from Diana's lips. Sophie stared, indignant and speechless, while Diana slipped off a watch bracelet from her slender wrist. "Very well, dear," she said. "If you don't want to know me, you shan't. Here is the little watch you lent me when I went away last year. After I was drowned, you remember? In place of my own, which I'm glad to see you are wearing. You know I took up a position with the Dr. Feodor Dimitrius whose advertisement you sent me. He wanted me to help him in a scientific experiment. Well, I did, and I am the result of his work. I see you don't believe me, so I'll go. I told the taxi man to wait. I'm so sorry you won't have me." Sophie Lansing listened amazed and utterly incredulous. That voice, that sweet laughter, they had a familiar ring, but the youthful features, the exquisite complexion of clear cream and rose, these were no part of the Diana she had known, and she shook her head obstinately. "You may have met my friend in Geneva," she said stiffly, "but how you got my watch from her I am at a loss to imagine, unless she lent it to you to travel with. You look to me like a runaway schoolgirl playing a practical joke. But whoever you are not Diana May." Smilingly, Diana laid the watch she had taken off, down on the table. "Very well, I will leave this here," she said. "It is yours, and when I am gone it will help you to remember and think over all the circumstances. You had my letter from Paris?" "I had a letter," replied Sophie coldly, "from my friend, Miss May." Diana laughed again. "I wrote it," she said. "How droll it seems that you should know my handwriting and not know me! And I thought you would be so pleased. You, who said I was going to be a wonderful creature, and that Cinderella should go to the prince's ball. And now you won't recognize me. It's just as if you were jealous because I'm pretty. I may as well explain before I go that Dr. Dimitrius, for whom I've been working all the year, is one of those scientific cranks who think they can restore lost youth, create beauty, and prolong life. Like Faust, you know. He wanted a subject to practice upon, and as I was no earthly use to anyone, he took me. And he's turned me out as you see me, all new and fresh as the morning. And I believe I shall last a long while." But here Sophie Lansing uttered a half-suppressed scream. "Ah, go away!" she gasped. You are a mad girl! You've escaped from some asylum! I'm sure you have!" With swift dignity Diana drew herself up and gazed full and pitifully at her quondam friend. "Poor Sophie," she said. "I'm sorry for you. I thought you had more character, more self-control. I am not mad. I am far saner than you are. I have told you the truth, and one more thing I can tell you, that I have lost all power to be hurt or offended or disappointed, so you need not think your failure to believe me or your loss of friendship causes me the least pain. I have gone beyond all that. You are keeping the door closed. Will you let me pass?" Really frightened and trembling violently, Sophie Lansing moved cautiously to one side and as cautiously opened the door. Her scared eyes followed every movement of the graceful, aerial girl figure which professed to be Diana's, and she shrank away from the brilliant glance of the heavenly dark blue eyes that rested upon her with such almost angelic compassion. She heard a softly breathed "Goodbye," and a gentle sweep of garments, then a pause, and Diana was gone. She rushed to the window. Yes, there was the taxi waiting. Another minute, and she saw her girl visitor enter it. The vehicle soon disappeared, its noisy grind and whir being rapidly lost in the roar of the general traffic. It could not have been Diana," almost sobbed Sophie to herself. I felt it was something not quite human." Then, turning to the table where the watch bracelet had been left, she took it up. It was indubitably her bracelet, with her monogram in small rubies and diamonds on the back of the watch. She had certainly lent it, almost given it, to Diana, and she herself was wearing Diana's own watch which Mr. and Mrs. Polydore May had given her as "a souvenir of our darling child." It was all like a wild dream. Where had this girl come from? "She is frightfully beautiful!" exclaimed Sophie at last, in an outburst of excited feeling. "Simply unearthly! Even if she were Diana, I could not have her here, with me! Never, never! She would make me look so old, so plain, so unattractive. But of course she is not Diana. No beauty doctor could make a woman over 40 look like a girl of 18 or less. She must be an adventuress of some sort. She couldn't be so beautiful unless she were. But she won't palm herself off on me. My poor old Diana. I wonder what has become of her." Meanwhile, poor old Diana, somewhat perplexed by the failure of her friend to accept her changed appearance on trust, was thinking out the ways and means of her new life. She had plenty of money, for Dimitrius had placed £2,000 to her credit in a London bank, a sum which she had no hesitation in accepting as the price of her life, risked in his service. The thought now struck her that she would go to this bank, draw a small cheque, and explain that she had arrived alone in London and wished to be recommended to some good hotel. This proved to be an excellent idea. The manager of the bank received her in his private office and, fairly dazzled by her beauty, placed his friendliest services at her disposal, informing her that he was a personal friend of Dimitrius, and that he held him in the highest esteem and honour. To prove his sincerity, he personally escorted her to a quiet, private hotel of the highest respectability, chiefly patronized by "county ladies" above suspicion. Here, on his recommendation, she took a small suite overlooking the park. Becoming more and more interested in her youth, loveliness, and loneliness, he listened sympathetically while she mentioned her wish to find some middle-aged lady of good family who would reside with her as a chaperone and companion for a suitable annual salary, and he promised to exert himself in active search for a person of quality who would be fitted for the post. He was a good-looking man, and, though married, was susceptible to the charms of the fair sex, and it was with undisguised reluctance that he at last took his leave of the most beautiful creature he had ever seen, with many expressions of courtesy, and commiserating her enforced temporary solitude. "I wish I could stay with you," he said, regardless of convention. "I'm sure you do," answered Diana, sweetly. "Thank you so much. You have been most kind." A look from the lovely eyes accompanied these simple words, which shot like a quiver of lightning through the nerves of the usually curt, self-possessed businessman, and caused him to stammer confusedly, and move awkwardly as at last he left the room. When he was gone, Diana laughed. "They are all alike," she said. "All worshippers of outward show. Suppose that good man knew I was over 40. Why, he wouldn't look at me." The manageress of the hotel just then entered, bringing the book in which all hotel visitors registered their names. She was quite a stately person, attired in black silk, and addressed Diana with a motherly air, having been told by the bank manager, for whom she had a great respect, to have good care of her. Diana wrote her name in a dashing, free hand, putting herself down as a British subject, and naming Geneva as her last place of residence, when her attention was arrested by a name 3 or 4 lines above that on which she was writing, and she paused, pen in hand. "Are those people staying here?" she asked. The manageress looked where she pointed. "Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve, Mrs. Cleeve, 2 daughters, and maid," she said. "Yes, they are here. They always come here during a part of the season." Diana finished writing her own inscription and laid down the pen. She was smiling, and her eyes were so densely blue and brilliant that the manageress was fairly startled. "I will dine in my room this evening," she said. "I have had a long journey and am rather tired. Tomorrow, perhaps, I'll come down to dinner." "Don't put yourself out at all about that," said the manageress, kindly. "It's not comfortable for a girl to dine in a room full of strangers. Or, perhaps you know Mrs. Cleeve and could sit at her table?" "No, I do not know Mrs. Cleeve," said Diana, decidedly. "I've seen her at a charity bazaar, and I believe she's very stout, but I claim no acquaintance." "She is stout," agreed the manageress with a smile, as she left the room. Diana stood still, absorbed in thought. Her features were aglow with some internal luminance. Her whole form was instinct with a mysteriously radiant vitality. "So destiny plays my game," she said, half aloud, "on the very first day of my return to the scene of my poor earthly sorrows, I lose an old friend, and find an old lover." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 23. Destiny having apparently taken sides with Diana in her new existence, she lost no time in availing herself of the varied and curious entertainment thrown in her way. The first thing she did on the next day but one of her arrival in London was to attempt a visit to her own former old home in Richmond, in order to see her bereaved parents. A private automobile from the hotel was supplied for her use at the hour she named in the afternoon, an hour when, she knew by old experience, her mother would be dozing on the sofa after lunch, and her father would be in a semi-somnolent condition over the day's newspaper. As she passed through the hotel lounge on her way to enter the car, she came face to face with her quondam lover, Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve, a heavily built, fairly good-looking man of about 50 or more. She wondered, as she saw him, what had become of the once rather refined contour of the features she had formerly admired, and why the eyes that had looked love into eyes that spake again were now so small and peepy, and half hidden under lids that were red and puffy. Dressed with a quiet elegance and simplicity, she moved slowly towards him. He was lighting a cigar and preparing to go out, but as he caught sudden sight of her he dropped the lit match with a "By Jove!" stamped its flame out under his foot, and hastening to the hotel door of exit, opened it, and, lifting his hat, murmured, "Allow me," with a glance of undisguised admiration. She bowed slightly and smiled her thanks. Her smile was most enchanting, creating as it were a dazzle of light in the eyes of those who beheld it. Then she passed out into the street, where the hotel porter assisted her into her automobile, and watched her being driven away till she had disappeared. Captain Cleeve strolled up to the hotel office where the manageress sat at her desk. He was on friendly terms with her, and could ask any question he liked. "Is that young lady staying here?" he now inquired. "The one who has just gone out?" "Yes, she came 2 days ago from abroad. A very beautiful girl, is she not?" Cleeve nodded. "Rather! I never saw anything like her. Do you know who she is?" "Her name is May. Miss Diana May," replied the manageress. "She was recommended here by— Dear me, is there anything the matter?" For Captain the Honourable had gone suddenly white, and as suddenly become violently red in the face, while he gripped the edge of the counter against which he leaned, as though afraid of falling. "No, no," he answered impatiently. "It's nothing. Are you sure that's her name, Diana May?" "Quite sure. The manager of our bank brought her here, explaining that she had just arrived from Switzerland, where she has been educated, I think, in the house of one of his own friends who lives in Geneva, and that she was, for the present, alone in London. He is looking out for a lady chaperone and companion for her. She has plenty of money." Cleeve pulled at his moustache nervously, then gave a forced laugh. "Curious!" he ejaculated. "I used to know a girl named Diana May years ago. Before I was married. Not like this girl, no, though she was pretty. I wonder if she's any relation. I must ask her." "She seemed to know your name when she saw it in our register," said the manageress, "for she inquired if you and your family were staying here. I said yes, and did she know Mrs. Cleeve? But she replied that she did not." Captain the Honourable had become absent-minded and murmured "Oh!" and "Ah!" as if he were not paying very much attention. He strolled away and out into the street with the name Diana May ringing in his ears, and the vision of that exquisitely lovely girl before his eyes. A dull spark of resentment sprang up in him that he should be a married man, with a wife too stout to tie her own shoes, and the father of children too plain-featured and ungraceful to be looked at a second time. "We are fools to marry at all," he inwardly soliloquized. "At 55 a man may still be a lover, and lover of a girl too, when long before that age a woman is done for." Meanwhile, Diana was having adventures of a sufficiently amusing kind, had she retained the capability of being amused by anything merely human. She arrived at her former old home a little on the outskirts of Richmond, and bade the driver of her automobile wait at the carriage gate, preferring to walk up the short distance of the drive to the house. How familiar, and yet unfamiliar, that wide sweep of neatly rolled gravel was, banked up on each side with rhododendrons, through which came occasional glimpses of smooth green lawn and beds of summer flowers. How often she had weeded and watered those beds, when the gardener went off on a booze, as had been his frequent custom, pretending he had been called away by the illness of a near relative. Pausing on the doorstep of the house, she looked around her. Everything was as it used to be, the whole place expressing that unctuous pride and neatness ordinary to the suburban villa adorned by suburban taste. She rang the bell, and a smart parlour-maid appeared, not one of the old staff, which had been under Diana's management. "Is Mrs. Polydore May in?" she asked. The maid perked a saucy head. The dazzling beauty of the visitor offended her. She had claims to a kind of music-hall prettiness herself. "Mrs. May is in, but she's resting and doesn't wish to be disturbed," she replied. "Unless you've some particular appointment—" "My business is very urgent," said Diana calmly. "I am a relative of hers, just returned from abroad. I must see her, or Mr. May." "Perhaps Miss Preston?" suggested the parlour-maid. Diana smiled. Miss Preston! Who was she? A new inmate of the household? A companion for Ma? And young enough for Pa? "Yes, Miss Preston will do," she said, and forthwith she was shown into a shady little morning-room, which she well remembered, where she used to tot up the tradesmen's books and sort the bills. A saucy-looking girl with curly brown hair rose from the perusal of a novel and stared at her inquiringly and superciliously. "I have called to see Mrs. May," she explained, "on very particular and personal business." "What name?" inquired the girl with a stand-offish air. "The same as her own. Kindly tell her, please. Miss May." "I really don't know whether she will see you," said the girl carelessly. "I am her secretary and companion." "So I imagine." And Diana, without being asked, sank gracefully into an easy-chair, which she remembered as comfortable. "I was also her secretary and companion, for some time. She knows me very well." "Oh, in that case. But does she expect you?" "Hardly." And Diana smiled. "But I'm sure she'll be glad to see me. You are Miss Preston? Yes? Well then, Miss Preston, do please go and tell her." At that moment a loud voice called, "Lucy! Lucy! Where's my pipe?" Diana laughed. "The same old voice," she said. "That's Mr. May, isn't it? He's calling you. And he doesn't like being kept waiting, does he?" Miss Preston's face had suddenly flushed very red. I'll tell Mrs. May," she stammered, and hurriedly left the room. Diana gazed about her on all the little familiar things she had so often dusted and arranged in their different places. They were all so vastly removed now in association that they might have been relics of the Stone Age, so far as she was concerned. All at once the door opened, and a reddish face peered in, adorned with a white terrier moustache. Then a rather squat body followed the face, and Pa stood revealed. With an affable, not to say engaging air, he said, "I beg your pardon?
Are you waiting to see anyone?
Diana rose, and her exquisite beauty and elegance swept over his little, sensual soul like a simoon. "Yes," she answered, sweetly, while he stared like a man hypnotized. "I want to see Mrs. May. And you!"
"Me?"
he responded, eagerly.
"I am only too charmed."
"But I had better speak to Mrs. May first," she continued. "I have something very strange to tell her about her daughter."
Her daughter! Our daughter! My poor Diana!
And Mr. May immediately put on the manner of a pious grocer selling short weight.
Her darling was drowned last summer. Drowned while bathing in a terrible cove on the Devon coast. Terrible. And she was so
"Young?" suggested Diana, sympathetically.
No, not exactly young. She was not a girl like you. No, but she was so useful, so adaptable. And you have something strange to tell us about her? Well, why not begin with me?"
He approached her more closely with a conquering smile. She repressed her inclination to laugh, and said, seriously, "No, I really think I had better explain matters to Mrs. May first, and I should like to be quite alone, please, without Miss Preston." At that moment Miss Preston returned and said, "Mrs. May will see you." Then, addressing Mr. May, she added, "This lady says she is some relative of yours. Her name is May." Mr. James Polydor's small grey-green eyes opened as widely as their lids would allow.
"Relative?" he repeated. "Surely you are mistaken. I hardly think—"
"Please don't perplex yourself," said Diana, sweetly. "I will explain everything to Mrs. May. She will remember. Can I go to her now?"
"Certainly."
And Mr. May looked bewildered, but was too much overwhelmed by his visitor's queenly air and surpassing loveliness to collect his wits, or ask any very pressing questions.
"Let me show you the way."
He preceded her along the passage to the drawing-room where Mrs. May, newly risen from the sofa, stood waiting to receive her mysterious caller, fatter and flabbier than ever, and attired in an ill-fitting grey gown with "touches" of black about it by way of the remainder of a year's mourning. Diana knew that old grey gown well, and had often deplored its cut and generally hopeless floppiness.
"Margaret,"
announced Mr. May with a jaunty air,
"here is a very charming young lady come to see you. Miss May."
Then to Diana,
"As you wish to have a private talk, I'll leave you and return in a few minutes."
"Thanks very much," answered Diana, and the next moment the door closed and she was left alone with her mother. No emotion moved her, not a shadow of tenderness. She only just wondered how she ever came to be born of such a curious-looking person. Mrs. May stared at her with round, unintelligent eyes like those of a codfish just landed. "I have not the pleasure," she began. Diana advanced a step or two, holding out her hands. "Don't you know me?" she said, at once. "Mother?" Mrs. May sidled feebly backwards like a round rickety table on coasters, and nearly fell against the wall. "Don't you know my voice?" went on Diana. "The voice you have heard talking to you for over 40 years? I am your daughter, your own daughter, Diana. I am indeed. I was not drowned, though I let you all think I was. I ran away because I was tired of my humdrum life at home. I went abroad for a year, and I have just come back. Oh, surely something will tell you I am your own child. A mother's instinct, you know." And she laughed. A little laugh of chilliest satire. "I have grown much younger, I know. I will tell you all about that and the strange way it was done. But I'm really your Diana. Your dear drowned girl. I am waiting for you to put your arms round me and tell me how glad you are to have me back alive and well." Mrs. May backed closer up against the wall and thrust both her hands out in a defensive attitude. Her gooseberry eyes rolled in her head, her small, pursy mouth opened as though gasping for air. Not a word did she utter till Diana made a swift, half-running step towards her, when she suddenly emitted a shrill scream like a railway whistle. Another, and yet another. There was a scamper of feet outside, then the door was thrown open and Mr. May and Miss Preston rushed in.
What's the matter? What on earth is the matter?
They cried, simultaneously. Mrs. May, cowering against the wall, pointed at her beautiful visitor.
"Get her away! Take hold of her!"
she yelled.
"Get hold of her quick! Send for the police! She's mad! You've let a lunatic into the house! She's run away from some asylum! Lucy Preston, you ought to be ashamed of yourself to let her in! James, you're a fool!
Another wild scream.
Look how she's staring at me! She says she's my daughter, Diana, my daughter, who was drowned last year. She's stark, raving, mad. James, send for a doctor and a policeman to remove her. Take care. She may turn round and bite you. You never can tell. Oh dear. Oh dear. To think that with my weak heart, you should let a mad girl into the house. Oh, cruel, cruel. And to think she should imagine herself to be my daughter, Diana.
Diana drew herself up like a queen addressing her subjects. "I am your daughter Diana," she said, "though how I came to be born of such people I cannot tell, for I have nothing in common with you. But I have told you the truth. I was not drowned on the Devon coast in that cove near Rose Lee as I led you to imagine. I was tired of my life with you and ran away. I have been in Switzerland for a year and have just come back. I thought it was my duty to show myself to you alive, but I want you as little as you want me. I will go. Goodbye. Goodbye, you who were my mother." As she said this, Mrs. May uttered another yell and showed signs of collapsing on the floor. Miss Preston hurried to her assistance, while Mr. May, his knees shaking under him, for he was an arrant coward, ventured cautiously to approach the beautiful, escaped lunatic.
There,
he murmured soothingly. He had an idea that there was a panacea for all the emotions of the sex feminine.
Come, now, come with me, like a good girl. Be reasonable and gentle. I'll take care of you. You know, you are not allowed to go wandering about by yourself like this, with such strange ideas in your head. Now, come along quietly, and I'll see what I can do."
Diana laughed merrily.
"Oh, Pa! Poor old Pa! Just the same Pa! Don't trouble yourself and don't look so frightened. I won't bite you. My car is waiting and I have to be back at the hotel in time for dinner."
And she stepped lightly along out of the drawing-room without one backward glance at the moaning Mrs. May, supported by Miss Preston, while James Polydore followed her, vaguely wondering whether her mention of a car in waiting might not be something like crazed Ophelia's call for "Come, my coach." Suddenly she said, "Is Grace Laurie still with you?" He stared, thoroughly taken aback.
"Grace Laurie? My wife's maid? She married and went to Australia 6 months ago. How could you know her?"
"As your daughter Diana I knew her, of course," she replied. "Poor Grace! She was a kind girl. She would have recognized my voice, I'm sure. Is it possible you don't?"
"I don't indeed,"
answered Pa cautiously, while using his best efforts to get her out of the house.
Come, come. I'm very sorry for you. You are evidently one of those lost identity cases, of which we hear so often. And you are far too pretty to be in such a sad condition of mind. For, you see, you don't know yourself, and you don't know what you're talking about. My daughter Diana was not like you at all. She was a middle-aged woman, over 40.
So she was, so she is, said Diana. I'm over 40, but, Pa, why give yourself away? It makes you so old. She threw him such a smile and such a glance of arrowy brilliancy that his head whirled.
Poor child, poor child, he mumbled, taking her daintily gloved hand and patting it. Far gone. Far gone indeed. And so beautiful too. So very beautiful.
Here he kissed the hand he had grasped.
There. You are almost normal. Be quite good. Here we are at the door. Now, are you sure you have a car? Shall I come with you?
Diana drew her hand away from her father's hold, and her laugh, silvery sweet, rang out in a little peal of mirth. No, Pa, fond as you are of the ladies, you cannot make love to your own daughter. The prayer book forbids it. Besides, a mad girl is not fit for your little gallantries. You poor dear. 1 year has aged you rather badly. Aren't you a little old for Miss Preston? A quick flush overspread James Polydor's already rubicund countenance, and he blinked his eyes in a special manner which he was accustomed to use when feigning great moral rectitude. More than ever convinced that his visitor was insane, he continued to talk on in blandly soothing accents. I see your car, and no one with you. Dear, I wish I could escort you to wherever you are going. No, you don't. Not just now, said Diana, laughing. You're too scared, but perhaps another time. She swung lightly away from him and moved with her floating grace of step along the drive to the carriage gate where the car waited. The driver jumped down and opened the door for her. She sprang in, while James Polydor, panting after her, caught the chauffeur by the coat sleeve.
I don't think this young lady knows where she is going, he said confidentially. Where did you find her?
The chauffeur stared. She's at our hotel, he answered, and I'm driving her back there. Here Diana put her head out of the window, her fair face radiant with smiles. You see, it's all right, she said. Don't bother about me. You know the hotel looking over the park? Well, I'm there just now, but not for long.
Oh, no, I'm sure not for long, thought the bewildered James Polydor. You'll be put in a home for mental cases if you haven't run away from one already.
And it was with a great sense of relief that he watched the chauffeur winding up and preparing to move off. The lunatic would have no chance to bite him, as his wife had suggested. But how beautiful she was! For the life of him he could not forbear treating her to one of his conquering smiles.
Oh, goodbye, dear child, he said. Take care of yourself. Be quite good. I will come and see you at your hotel.
Diana laughed again. I'm sure you will. Why, Pa dear, you won't be able to keep away. The antique Mrs. Ross Percival, whom you so much admire, is not the only beautiful woman in London. Do remember that. Ta-ta! The car moved rapidly off, leaving James Polydor in a chaotic condition of mind. He was, of course, absolutely convinced that the girl who called herself his daughter Diana was the victim of a craze, but how or when she became thus obsessed was a mystery to him. He re-entered his house to struggle with the wordy reproaches of his better half, and to talk the matter over privately with the companion secretary. Lucy Preston, whose attention he thought more safely assured by the tete-a-tete, which apparently obliged him to put his arm round her waist and indulge in sundry other agreeable endearments. But the exquisite beauty of the escaped lunatic haunted him, and he made up his mind to see her again at all costs, mad or sane, and make searching inquiries concerning her. Diana herself, speeding back to her hotel, realized afresh the immensity of the solitude into which her new existence plunged her. Her own father and mother did not recognize her. Her most trusted friend, Sophie Lansing, refused to acknowledge her identity? Well, she was indeed born again, born of strange elements in which things human played no part, and she must needs accept the position. The saving grace of it all was that she felt no emotion, neither sadness nor joy, neither fear nor shame. She was, or she felt herself to be, a strange personality apart from what is understood as human life, yet conscious of a life superior to that of humanity. If a ray of light hovering above a world of shadows could be imagined as an entity, a being, such would most accurately have described her curious individuality. That same evening her banker called upon her, bringing with him a pleasant, motherly-looking lady whom he introduced as Mrs. Beresford, a widow, whose straitened circumstance made her very anxious to obtain some position of trust with an adequate salary. Her agreeable and kindly manners, gentle voice, and undeniable good breeding impressed Diana at once in her favour, and then and there a settlement between them was effected, much to the relief and satisfaction of the worthy banker, who, without any hesitation, said that he could not rest till he felt sure Miss May was under good protection and care, at which she laughed a little but expressed her gratitude as prettily as any "girl" might be expected to do. She invited him and her newly engaged chaperone to dine with her, and they all three went down to the hotel dining-room together, where, of course, Diana's amazing beauty made her the observed of all observers. Especially did Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve, seated at a table with an alarmingly stout wife and two equally alarmingly plain daughters, stare openly and admiringly at the fair enchantress with the wonderful sea-blue eyes and dazzling complexion, and deeply did he ruminate in his mind as to how he could best approach her, and ask whether she happened to be any relative to the Diana May he had once known. He made an opportunity after dinner, when she passed through the lounge hall with her companions, and paused for a moment to look at the programme of entertainments in London, displayed for the information of visitors. "Pray excuse me," he said. "I chanced to hear your name. May I ask—" "Anything," Diana answered, smiling, while Mrs. Beresford, already alert, came closer. "I used to know," went on the Captain, becoming rather confused and hesitating. "Miss Diana May. I wondered if you were any relative?" "Yes, indeed," said Diana cheerfully. "I am quite a near relative. Do come and see me tomorrow, will you? I have often heard of Captain Cleeve, and his dear wife, and his sweet girls. Yes, do come. Mrs. Beresford and I will be so pleased." Here she took her new chaperone's arm and gave it a little suggestive squeeze, by way of assuring her that all was as it should be, and with another bewildering smile and a reiterated "Do come," she passed on with her banker, who had become a little stiff and standoffish at the approach of Captain Cleeve, and Mrs. Beresford, and so disappeared. Cleeve tugged vexedly at his moustache. "A near relative, is she? Then she knows, or perhaps not. She's too young. Not more than 18 at most. And the old Diana must be quite 45. Hang it all! This girl might be her daughter. But old Diana never married. Just like some old maids faithful to a memory.
He laughed. "By Jove, I remember now. She got drowned last year, old Diana did. Drowned somewhere in Devonshire. I read about it in the papers and thought what a jolly good thing. Poor old Diana. And this little beauty is a near relative, is she? Well, we'll see. Tomorrow."
But when tomorrow came, it brought him no elucidation of the mystery. Diana had left the hotel. The manageress explained that through Mrs. Beresford she had heard of a very charming furnished flat which she thought would suit her, and which she had suddenly decided to take, and she had gone to make the final arrangements. "She left this note for you," said the manageress, handing Cleeve a letter. "She remembered she had asked you to call on her this afternoon." He took the letter with a sudden qualm of nerves. It was simple enough. "Dear Captain Cleeve," it ran, "so sorry to put you off, but Mrs. Beresford and I are taking a flat, and we shall be rather busy for the next few days, putting things in order. After that, will you come and see me at the above address? Yours sincerely, Diana May." That was all. But while reading it, Captain the Honourable's head swam round and round as if he were revolving in a wheel. For, though the letter purported to come from a young Diana, the handwriting, the painfully familiar handwriting, was that of the old Diana. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 24. Genius takes a century or more to become recognized. But beauty illumines this mortal scene as swiftly as a flashlight. Brief it may be, but none the less brilliant and blinding, and men who are for the most part themselves unintelligent, and care next to nothing for intellectuality, go down like beaten curs under the spell of physical loveliness, when it is united to a dominating consciousness of charm. Consciousness of charm is a powerful magnet. A woman may be beautiful, but if she is of a nervous or retiring disposition and sits awkwardly in the background, twiddling her thumbs, she is never a success. She must know her own power, and, knowing it, must exercise it. Old Diana May had failed to learn this lesson in the days of her girlhood. She had believed, with quite a touching filial faith, in the pious and excessively hypocritical twaddle her father talked, about the fascination of modest, pretty girls who were unconscious of their beauty, with the result that she had seen him, with other men, avoid such modest, pretty girls altogether, and pay devoted court to immodest, loud, and impertinent women who asserted their made-up good looks with a frank boldness which drew the men on like a shoal of herrings in a net, and left the modest, pretty girls out in the cold. Old Diana had, by devotion to duty and constancy in love, missed all her chances, but the young Diana, albeit of mature years, knew better now than to miss anything. She was mistress of her own situation so completely that the hackneyed expression of "all London at her feet" for once proclaimed a literal truth. London is, on the whole, very ready to have something to worship. It is easily led into a craze. It is a sort of Caliban among cities, a monster that capers in drink and curses in pain, having, as Shakespeare says of his uncouth creation, a forward voice to speak well of his friend, and a backward voice to utter foul speeches and detract. But for once London was unanimous in giving its verdict for Diana May as the most beautiful creature it had ever seen. Photographers, cinema producers, dressmakers, tailors, jewellers besieged her. She was like the lady of the Breton legend, who lived at the top of a brazen tower, too smooth and polished for anyone to climb it, or for any ladder to be supported against it, and whose face at the window drove all beholders mad with longing for the unattainable. One society versifier made a spurt of fame for himself by describing her as a maiden goddess moulded from a dream, whereat other society versifiers were jealous, and made a little commotion in the press by way of advertisement. But Diana herself, the centre of all the stir, showed no sign of either knowing or appreciating the social excitement concerning her, and her complete indifference only made her more desirable in the eyes of her ever-increasing crowd of admirers. Once established in her flat with her chaperone, Mrs. Beresford, she lived the most curiously removed life from all the humanity that surged and seethed around her. The few appearances she made at operas, theatres, restaurants, and the like, were sufficient to lift her into the sphere of the recognized and triumphant beauty of the day. Coarse and vulgar seemed all the faked portraits of the half-nude sirens of stage and music hall in the pictorial press, compared with the rare glimpses of the ethereal, almost divine loveliness which was never permitted to be copied by any painter or photographer. Once only did an eager cameraman press the button of his snapshot machine face to face with Diana as she came out of a flower show. She smiled kindly as she passed him, and he thought himself in heaven. But when he came to develop his negative, it was fogged, as though it had had the light in front of it, instead of behind it, as photography demands. This accident was a complete mystification, as he had been more than usually careful to take up a correct position. However, other photographers were just as unfortunate, and none were able to obtain so much as a faint impression of the fair features which dazzled every male beholder who gazed upon them. Artists, even the most renowned R.A.'s, were equally disappointed. She, the unapproachable, the cold, yet enchanting, maiden goddess moulded from a dream, would not sit to any one of them, would not have anything to do with them at all, in fact, and fled from them as though she were a Daphne pursued by many Apollos. A very short time sufficed to surround her with a crowd of adorers and would-be lovers, chief and most persistent among them being Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve, and that antique Adonis, her father, James Polydore May. The worthy James had all his life been in the habit of forming opinions which were diametrically opposed to the opinions of everyone else, and pursuing this course always to his own satisfaction, he had come to the conclusion that this Diana May, who declared herself to be his daughter, was an artful demi-mondaine and an adventuress with a craze. He had frequently heard of people who imagined themselves to be the reincarnated embodiments of the dead. "Why, God bless my soul, I should think so," he said to a man at the club who rallied him about his openly expressed admiration for the new beauty, who bore the same name as that of his drowned daughter. "I met a woman once who told me she was the reincarnation of Cleopatra. Now, this girl, just because she happens to have my name, sticks to her idea that she is my Diana." "You'd like her to be, wouldn't you?" chuckled his friend. "But if she takes you for her father—"
"Oh, she does. Poor child, she does."
And James Polydore May sighed.
"You would hardly believe it."
"Why not?" And the friend chuckled again.
"You're quite old enough."
With this unkind shot from a bent bow of malice he went off, leaving James Polydore in an angry fume. For he, James, was not old. He assured himself. He was not old. He would not be old. His wife was old. Women age so quickly. But he, why, he was in the prime of life. All men over 60 are, in their own opinion. The beautiful Diana had ensnared him, and his sensual soul being of gross quality was sufficiently stimulated by her physical charm to make him eager to know all he could of her. She herself had not been in the least surprised when he found out her address and came to visit her. The presence of Mrs. Beresford rather disconcerted him. That lady's quiet good sense, elegant manners, and evident affection for the lovely "girl" she chaperoned were a little astonishing to him. Such a woman could not be the keeper of a lunatic. Diana never entered into the matter of her relationship with James Polydore to Mrs. Beresford. It entertained her more or less ironical humour to see her own father playing the ardent admirer, and whenever Mr. May called, as he often did, she always had some laughing remark to make about her "old relative," who was, she declared, rather a bore. Mrs. Beresford was discreet enough to ask no questions, and so James Polydore came and went, getting no forwarder with the fair one, notwithstanding all his efforts to make himself agreeable, and to dislodge from her mind the strange obsession which possessed it. One day he went to see Sophie Lansing, never a favourite of his, and tried to find out what she thought of the Diana May, whose name was now almost one to conjure with. But Sophie had little patience to bestow on him. "Unadventurous, of course," she declared. "I am surprised you don't take the trouble to prosecute her for presuming to pass herself off as your daughter. And I'll tell you this much, Diana, your Diana, never was drowned." James Polydore's mouth opened. He stared, wondering if he had heard aright. "Never was drowned?" he echoed, feebly. "No, never was drowned," repeated Sophie, firmly. "She ran away from you, and no wonder. You were always a bore, and she was always being reproached as an old maid and in the way. She slaved for you and her mother from morning till night, and never had a kind word or a thank you. I advised her to break away from the humdrum life you made her lead, and on that morning when you thought her drowned, she came to me. Ah, you may stare. She did. She saw an advertisement in a French paper of a scientist in Geneva wanting a lady assistant to help him in his work, and she went there to try for the situation, and got it. I rigged her out and lent her some money. She's paid it all back, and for all I know she's in Geneva still, though she's under an agreement not to write to anyone, or give her address. She's been gone a year now." Mr. May's dumpy form stiffened visibly. "May I ask," he said, pompously, "may I ask, Miss Lansing, why you have not thought proper to communicate these strange circumstances to me before?" Sophie laughed. "Because I promised Diana I wouldn't," she answered. "She knew and I knew that you and Mrs. May would be perfectly happy without her. She has taken her freedom, and I hope she'll keep it." "Then my daughter is presumably still alive?" he said. "And instead of dying, she has, well, deserted us?" "Exactly," replied Sophie. "I would give you the name of the scientist for whom she is or was working, only I suppose you'd write and make trouble. When I had, as I thought, a letter from her the other day, saying she was returning to London, I got everything ready here to receive her, but when this artful girl turned up—" "Oh, the girl came to see you, did she?" Mr. May mumbled. The adventuress." "Of course she did, and actually brought me my watch bracelet, one I had lent to Diana, as a sort of proof of identity. But of course nothing can make a woman of 40 a girl of 18. Mr. May put his hand to his bewildered head. No, of course not. I must tell Mrs. May our daughter is alive. It will be a shock, a surprise." "No doubt," said Sophie sharply. "But she's dead to you. Remember that. If I didn't fear to make trouble for her, I'd wire to her employer at Geneva about this pretender to her name. Only it wouldn't do any good, and I'd rather not interfere. And I advise you not to go dangling after the new beauty, as she's called. You really are too old for that sort of thing." Mr. May winced. Then he drew himself up with an effort at dignity. "I shall endeavour to trace my daughter," he said, "and I regret I cannot rely on your assistance, Miss Lansing. You have deceived us very greatly." "Twaddle!" interrupted Miss Lansing, defiantly. You made Diana wretched, and she'd have gone on housekeeping for you till she had lost all pleasure in living. Now she's got a good salary in a situation which is satisfactory, and I'll never help you to drag her back to the old jog-trot of attending to your food and comfort. So there! As for this bogus Diana, the best thing you can do is to go and tell her you know all about it, and that she can't take you in any more." "She's the most beautiful thing ever seen," he said, suddenly and with determination. Sophy Lansing gave him an all-over glance of utter contempt. "What's that to you if she is?" she demanded. "Will you never recognize your age? She might be your daughter, almost your granddaughter, and you want to make love to her? Bah!" With a scornful sweep of her garments, she left him, and he found his way out of the house more like a man in a dream than in a reality. He could hardly believe that what she had told him was true, that Diana, his daughter Diana, was alive after all. He wondered what effect the news would have on his wife. After so much mourning and expressions of terrible shock, the whole drowning business was turning into something of a comedy. "Miss Lansing ought to be ashamed of herself," he thought indignantly. "A regular hypocrite! Why, she wrote a letter of sympathy and deep sorrow for the loss of her darling Diana. Disgraceful! And if the story is true, and Diana has really run away from us, we should be perfectly justified in disowning her." Full of mingled anger and bewilderment, he decided to go and see the adventuress, known as Diana May, and tell her all. She would not, he thought, pretend any longer to be his daughter if she knew that his daughter was living. He found her in the loveliest of rest gowns, reclining on a sofa with a book in her hand. She scarcely stirred from her attitude of perfect ease as he entered, except to turn her head round on her satin pillow and smile at him. Quite unnerved by that smile, he sat down beside her, and taking her hand raised it to his lips. "What a gallant little paw it is!" she observed lazily. "I wonder what Ma would say if she saw you." He put on an air of mild severity. "My dear girl," he said, "I wish you would stop all this nonsense and be sensible. I have heard some news today which ought to put an end to your pretending to be what you are not. My daughter, my real daughter Diana, is alive." Diana laughed. "Of course! Very much so! I should not be here if she were not. Do I seem dead?" He made a gesture of impatience. "Tut, tut! If you will persist—" "Naturally I will persist," she said, sitting up on the sofa, her delicate laces falling about her like a cloud, and her fair head lifted like that of a pictured angel. "I am Diana. I suppose you've been seeing Sophy Lansing. She's the only living being who knows my story, and even she doesn't recognize me now. But I can't help her obstinacy, or yours. I am Diana." "My daughter," said Mr. May, with emphasis, "is in Geneva." "Was," interrupted Diana, "and is here." Mr. May gave a groan of utter despair. "Oh, no use, no use," he said. "One might as well argue with the wind as with one of these mentally obsessed persons. Perfectly hopeless. Hopeless." Diana sprang off her sofa and stood erect, confronting him. "See here," she said. "When I lived at home with you, sacrificing all my time to you and my mother, and only thinking of my duty to you both, you found me in the way. Why? Merely because I was growing old. You never thought there was any cruelty in despising me for a fault which seems common to all nature. You never cared to consider that you yourself were growing old. No, for you still seek to play the juvenile and the amorous. What you men consider legitimate in your own sex, you judge ridiculous in ours. You look upon me as young, when in very truth I am of the age of the same Diana whom as your daughter you wearied of. But youth has been given to my mature years in a way which you in your ignorance of all science would never dream of. You, like most men, judge by outward appearances only. The physical, which is perishable, attracts you, and you have no belief in the spiritual, which is imperishable, but the spiritual wins."
Mr. May sat winking and blinking under this outburst, which was to him entirely incomprehensible, though he was uncomfortably conscious of the radiance of eyes that played their glances upon him like beams from fiery stars. There," he said at last, nervously, resorting to his usual soothing formula. "You are overwrought, a little hysterical. A sudden access of this unfortunate, mistaken identity trouble. I will come back and talk to you another day."
"Why should you come back?" she demanded. "What do you want of me?"
James Polydore was somewhat confused by this straight question. What indeed did he want of her? He was too much of a moral coward to formulate the answer, even to himself. She was beautiful, and he wanted to caress her beauty. Old as he was, he would have liked to kiss that exquisite mouth, curved like a rose petal, and run his wrinkled fingers through the warm and lavish gold of the hair that waved over the white brow and small ears like rippling sunshine. He was afflicted by the disease of senile amorousness for all women, but for this one in particular he was ready and eager to go to all lengths of fatuous foolishness possible to an old man in love, if he could only have been sure she was not insane. While he stood hesitating, and twitching his eyelids in the peculiar manner he affected when he had thoughts to conceal, she answered her own question for him.
"You want to make love to me," she said. "As I have told you before, that can't be done. I am your daughter. Deny it as you may to the end, nothing can alter the fact. Do you remember the man I was engaged to? Captain Cleeve? The Honourable Reginald Cleeve?" At this he was fairly startled, and he gave a gasp of astonishment.
"I remember the man my daughter was engaged to," he said. "His name was Cleeve, but he is married."
"Very much so," and Diana smiled. "But that doesn't prevent his making love to me, and I let him do it. You see, he's no relation. And I don't consider his fat wife any more than he considered me when he married her and threw me over. But he's like you. He doesn't believe I'm the old Diana."
"Of course not."
And Mr. May expanded his chest with a long breath of superior wisdom.
"I should like to see him and talk to him about you and your sad condition of mind."
"No doubt you would, but you won't," said Diana calmly. "I have forbidden him to go near you for the present. He dare not ask any questions about me till I have done with him."
What a look there was in her eyes! James Polydore shrank under it as though it blinded him. "Dare not? Done with him?" he echoed stupidly. She laughed, quite sweetly.
"Ah, there, poor Pa, do go home. Pay your attentions to my mother's companion, Miss Preston. If she really likes your endearments, why, then, crabbed age and youth may live together. Poor mother! She never found out all your little ways. Some of them she discovered by chance, but I knew them all. What would you give to be as young as I am at your age? Too late, ye cannot enter now."
Her laughter rang out again. Then approaching him, she laid her hands lightly on his shoulders and kissed him.
"There, that's a true daughter's kiss. Make the best of it, dear Pa. Go home and be a good, nice, moral old man. Sit on one side of the fireplace with Ma on the other and settle down into Darby and Joan. Such a nice couple, with a dash of Miss Preston between to keep up your spirits. And don't come back here, ever. Unless you accept the true position we occupy of father and daughter, father growing old and daughter growing young." Standing in the centre of the room, with the soft ivory chiffon and lace of her rest gown trailing about her like the delicate cirri floating across a summer sky, she appeared like a vision of something altogether beyond mere woman, and as the little gross, sensual man who had been her father looked at her, a
a sudden, unnameable terror overcame him. His limbs shook, his brain reeled. Within himself a frightened sense of something supernatural paralysed his will, and he made for the door like a man groping in the dark. She threw it open for him with a queenly gesture of dismissal. "Tell my mother," she said, "that her daughter is truly alive and that she has kissed you. Not as the old, but as the young Diana. Don't forget!" End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Chapter 25. The chaotic condition of mind into which Mr. Polydore May found himself plunged by what to him was the inexplicable and crazy conduct of the inexplicable and crazy young woman who so obstinately maintained her right to consider herself his daughter, was nothing to the well-nigh raving state of Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve, who was faced with a still more intolerable position. He, when he had first called upon Diana as she had invited him to do, experienced something in the nature of a thunderclap when she explained, with much gracious, albeit cold composure, that she was his former betrothed whom he had jilted for a younger and wealthier woman. If he had been suddenly hypnotized by a remorseless conjurer, he could not have been more stricken into speechless and incredulous amazement. He sat in a chair opposite to his fair and smiling informant, staring helplessly, while she, having had tea brought in, prepared him a cup with hospitable ease and condescension. "When you got the note I left for you at the hotel," she said, "surely you recognized my handwriting?" Still staring, he moistened his dry lips with his tongue and tried to speak. "Your handwriting?" he stammered. I thought it very like the handwriting of another Diana May I used to know." "Yes, another Diana May," she said, bending her grave, clear eyes upon him. "A Diana May whose life you ruthlessly spoiled, whose trust in men and things you murdered. And why? Because you met a woman with more money, who was younger than I, who had aged through waiting patiently for you, as you had asked me to do. Because you thought that by the time you returned from India I should be what society calls passé. And for such callous and selfish considerations as these, you deliberately sacrificed my happiness. But I have been given a strange and unexpected vengeance. Look at your wife, and look at me. Which now is the younger of the two?" He moved uneasily. There was something in her aspect that stabbed him as though with physical force and pain. You must certainly know you are talking nonsense," he said at last, trying to pull himself together. "Yours is the queerest craze I ever heard of. Here are you, a beautiful young girl in the very dawn of womanhood, pretending to be a middle-aged spinster who was accidentally drowned last year off the coast of Devon. I don't know how you've come by the same name as hers, or why your handwriting should resemble hers. It's mere coincidence, no doubt, but that you should actually declare yourself as one and the same identity with hers is perfectly ridiculous. I don't deny that you seem to have got hold of the other Diana May's story. I was engaged to her, that's true. But I had to be away in India longer than was at first intended. 7 years, nearly. And 7 years is a long time to keep faith with a woman who doesn't grow younger." "Doesn't grow younger? Yes, I see," echoed Diana with an enigmatical smile. "And 7 years is a long time for a woman to keep faith with a man under the same circumstances. You have not grown younger?" He reddened. His personal vanity as an officer and a gentleman was far greater than that of any woman. "If we live we are bound to grow older," he said. "Sometimes," acquiesced Diana pleasantly. "It is not always necessary. In my case, for example."
Looking at the fair and youthful outline of her features, the sense of extreme incongruity between what she actually was and what she resolutely avowed herself to be, touched his innermost sense of humour, and he laughed outright. "Of course, you are playing," he said. "Playing with yourself and me. You must be one of those queer psychists who imagine they are re-embodied spirits of the past. But I don't mind if that sort of thing really amuses you. Only I wonder you don't imagine yourself to be the reincarnation of some fairy princess, or even the Diana who was the goddess of the moon, rather than an ordinary spinster of the British middle class, who, even in her best days, was nothing more than the usual type of pretty English girl." "To whom you wrote a good deal of gush in your time," said Diana composedly, "which she was fool enough to believe. Do you remember this letter?" From a quaint blue velvet bag hanging at her side by a silver chain, she drew a folded paper and handed it to him. With eyes that grew hot and dim in giddy perplexity, he read his own writing. "How I love you, my own sweet little Diana! You are to me the most adorable girl in the world, and if ever I do an unkind thing to you, or wrong you in any way, may God punish me for a treacherous brute! My one desire in life is to make you happy." His hand, the massive, veiny hand of a man accustomed to "do himself well," trembled, and the paper shook between his fingers. "Where did you get this?" he asked unsteadily. It was written quite a long time ago." "You sent it to me," replied Diana. "I returned all your other letters, but I kept that one. And this." Another note was drawn daintily out from the blue velvet bag, and she handed it to him with a smile. Again his burning eyes travelled along his own familiar scrawl. "I am quite sure you will understand that time has naturally worked changes in you, as well as in myself, and I am obliged to confess that the feelings I had for you no longer exist. But you are a sensible woman, and you are old enough now to realize that we are better apart." He lifted his head and tried to look at her. She met his shifting gaze with a clear and level splendour of regard that pierced his very soul with a subconscious sense of humiliation and conviction. Yet it was not possible for him to believe her story. The whole suggestion was too fantastic and incredible. He gave her back the letters. She took them from his hand. "Well," she said tentatively. "Well," he rejoined, then forced a difficult smile. "I wrote these things, certainly, but how you came by them I don't know. Though, after all, you might easily have met the other Diana May, and she might have given you her confidence." "And her lover's letters to keep?" said Diana contemptuously. "So like her! Reginald Cleeve, you said just now that I was playing with you and with myself. Believe me, I never was further from play in my life. I'm in deadly earnest. I want—" She paused and laughed, then added, "I only want what I can have for the asking. You." He sprang up from his chair and came nearer to her, his face aglow with ardour. She motioned him back. "Not yet," she said, and the seductive beauty of her face and form smote him, as with a whip of steel. "It isn't love at first sight, you know, like that of Romeo and Juliet. We are old lovers. And you are married." "What does that matter?" he said defiantly. "No man considers himself bound nowadays by the matrimonial tie." "No?" she queried sweetly. "I'm so glad to know that. It makes me doubly thankful that I never married you." He made a closer step to her side and caught both her hands in his. "Do you still persist," he said, "in your idea that you are the old Diana? The woman I was engaged to? You, a mere girl?" She smiled most entrancingly up into the feverish eyes that searched her face. "I still persist," she answered. "I have always loved telling the truth, no matter how unpleasant. I am the old Diana to whom you were engaged, and whom you heartlessly threw over. Her and no other. As old as ever in years, though not in looks." His grasp of her tightened. "Then in heaven's name have your own way, you beautiful, crazed creature!" he said passionately. "If that is your obsession or fancy, stick to it, and come back to me." She loosened her hands. He tried to hold them, but they seemed to melt from his clasp in the most curious and uncanny way, like melting snow. Drawing herself apart, she stood looking at him. "Come back to you?" she echoed. "I never left you. It was you who left me, for no fault. And now I suppose you would leave your wife, also for no fault except, perhaps," and she laughed lightly, "that of too much general weightiness. But she has given you children. Are you not proud and happy to be the father of a family? Your daughters are certainly very plain, but you must not go by outward appearances." Her lovely face dimpled with smiles, her brilliant eyes, full of a compelling magnetism, filled him with a kind of inward rage. He gave a gesture of mingled wrath and pain. "You are quite unlike the old Diana," he said bitterly. "She was the gentlest of creatures. She would never have mocked me." A rippling peal of laughter broke from her. Laughter that was so cold and cutting that its very vibration on the air was like the tinkling of ice drops on glass. "True," she said. "She was too gentle by half. She was meek and patient, devoted, submissive and loving. She believed in a man's truth, honour and chivalry. Yes, the poor old Diana had feeling and emotions, but the young Diana has none." The afternoon sunshine pouring through the window bathed her figure in a luminance so dazzling and made of her such a radiant vision of exquisite perfection that he was fairly dazzled, while the same uneasy sense of the supernatural troubled him as it had troubled Mr. James Polydore May. "Well, if you will talk like this," he said almost reproachfully, "I had better not trouble you with my company. You said you wanted me." "So I do," she rejoined. "I want you very much, but not just now. You can go, but come again soon. However, I need not ask you. You are sure to come, and you need not tell your wife to call upon me. I will dispense with that formality. I prefer to ignore your family. Au revoir." She stretched out her hand, a little lovely hand like that of the marble Psyche, and hardly knowing what he did, he covered it with kisses. She smiled. "There, that will do," she said. "Another time." She gave him a look that shot like lightning from her eyes into his brain, and set it in a whirl. "Diana!" He uttered the name as if it were a prayer. "Another time," she said in a low, sweet tone. "And quite soon. But go now." He left her reluctantly, his mind disquieted and terrorized. Some potent force appeared to have laid hold of his entire being, drawing every nerve and muscle as if by a strong current of electricity. In a dim sort of way he was afraid. But of what? This he could not formulate to himself, but when he had gone out of her presence he was aware of a strange and paralyzing weakness and tiredness, sensations new to him, and, as he was a great coward where any sort of illness was concerned, alarming. And yet, such was the hold her beauty had on him that he had made up his mind to possess it or die in the attempt. All the men he knew about town were infatuated with the mere glimpse of the loveliness which flashed upon them like the embodiment of light from another and fairer world, and there was not one among them who did not secretly indulge in the same hope as himself. But the craze or obsession, or whatever it was that dominated her, as he thought, gave him a certain advantage over her other admirers. For if she really believed he had formerly been her lover, then surely there was something in her which would draw her to him through the mere fancy of such a possibility. Like all men who are largely endowed with complacent self-satisfaction, he was encased in a hide of conceit too thick to imagine that with the obsession, as he considered it, which she entertained, might also go the memory of his callous treatment of her in the past, entailing upon him a possible though indefinable danger. She, meanwhile, after he had gone, sat down to think. A long mirror facing her gave her the reflection of her own exquisite face and figure, but her expression for the moment was cold and stern, as that of some avenging goddess. She looked at her hands, the hands her traitor lover had kissed, and opening a quaint jar of perfume on the table beside her, she dashed some of its contents over their delicate whiteness. "For he has soiled them," she said. "They are outraged by his touch." A deep scorn gathered in her eyes like growing darkness. "Why should I trouble myself with any vengeance upon him?" she asked herself inwardly. "A mere lump of sensuality. A man who considers no principle save that of his own pleasure, and has no tenderness or memory for me as the old spinster whom he thought, and still thinks, was drowned in Devon. What is he to me but an utterly contemptible atom? And yet, the only sentiment I seem to be capable of now is hate, undying hate, the antithesis of the once undying love I bore him. The revolt of my soul against him is like a revolt of light against darkness. Is he not punished enough by the gross and commonplace domestic life he has made for himself? No, not enough, not enough to hurt him." She drew a long breath, conscious of the power which filled her body and spirit, a power which now for the first time seemed to herself terrific. She knew there was pent up within her a lightning force which was swift to attract and equally swift to destroy. Those old Greek stories of gods and goddesses whose unveiled glory slew the mortals who dared to doubt them were quite true prophecies, she thought. Only they did not penetrate far enough into the myth to discover the real scientific truth of how the mortal could put on immortality. Not even now, though the fusion and transmutation of elements every day discloses more and more marvels of nature, they have not tested the possibilities of change which science may bring about in the composition of human bodies. That is for the future to discover and determine. At that moment Mrs. Beresford entered the room with a telegram. "For you, Diana," she said. "It has just come." Opening it, Diana read the message it brought. "Professor Chauvet has died suddenly. Has left you his sole heiress. Please meet me in Paris as soon as possible to settle business. Your presence necessary. Reply Hotel Windsor. Demetrius." The paper dropped from her hands. She had forgotten Professor Chauvet altogether. The crusty yet kindly old professor who had asked her to marry him. She had actually forgotten him. And now he was dead. She sat amazed and stricken till the gentle voice of Mrs. Beresford roused her. "Anything wrong, my dear?" "Oh no, yet yes, perhaps a little. A friend has died suddenly, very suddenly, and he has made me his heiress." Mrs. Beresford smiled a little. "Well, isn't that good news?" For the first time since her awakening under the fiery ordeal of Demetrius's experiment, she experienced a painful thrill of real feeling. "No, I am sorry," she said. "I thought I should never feel sorry for anything, but I forgot and neglected this friend, and perhaps, if I had remembered, he might not have died." A beautiful softness and tenderness filled her eyes, and Mrs. Beresford thought she had never seen or imagined any creature half so lovely as she looked. "We must go to Paris," she said. "We can easily start tomorrow. I will answer this wire, and then write." She penciled a brief reply. "Deeply grieved. Will come as soon as possible. Diana." And ringing the bell, bade the servant who answered the summons take it to the telegraph office and send it off without delay. "Yes, I am very sorry," she said again to Mrs. Beresford. "I reproach myself for needless cruelty." Mrs. Beresford, mild-eyed and grey-haired, looked at her half timidly, half affectionately. "I'm afraid, my dear, you are cruel. Just a little," she said. "You make havoc in so many hearts, and you do not seem to care." Diana shrugged her shoulders. "Why should I care?" she retorted. "The havoc you speak of is merely the selfish desire of men to possess what seems to them attractive. It goes no deeper." Then, noting Mrs. Beresford's rather pained expression, she smiled. "I seem hard, don't I? But I have had experience. You? My dear, you are so young!" And her kindly chaperone took her hand and patted it soothingly. "When you are older you will think very differently. When you love someone—" "When I love!" And the beautiful eyes shone glorious as light beams. "Ah, then! Why then, the sun will grow cold and the leaves of the judgment book will most certainly be unrolled." That night she came to a sudden resolve to put away all her formerly cherished ideas of revenging herself on Reginald Cleeve. Standing before her mirror, she saw her own beauty transfigured into a yet finer delicacy when this determination became crystallized, as it were, in her consciousness. "What is my positive mind?" she asked herself. It is a pole of attraction which has through the forces of air, fire and water learned to polarize atoms into beautiful forms. It organizes itself, but it is also a center which radiates power over a world of visible effects, so that if I choose I can vitalize or devitalize other forms. In this way I could inflict punishment on the traitor who spoiled my former life. But I live another life, now, in which he has no part. This being so, why should I descend to pulverize base clay with pure fire? He will meet his punishment now without any further effort of mine beyond that which I demand of justice." She raised her hand appealingly, as though she were a priestess invoking a deity. Then, turning to her writing table, she penned the following lines. "To Reginald Cleeve. I am summoned unexpectedly to Paris on business, and the chances are that I shall not see you again. All that I have told you is absolutely true, no matter how much you may disbelieve the story. I am the woman you once pretended to love, and whose life you spoiled, and I am the woman whom you love now, or, to put it roughly, whom you desire, but whose life you can never spoil again. Out of sight, out of mind, and when you read this, it is probable I shall have gone away, which is a good thing for your peace and safety. You have a wife, you are the father of a family, be content with the domestic happiness you have chosen, and fulfill the responsibilities you have accepted. Goodbye, and think of me no more except as the old Diana." Now, when this letter reached Captain the Honourable Reginald Cleeve at his club, to which it was addressed, and where he had dined on the evening of the day it was posted, which was the next but one to the day of his interview with Diana, it was brought to him in the smoking-room, and as his eyes ran over it he uttered an involuntary oath of such force that even men inured to violent language looked up, amused and inquisitive. "What's up?" asked an acquaintance seated near him. "Oh, nothing. A dun," he answered. Then, calming down, he lit a cigar. After a few puffs at it, he took up a newspaper, read a paragraph or two, then laid it down. "By the way," he said to the man who had spoken, "the famous beauty, Diana May, is off to Paris." These words created a certain stir in the smoking-room. Several men looked up. "Oh, well, all lovely women go to Paris for their clothes." "Pardon?" said a dark-visaged young man, coming forward from a corner where he had been writing a letter and speaking with a foreign accent. "Did I hear you mention a lady's name, Diana May?" Cleeve glanced him over with military frigidity. "I did mention that name, yes." "Excuse me, I am a stranger in London, and a friend has made me an honorary member of this club for a short time. I knew a Miss Diana May in Geneva. Permit me." And he proffered his visiting card, on which was inscribed Marchese Luigi Farnese. "I met Miss May," he continued, "at the house of a very distinguished Russian scientist, Dr. Fyodor Dmitrius. She had come from England on a visit to his mother, so I was informed. But I had an idea at the time that she had arrived in answer to an advertisement he had put in the Paris newspapers for a lady assistant. Of course I may have been wrong. She was a very bright, rather clever middle-aged person." "The Miss May I spoke of just now," interpolated Cleeve, "is quite a young girl, not more than 18 or 19. "Oh then," and Farnese made a profoundly apologetic bow, "it cannot be the same. The lady I met was 35 or so, perhaps 40. She left Geneva very suddenly, and I have been trying to trace her ever since." "May I ask why?" inquired Cleeve. "Certainly. I have for long been interested in the scientific investigations of Dr. Dmitrius. He is a very mysterious person, and I fancied he might be trying some experiment on this lady, Miss May. She gave me no idea of such a thing. She was quite a normal, cheerful person. Still, I had my suspicions and I was curious about it. She went with him and his mother to winter at Davos Platz. I was unable to follow them there as I had a pressure of business. But I heard from a friend that Miss May was the belle of the season. This rather surprised me, as she was not young enough to be a belle unless—" Here he paused and uttered the next words with singular emphasis. "Demetrius had made her so." Cleeve uttered a sharp exclamation and then checked himself. "This is not an age of fairy tales," he said curtly. No, it is not, but it is an age of science in which fairy tales are realized, rejoined Farnese. But pray excuse me, I am detaining you. You could not by chance give me the address of this young lady you speak of? The Miss Diana May, you know? I do not consider myself entitled to do so, answered Cleeve coldly, without her consent. Farnese bowed. I entirely understand. If you should see her you will, perhaps, do me the kindness to mention my name, and ask if she has ever heard it before. I will certainly do that, agreed Cleeve, whereupon they parted, Captain the Honourable with his mind in a giddy whirl, and his passions at fever heat. Come what would, he must see Diana before she went to Paris. He must ask her about this Demetrius, for the story he had just heard seemed to hang together with her own fantastic obsession. But no, 10,000 times no. It was not, it could not be possible that the old Diana could thus have been miraculously transformed. Even science must have its limits. He glanced at his watch. It was past 9 o'clock, very late for a call, yet he would risk it. Taking a cab, he was driven with all speed to Diana's flat. The servant who opened the door to him looked at him in surprise. "Miss May and Mrs. Beresford have gone to Paris," she said. "They left this evening by the night boat train." He retreated, baffled and inwardly furious. For one moment he was recklessly moved to follow them across Channel next morning. Then he remembered, with rather an angry shock, that he was the father of a family. Convention stepped in and held up a warning finger. "No, it wouldn't do," he ruminated, vexedly. She, here he alluded to his fat wife, she would make the devil's own row, and I have enough of her sulks as it is. I'd better do nothing, and just wait my chance. But that exquisite Diana, what is she? I must know. I must be off with the old love before I'm on with the new. But is she old? That's the puzzle. Is she the old or a young Diana? This was a question which was destined never to be answered, so far as he was concerned. Diana had gone from him, gone in that swift, irrecoverable way which happens when one soul, advancing onward to higher planes of power, is compelled to leave another of grosser make, even though that other were lover or friend, to wallow in the styes of sensual and material life. She, clothed in her vesture of fire and light, as radiant as any spirit of legendary lore, was as far removed from the clay man of low desires as the highest star from the deepest earth. And though he did not know this, and never would have been able, had he known, to realize the forceful vitality of her existence, the same strange sense of physical weakness, tiredness, and general incapacity which had before alarmed him came upon him now with such overwhelming weight that he could hardly drag his limbs across the fashionable square in which his own house was situated. A great helplessness possessed him, and a thought, bitter as wormwood and sharp as flame, flashed through his brain. I am getting old. It was a thought he always put away from him, but just now it bore down upon him with a kind of thunderous gloom. Yes, he was getting old. He, who had more or less contemptuously considered the age of the woman he had callously thrown over sufficient cause for the rupture. He, too, was likely to be left out in the cold by the hurrying tide of warmer, quicker, youthful life. The vision of the radiant eyes, the exquisite features, the rose-leaf skin, and the supple, graceful form of the marvellous Diana, who so persistently declared herself to be his former betrothed, floated before him in tempting, tantalizing beauty, and as he opened his own house door with his latch-key to enter that abode of domestic bliss where his unwieldy wife talked commonplaces all day long and bored him to death, he uttered something like a groan. "Oh, whatever her fancy or craze may be," he said, "she is young, young and perfectly beautiful. It is I who am old." End of chapter 25. Epilogue of the Young Diana. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Epilogue. It was night in Paris, a heavy night, laden with the almost tropical heat and languor common to the end of an unusually warm summer. The street lamps twinkled dimly through vapour which seemed to ooze upwards from the ground, like smoke from the fissures of a volcano, and men walked along listlessly with heads uncovered to the faint and doubtful breeze, some few occasionally pausing to glance at the sky, the aspect of which was curiously divided between stars and clouds, brilliancy and blackness. From the southern side of the horizon a sombre mass of purple-grey shadows crept slowly and stealthily onward, blotting out by gradual degrees the silvery glittering of Orion, and drawing a nun-like veil over the full-orbed beauty of the moon, while at long intervals a faint roll of thunder suggested the possibility of an approaching storm. But the greater part of the visible heavens remained fair and calm, some of the larger planets sparkling lustrously with strange, flashing fire gleams of sapphire and gold, and seeming to palpitate like immense jewels swung pendant in the vast blue dome of air. In the spacious marble court of a certain great house in the Avenue Bois de Boulogne, the oppressive sultriness of the night was tempered by the delicious coolness of a fountain in full play, which flung a quivering column of snow white against the darkness, and tinkled its falling drops into a bronze basin below with a musical softness as of far distant sleigh bells. The court itself was gracefully built after Athenian models. Its slender Ionic columns supported a domed roof which by daylight would have shown an exquisite sculptured design, but which now was too dimly perceived for even its height to be guessed. Beyond the enclosure stretched the vague outline of a garden which adjoined the Bois, and here there were tall trees and drooping branches that moved mysteriously now and then, as though touched by an invisible fingertip. Within each corner of the court great marble vases stood, brimming over with growing blossoms. Pale light, streaming from an open window or door in the house, shed a gleam on some statue of a god or goddess half hidden among the flowers. And here, in this cool quietness of stately and beautiful surroundings sat, or rather reclined, Diana, on a cushioned bench, her head turned towards her sole companion, Feodor Dimitrius. He sat in a lounge chair opposite to her, and his dark and brilliant eyes studied her fair features with wistful gravity. "I think I have told you all," he said, speaking in slow, soft tones. "Poor Chauvet's death was sudden, but from his written instructions I fancy he was not unprepared. He has no relatives, and he must have found great consolation in making his will in your favour. For he cared very greatly for you. He told me he had asked you to marry him." Diana moved a little restlessly. As she did so a rosy flash glittered from a great jewel she wore round her neck, the famous Eye of Rajuna, whose tragic history she had learned from Chauvet himself. "Yes," she answered, "that is true. But I forgot." "You forgot?" he echoed wonderingly. "You forgot a proposal of marriage? And yet, when you came to me first in Geneva, you thought love was enough for everything. Your heart was hungry for love." "When I had a heart, yes," she said. "But now I have none, and I do not hunger for what does not exist. I am sorry I forgot the kind professor, but I did, completely. And that he should have left me all he possessed is almost a punishment." "You should not regard it as such," he answered. "It is hardly your fault if you forgot. Your thoughts are, perhaps, elsewhere?" He paused, but she said nothing. "As I have told you," he went on,
Chauvet has left you an ample fortune, together with this house and all it contains, its unique library, its pictures and curios, to say nothing of his famous collection of jewels, worth many thousands of pounds, and as everything is in perfect order, you will have no trouble. Personally, I had no idea he was such a wealthy man." She was still silent, looking at him more or less critically. He felt her eyes upon him, and some impulse stung him into sudden fervour. "You look indifferent," he said, "and no doubt you are indifferent. Your nature now admits of no emotion, but so far as you are woman, your circumstances are little changed. You are as you were when you first became my subject, of mature years and alone in the world without claims on your time or your affections. Is it not so?" A faint, mysterious smile lifted the corners of her lovely mouth. "It is so," she answered. "You are alone in the world. Alone, alone, alone," he repeated with a kind of fierce intensity. "Alone, for I know that neither your father nor your mother recognize you. Am I right or wrong?" Still smiling, she bent her head. "Right, of course," she murmured with delicate irony. "How could you be wrong?" "Your own familiar friend will have none of you," he went on with almost angry emphasis. "To the world you once knew, you are dead. The man who was your lover, the man who, as you told me, spoilt your life and on whom you seek to be revenged." She lifted one hand with an interrupting gesture. "That is finished," she said. "I seek vengeance no longer. No man is worth it. Besides, I am avenged." She half rose from her reclining attitude, and he waited for her next word. "I am avenged," she went on in thrilling accents, "and in a way that satisfies me. My lover that was, never a true lover at best, is my lover still, but with such limitations as are torture to a man whose only sense of love is desire. My beauty fills him with longing. The thought of me ravages his soul and body. It occupies every thought and every dream, and with this passion comes the consciousness of age. Age, the great breakdown, the end of all for him. I have willed that he shall feel its numbing approach every day, that he shall know the time is near when his step shall fail, his sight grow dim, when the rush of youthful life shall pass him by and leave him desolate. Yes, I am avenged. He is old enough now to realize that we are better apart." Her eyes glowed like stars, her whole face was radiant. Dimitrius gazed at her almost sternly. "You are pitiless!" he said. She laughed. "As he was, yes." And rising to her full height, she stood up like a queen. She wore a robe of dull amber stuff interwoven with threads of gold. A small circlet of diamonds glittered in her hair, and Chauvet's historic Eastern jewel, the Eye of Rajuna, flamed like fire on her white neck. "Theodore Dimitrius," she said, and her voice had such a marvellously sweet intonation that he felt it penetrate through every nerve. "You say, and you say rightly, that so far as I am woman, my circumstances are not changed from what they were when I first came to you in Geneva, but only so far as I am woman. Now, how do you know I am woman at all?" He lifted himself in his chair, gripping both arms of it with clenched, nervous hands. His dark eyes flashed a piercing inquiry into hers. "What do you mean?" he half whispered. What would you make me believe?" She smiled. "Oh, marvellous man of science!" she exclaimed. "Must I teach you your own discovery? You, who have studied and mastered the fusion of light and air, with elemental forces and the invisible whirl of electrons with perpetually changing forms, must I, your subject, explain to you what you have done? You have wrested a marvellous secret from nature. You can unmake and remake the human body, freeing it from all gross substance, as a sculptor can mould and unmould a statue. And do you not see that you have made of me a new creature? No longer of mere mortal clay, but of an ethereal matter which has never walked on earth before, and with which earth has nothing in common? What have such as I to do with such base trifles as human vengeance or love?" He sprang up and approached her. "Diana," he said slowly, "if this is true, and may God be the arbiter, one thing in your former circumstances is altered. You are not without claims on your time and your affections. I claim both. I have made you as you are. You are mine."
She smiled proudly and retreated a step or two. "I am no more yours," she said, "than are the elements of which your science has composed the new and youthful vesture of my unchanging soul. I admit no claim. When I served you as your subject, you were ready to sacrifice my life to your ambition. Now, when you are witness to the triumph of your experiment, you would grasp what you consider as your lawful prize. Self. All self. But I have a self as well. And it is a self independent of all save its own elements."
He caught her hands suddenly. "Love is in all elements," he said. "There would be no world, no universe without love."
Her eyes met his as steadily as stars. "There is no such thing as love in all mankind," she said. "The race is cruel, destructive, murderous. What men call love is merely sex attraction, such as is common to all the animal world. Children are to be born in order that man may be perpetuated. Why, one cannot imagine. His civilizations perish. He himself is the merest grain of dust in the universe, unless he learns to subdue his passions and progresses to a higher order of being on this earth, which he never will. All things truly are possible, save man's own voluntary uplifting. And without this uplifting there is no such thing as love." He still held her hands.
"May I not endeavour to reach this height?"
he asked, and his voice shook a little.
"Have patience with me, Diana. You have beauty, wealth, youth—"
She interrupted him. "You forget. Mature years are in my brain and heart. I am not really young."
"You are," he rejoined. "Younger than you can as yet realize. You see your own outward appearance, but you have had no time yet to test your inward emotions."
"I have none," she said.
He dropped her hands. "Not even an angel's attribute? Mercy?"
A faint sigh stirred her bosom where the great Eye of Rajuna shone like a red star. "Perhaps," she said. "I do not know. It may be possible." Today in Paris, one of the loveliest women in the world holds undisputed sway as a reigning beauty. The old, now the young, Diana is the envy of her sex and the despair of men. Years pass over her and leave no change in her fair face or radiant eyes. A creature of light and magnetic force, she lives for the most part the life of a student and recluse, and any entertaining of society in her house is rare, though the men of learning and science, who were friends of Professor Chauvet, are always welcomed by their adorable hostess, who to them has become a centre of something like worship. So far as she herself is concerned, she is untouched by either admiration or flattery. Each day finds her further removed from the temporary joys and sorrows of humanity, and more enwrapped in a strange world of unknown experience to which she seems to belong. She is happy because she has forgotten all that might have made her otherwise. She feels neither love nor hate, and Feodor Dimitrius, now alone in the world, his mother having passed away suddenly in her sleep, wanders near her, watchfully, but more or less aimlessly, knowing that his beautiful experiment has outmastered him, and that in the mysterious force wherewith his science has endowed her, she has gone beyond his power. His claim upon her lessens day by day, rendering him helpless to contend with what he imagined he had himself created. The Marchese Farnese, catching a passing glimpse of her in Paris, became so filled with amazement that he spread all sorts of rumours respecting her real age, and the magic art of Dimitrius, none of which were believed, of course, but which added to the mystery surrounding her, though she herself never condescended to notice them. To this day she holds herself apart and invisible to all save those whom she personally chooses to receive. No man can boast of any favour at her hands, not even Dimitrius. And, as was said at the beginning of this veracious narrative, there is no end for Diana May. She lives as the light lives, fair and emotionless, as all may live who master the secret of living, a secret which, though now apparently impregnable, shall yield itself to those who, before very long, will grasp the flaming sword and take and eat of the fruit of the tree of life. The sword turns every way, but the blossom is behind the blade. And in this great effort neither the love of man nor the love of woman have any part, nor any propagation of an imperfect race, for those who would reach the goal must relinquish all save the realization of that new heaven and new earth, of splendid and lasting youth and vitality when old things are passed away.
End of Epilogue.
And end of The Young Diana by Marie Corelli. Thank you for listening.